When I found out that my wife checked into a hotel with another man, Vincent, my world collapsed. She tried to mask it with the excuse of work, but I knew that some things were already irretrievable. Welcome to the Love and Betrayed Love channel. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to subscribe and give it a thumbs up. My ex-wife 52 and I 53 had been married for 26 years. I'll refer to my ex as Sophie for the sake of the story anyway. Aside from those 26 years, Joe and I had known each other since we were 17. We attended high school together. I went to high school in the opposite area of town while she attended Catholic high school. We've known each other since high school. We chose to travel for a while and see what life has to offer, because we knew we wanted to create a family and that travel might be out of the question or would look different after we had children. Not only that, but I had come into some money after my grandfather died and he had left some land to my father, whom I then handed us a quarter section. When we returned, we constructed our own home on the land that had been passed down to me. Married, and Joe soon became pregnant with the first of our 4 sons. My family has a long history of farming. It is what we do best. I knew it was something I would eventually do, but it never concerned me. I didn't feel forced to do. It was something I was interested in and felt proud of. I'd been helping my grandfather and father on the family farm since I was a tiny child. It was in my bloodstream. Sophie came from a large blue-collar family. Her father was the best heavy-duty mechanic in the county and he had spent a lot of time on our farm repairing our equipment. That's exactly how we met. She accompanied her father one day when a piece of equipment broke down. We caught each other's attention, and the rest is history, as they say. Despite the fact that their father was who he was, she had never gotten her hands dirty before we constructed our house on the farm. I don't mean to brag, but my family was once one of the major dairy farmers in the north. As a result, my family's name became widely known and revered. I recall telling Sophie that there wouldn't be anything outside of the farm for me. I would like to work on it till I die, but she said she was fine with that. She informed me that she wanted this life and to be with me and that anything else was not something she wanted to be a part of. So she helped me run the property until around 4 years ago. Our boys had already reached adulthood. By then, men started their own families and helped out on the farm. Around that time she began working for a company comparable to Avon, which operated on a door-to-door cosmetic marketing scheme. A friend from out of town had coaxed her into it. She thought she'd do well in something like that, since she was so attractive and personable and she was well known in the area, having served on a number of councils and boards. These appeared to be her friend's words, hot and captivating. I encouraged her to take the risk and assured her that she would succeed, regardless of what she did. After her buddy stated that Joe kept asking if I thought she was pretty and attractive. This felt like it came out of nowhere for me. Joe was never the type of woman to doubt herself, and she was one of the most stunning ladies I'd ever seen. I told her she was beautiful and I attempted to say it to her every day afterward. It made me wonder if I hadn't said enough before that. Soon after I observed, Joe's enthusiasm for the farm waned. She just wasn't interested anymore and she didn't bother asking about my day or going out of her way to do minor duties around the farm. Not that I expected it, but that was what she generally did. We ended up talking and she said she didn't want me to be upset with her for taking on a new job, so I told her that I had plenty of help and that she should do what made her happy. I would never be upset with her for doing something that made her happy. She eventually accepted the position and is doing well for the company. After you sell a particular number of things, the corporation will buy you a vehicle, not just any automobile, but a high-end German vehicle. She eventually became regional manager and the corporation rewarded her and her hard work with a free automobile. I was quite proud of her, but as soon as she got the car, I noticed her personality change slightly. She drove about town as if her junk didn't sting, and I had to learn about it from spouses who had heard it from their wives. At first I assumed it was jealousy. I mean, it's not uncommon in a tiny town. People do not like change very much or like folks displaying their money. My wife had always been very humble. She had dressed properly, but not beyond her means. She was always in t-shirts and jeans, and my wife, for the entire time I've known her, had never had her nails done, but after that automobile she began getting her nails done and purchasing in all of these high-end outfits which she would drive straight into the city for. I'm not a fashionista by any means. I couldn't differentiate a designer from something you could buy at Walmart, but the clothing she was wearing were racking up the visa. Not that she wasn't paying it down, but I knew how much she was spending on clothes when the invoices came in, and it was more than she had spent on clothes in the previous 5 years. I tried to be supportive. She informed me that this position was all about image and standard. She claimed that no one would take her seriously as a seller of ladies' makeup and cosmetics, since she looked like she came straight from the farm. The way she articulated it made sense to me at the time. I thought, who am I to tell her what she can and cannot do with her money? Anyway, her profession allowed her to travel and work from home. The money she brought in allowed us to take occasional trips, but nothing too extravagant. I mean, we were not a Disneyland family. We've been to the Grand Canyon and Joshua Tree, but nothing beyond that. She used to travel to Miami, Las Vegas, San Francisco and New Orleans for conferences and meetings, to mention a few places. I mean, these were big enough cities to make a hillbilly like me feel overwhelmed. But when Joe returned home she'd be full of energy, and it was wonderful to see Joe fresh and invigorated. I honestly felt quite delighted for her. I can't recall precisely when this happened, but I believe it was around November when she approached me and informed me there was a male. I'll call him Vincent, and he had recently begun with the company. I thought it was strange to have a man in there selling women's makeup and such, when the firm was mostly women. But I thought, hey, the times are changing. She said that he was a sales director and wasn't selling the products himself, but that he was brought in to help the company grow. She explained that he came up with this fantastic concept to reward people who had made the highest sales of the year with a trip to Mexico in February. I thought, sweet, we're heading to Mexico. We have never been then. She informs me that there are only 4 people in the company, and friends and family are not permitted. I thought that strange, but I figured that since it was the farthest they'd ever traveled for something like that, they couldn't afford to give the trip to family as well. Family has been invited to various events previously, but nothing is extravagant in Mexico. So Surprise Joe becomes the top saleswoman in her district. As a result, she received this trip to Mexico as a prize. She was reportedly one of 11 ladies, along with a few regional directors and company executives, including Vincent. February shows up. She goes on this journey. I rarely hear from her when she is away on business, but this is not unusual. I also urged her to go relax and have fun, so I wouldn't be offended if I didn't hear from her because I knew she was trying to disconnect. I go to pick her up at the airport when she returns, and all I hear on the way home is damn this and damn that he is apparently 43 years old and has never been married. He is from Los Angeles and works remotely. She stated that this was her first time meeting him in person. She mentioned that he used to work as a car salesman. He appeared to be tall, dark and gorgeous, with good fashion sense. She admires his drive and he genuinely listens to her and what she says. Plus is really charming, and they spent the entire afternoon drinking at the poolside bar and playing beach volleyball. I didn't want to see him against it all, but the way she talked about him bothered me. On the one hand, I knew she was happy and enjoying fun and I was proud of her professional development, but on the other hand, the way she talked about him made me uncomfortable. Something about it appeared overly professional. Then again, I wasn't used to Joe. Actually working on the farm wasn't easy, but we did it together. I wondered if my sentiments were really jealousy, because I hadn't seen her operate in an atmosphere other than the farm, such as a corporate one. Let's fast forward to April. When I got inside, I found this box on the kitchen table. It's written to Joe, and I see the sender's name is Vincent. I simply had to leave it there and see whether my wife mentioned receiving anything from him at dinner over supper. I see she's sporting a new costly watch that I don't recall her stating she bought herself. She usually enjoys showing off her new purchases. I ask her about the watch and she says it just arrived today as a present from her workplace for all of her hard work. I inquired if it was from somebody in particular at her company and she responded no, it was just a group. Thank you. I did not ask any additional questions, but I knew she was lying. I knew it had nothing to do with her job, because her company frequently said things like that also use company-branded wrapping paper or letterhead. This seemed like Vincent had personally packaged it. Later that night we were lying in bed and I decided to ask her if she was drunk onto Vincent. She was astonished and insulted that I would even ask such a thing. She answered of course not and stated that I am the only male she has ever been attracted to. I wasn't convinced by this and informed her. I wasn't comfortable with her relationship. The Vincent, as you may expect, this sparked a major fight. She started talking about how there was nothing between them, that I was simply jealous that she was doing well for herself, that it had nothing to do with me or the property, and that I was upset with her for no longer working on the farm. I kept my position and told her it had nothing to do with the fact that she was no longer working on the farm. I stated that I did not trust Vincent and his intentions. I told her I recognized Vincent's watch. I added, imagine if someone sent me gifts like that and I kept them from you, and she says, but I'm not lying. I told you it was a present from the firm in recognition of my sales and smashing company records. She said that if I was smashing records, she hoped I was also being fairly compensated. Needless to say, I wound up sleeping in the spare room the next day. She spoke with me as if nothing had happened. The night before she attempts to warm me up by kissing and squeezing me, slapping my buttocks and telling me that she misses me. There was no apology. However, she suggests we take a trip together to get back on track. I am like, yeah sure, and it did seem hopeful at first until she stated she had a work trip this weekend and that we should discuss details when she returned. I am immediately skeptical. I ask her where she is heading. Why didn't you bring it up earlier? She told me in Asheville and then completely forgot, but it was an important one not to overlook. When I asked her whether there was anyone she was going to see specifically, she wondered what I meant and she claims it's for training, and she stated that the majority of the company would be leaving. It's mandatory. She said it was only for 3 days. There was no way I was giving her the benefit of the doubt at that time. It seemed too coincidence. I asked her where she was staying and where it was located, and she informed me about the Hyatt. So she embarks on her trip. It's Saturday morning and everything at home is going as usual for me, but then I received this call. It turned out to be an MA from the Hyatt Regency Phoenix, Arizona. Why would someone from the Hyatt in Phoenix be contacting me? She informs me that there is a minor issue with the room reservation under Sophie Blank. She stated that there were some problems with the payment method and that she needed to confirm the facts with me. She stated that the payment information on file did not match the cardholder's name and she asked me to verify the card details immediately. Soon red flags were raised. I inquire as to if anyone else is named on the reservation or if any further guests have been added to the accommodation. She remains quiet for a moment before saying it appears that another guest has registered for the room. Mr. Vincentinic blank. Is that correct, sir? And I'm like, honestly, that's not right. Can you tell me if they are both checking in right now? She says yes. Both guests checked in yesterday evening. I opted not to lose my cool and gave her my credit card and the conversation ended. I immediately texted Joe, only to receive a call from the hotel. Why has Vincent checked in with you? We need to talk now. She texted me back. It's work-related. He is here for the same training. There's nothing to worry about. I'll explain after I get back. I'm angry at this point. She attempts to text me again later that night, saying she is thinking about you, misses you and all that. But I am not reacting. She even attempted to phone me, but did not leave a message. I actually texted my brother and invited him to come over. We sat on the porch and I told him what had happened. He says he knows someone who can help me get my documents in order. If that's what I really want to do, I ended up emailing the person just to schedule an appointment to see what it would be like, but since it was Saturday, I didn't expect to hear back anyway. She arrives home on Sunday afternoon and my brother is still present. She asked her friend to drop her off. She goes to hug me, but I push her away saying, do you want to explain why Vincent was checked into your room? She explained that there had been a mix-up with the reservation and he had nowhere else to stay. Then I asked her how Nashville was. She says the weather was gorgeous and the cuisine was delicious. I thought that was interesting given that you were staying in Phoenix. She tries to appear dumb and I tell her that the hotel called me because there was a problem with the payment, which is how I learned about her and Vincent. She told me it's not what I thought. I tell her that everything looks precisely as it is and that she has been lying to me. I said she was stupid enough not to change the contact information on the travel rewards, so they contacted me right away when there was a problem with the payment. She tries to dispute it, claiming that she confused up the conference city when she first told me and that it was actually in Phoenix. I was not having any of it. Then she gets into hysterics and begins crying, telling me that it was only once and that it was a terrible mistake. She wanted to hug me and my brother had to basically rip her away from me. Then he tells Jo that she should pack additional stuff in her luggage, have her buddy pick her up and stay somewhere else for a time. Interestingly, she does heed to him and leaves the house. My brother remains with me that night and we have some drinks and discuss my next move. After that, we did some research and discovered that Vincent was married with 2 children, and because I had a few beers, I messaged his wife and informed her that her husband was cheating on her with my wife. I told her what I knew about the hotel and the gift he had bought for her. I wake up to Jo attempting to enter the house and she's yelling at me saying she can't believe I'd go so low as to disseminate false information about her. Then I tell to stop the act, because I know she is seeing Vincent. She attempts to cry crocodile tears, but I basically tell her I don't trust anything she says. I told her she'd be better off telling me the truth. Right now then she admits she was extremely unhappy for all those years. She claimed she despised working on the farm and she's been living a lie. She explained that she started this work and then met Vincent and everything changed for her. She stated that she finally felt free and like herself after feeling gorgeous, loved and desired. Then she begins insulting me, calling me a filthy, ignorant pig. I asked her why she stayed when she despised our life together so much, and she replied she believed it would get better or that she would be able to travel more and do fancy things. But then I was such a cheapskate. I told her that I never stopped her from doing anything, that we could have flown and gone out to beautiful restaurants if she wanted, but she never mentioned anything to me. I told her that if she had only said something to me, we could have had a shot, and she said you had a chance, and that's when I informed her I couldn't find a divorce lawyer. Then she begins to beg my forgiveness and cry. She claimed she did not mean it. She stated that she has no idea what came over her. She simply enjoyed how he looked at her. I said I've been looking at you like that since we were 17, but you were too blind to notice. I told her to leave the house and she ultimately did after I threatened to contact her father. So fast forward to the divorce. Obviously I had a lot more to lose than she did, but happily I was able to spend that money on a competent lawyer, which he was. He was wonderful. My brother persevered admirably by the time the divorce was over. I had everything I desired. I maintained the house, farm and business. I returned her shares in the company, as well as a few acres of land that I no longer need. I don't really know what happened to Vincent. His account eventually went private, so I couldn't see what was going on in his life. However, the images on his wife's account show that she is now his ex-wife. All of the photographs of him that were previously available have been erased. My brother and my boys were extremely supportive throughout this process. They were not pleased that their mother had cheated on me, and it made family gatherings difficult for a while before she simply ceased turning up to save face. Anyway, I'm moving on and life on the farm is flourishing. Business is good. As I have stated, I will remain here till the day I die, and I'm quite fine with that. Here is the future. Sophie's path from the farm to the glittering world of cosmetics appears to have taken an unexpected turn along Heartbreak Highway from mechanical repair to entering the business world. She traded her farm boots for high heels and became entangled in a maze of trails and flashy cars. Vincent, the slick salesperson, proved to be more trouble than he was worth, leaving a trail of shattered hearts and social media accounts. Meanwhile, you weathered the storm with the help of your lads and a skilled attorney, securing the farm, the business and your peace of mind. While Sophie pursued visions of city lights and scandalous vacations. You remained in fields where honesty and hard work are still valued. Here's to a future free of drama and full of healthy soil, where the only surprises come from Mother Nature, not errant husbands. Here is the next story. James, I had plans. I had dreams, for heaven's sake. I even put up a hidden investing account for an exceptional trip around the world that we intended to take in just a few years. I was watching my better half, with whom I've been together for 23 years, blush heavily and continue to glow pink while conversing with 2 or 3 co-workers at her college administration's annual staff meeting in mid-September. I was 15 feet away from my beloved conversing with her co-workers when I noticed her reaction. Isabella was conversing with Nathan Searcy, the new English literature professor I knew, and Melissa Barnes, who, like Isabella, worked in the organization department. Given that this was a Christian institution, I doubt either of them had tolerated any inappropriate correspondence. But Isabella's tone, particularly her intonation, could only be explained by one factor: she was thrilled about something. Now I might have a response to a question I hadn't asked before. When you've been married to someone for a long time and you've been together for 25, you get to know almost everything about that person, regardless of whether you weren't paying much attention, assuming you were focusing well. 10 minutes ago, I thought I had an ideal relationship with an inherently wonderful woman. I was currently solving the puzzle of a piece of my better half's new peculiar style of acting, which I had not comprehended until that point. Isabella and I were the most beloved friends, favorites and caregivers for 2 remarkable children. Not at all. Like most married couples, we could spend days together without growing tired of one another. We may talk about everything from news to history, and much of the conversation was accompanied by laughter. I used to joke that the most effective way to test marital compatibility was to take a lengthy car journey with your prospective partner, and if you didn't murder him, married him right away. Isabella and I meet that criterion well. I would want to think that our marriage was ideal. Sure, it had cooled down from the excitement and early marriage, but it returned when the younger of our 2 kids started school a year earlier. The fact that we were a single-parent family for the majority of the year rekindled our attraction to one another. We were both in terrific form at 45, thanks to our passion for fitness. Isabella had long blonde hair and a stunning physique. True, she weighed 15 lbs more than she had before our children were born, but that was still good, and I'm 20 pounds heavier than when I graduated high school 2 months earlier. Our relationship had begun to improve. At the moment, however, I didn't pay much attention to what was actually going on. Tracy claims to have always participated in her nighttime routine, but she rarely initiated it. However, things changed dramatically and she began to take the initiative herself, but somewhere in the back of my mind I realized it wasn't love, but rather instinct, like animals. I didn't pay attention at the time, but now I understand it was a mistake. Except when I was around her. Isabella and Nathan were seldom more than 5 feet apart when strolling. Now that I understood what I was seeing, I could see Isabella's bright glow shine whenever she was around Nathan, even when I was nearby. It generally vanished as soon as I appeared, but as soon as Isabella moved away from me, she would find a social partner. I silently studied the do throughout the ceremony, even though it did not require much effort. Tracy seemed to lose track of everyone else when Nathan was present. I never saw her look around for her husband throughout the evening. She made a point of gently touching him whenever possible. My emotions ranged from apprehension and fear to complete wrath. After determining how the event was unfolding, I realized that what I was witnessing resembled the end of my marriage at around 11. I practically had to take my better half away from Nathan. She didn't seem happy when I appeared and told her it was time to leave. Briefly, her eyes were filled with fury. Then she toned things down. However, it was not fast enough to prevent me from seeing the look again, the 23-year marriage thing. Normally, the night's discussion would have flowed non-stop on the ride home, but I sat inconspicuously expecting Isabella to initiate it herself. She appeared to be engrossed, peering out the window for a while before realizing it had grown strangely quiet. Then she broke the stillness with some foolish remark about how scruffy the school president's spouse was. I did not agree with that conversation. Wow, I'm quite exhausted. I'm going to bed now, Isabella stated when we arrived home. Are you coming? I wasn't sure if she was simply trying to avoid conversing for the remainder of the evening or, conversely, if she was attempting to convince me that I needed to go to bed to avoid the frustration of being awake all night. In any case, I did not argue and informed her that I intended to binge-watch TV for a while. I believe she seemed upset. The following day was Saturday, so I had the opportunity to spend the entire day outside working in the yard, which allowed me to relax and think things over properly. If Isabella was aware that things were not going well in our universe, she made an effort not to show it for the rest of the week. The house was tight. As for me, I tried not to let it show instead, using the Find My Phone app on my iPhone numerous times a day, and in all situations, Tracy was exactly where she was supposed to be. She appeared to be well prepared for our vacation together. As the evening approached, nothing changed on the following Monday, however. On Tuesday, the Find My Phone app informed me that Isabella had returned home 15 minutes after noon. I entered my residence quietly and confirmed that my marriage had ended. Our bedroom wasn't very quiet, so I didn't need to tiptoe up the stairs to check that Isabella's partner was undoubtedly Nathan. It was a good thing I had the self-control to not approach them and cause a scene. It was not worth going to jail for Isabella. I am quite aware that loving my better half more than everything else in the world appears selfish, but it is the complete truth. I've loved him for a quarter of his century, and I'm ready to love him another quarter. However, in light of a reasonable concern for the story's completion, I must also confess that I have a loved one who has fallen by the wayside, a lover who was so wonderful that I couldn't leave him, even though I know I'll have to someday, since it's the only way to save my marriage. James, my lovely hubby, would have been devastated to learn that I had a lover. That's why I made every effort to conceal my secret. However, I wasn't naive enough to believe it would never be discovered. I recognized that the longer this went on, the higher my chances of getting detected became. James had been my stumbling block for the past 25 years. We hadn't been married in 23 years and had 2 beautiful children. He was my best friend and an ideal partner. We discussed everything. We laughed a lot, all of this, despite the fact that until lately, I had no desire for a partner. I had no desire for a lover. When I met Nathan Cersei for unknown reasons. He arrived to our organization a few days before school began, and without exaggeration, my life changed dramatically. Nathan was 30 years old, tall and very trim, with short earth-colored hair and kind black eyes. For the next 14 days, I did not leave James's side, and then my lovely spouse provided me with an opportunity because he needed to travel out of town for an overnight stay the following Wednesday. I knew it wasn't serious, but I was shivering when I contacted Nathan on Monday morning and invited him around for supper on Wednesday. I checked Nathan's calendar ahead of time and saw he didn't have any classes on Wednesday night, so I took the night off to do some administrative work. Nathan met me at a small Italian restaurant and we had a good lunch. While talking and laughing a lot, I realized I was laughing a lot and making some strong pushbacks, keeping my hands off his arms and palms. While we talked, I blushed immensely and felt like a girl on a completely new date. Nathan and I had never discussed taking a rest. He did, however, understand the expectations. He grinned a lot at me, held my hand for a while and then sneered irregularly. I recognized he had a same connection as the cultured man. Nathan paid the check and then expressed himself softly. "Where is my home? I reside a little away from here. Please leave your vehicle and I will drive." I responded in a voice that sounded much more confident than I was. Knowing James would not be home until Thursday night alleviated a lot of my anxiety about the upcoming event, though I must admit that I was still nervous. I realized that after having 2 children and being 45 years old, I no longer had the body of a nubile, youthful thing. Nathan was undoubtedly used to it. I should have had a realistic outlook on what I was going to do. However, for reasons unknown, it was a done deal with me. I loved James with my entire being. However, my encounter with Nathan was unavoidable and I will not spoil a moment of pleasure by feeling guilty. I've directed my automobile into the carport and lowered the entryway. The next 10 hours were among the greatest of my life. My new boyfriend proved to be far more capable than my husband. Everything was fantastic. "You were an incredible woman, Isabella. This was certainly the most enjoyable event of my life, Nathan. I knew precisely what Isabella McWan wanted from me. When she called, I'd seen how she reacted when I met her 14 days ago in the administrative building. I figured we'd do each other after lunch, even though she'd never said it outright. This lady had a very attractive face, nice form, with beautiful golden hair. When I initially met her, I observed a band on her finger, but I quickly recognized that this did not rule her out. We had a nice lunch, and then she invited me to her home to spend the whole of the day in the marital bed. Apparently her spouse was away, so we had a terrific time. When the Uber drove me to my car in the restaurant parking lot, I knew there would be another day like that and possibly more than one. James Trace's level of deception astounded me. The following week, she continued to play the role of the ideal Oscar-winning wife. While I silently prepared for my approaching arrival, on Wednesday morning, I met with my attorney, who informed me that Isabella would receive a subpoena the following Wednesday, even though we lived in a no-fault state. I filed for divorce based on infidelity. It was petty. I had no idea how I had driven my better half to be in the arms of another man, or was it because he was around 15 years younger than me? In any case, it was a nobody's time shattered, as if I required confirmation. The Find My Phone app revealed that Isabella had returned home in the afternoon 3 more times in the previous 10 days. I didn't feel compelled to return home just to discover that Isabella was not coming home to eat cheddar sandwiches. I chuckled to myself at the idea at some point during that time. I reached into my snack cabinet for a bag of brown sugar and cinnamon Pop-Tarts, but we couldn't discover any. I ate the penultimate packet the day before, knowing there was only one remaining. I also knew Tracy wouldn't eat them because she despises Pop-Tarts. So was not only stealing my wife but also my snacks. Damn him, Isabella. I awoke early Thursday morning feeling out of sorts after the happiest night of my life. In theory, I should be remorseful, but I just craved more. I waited until midday before calling Nathan. My husband will not arrive until at least 9:00. If you arrive soon after I finish at 5, we'll have enough energy for one more round, perhaps two. I said magnificent. Nathan answered. I love a lady who knows what she needs. Nathan departed around 7:30. I made the bed quickly and washed the blankets. For the second time in 2 days, I made sure to place 2 loads of sheets at the bottom of the laundry basket. I felt fantastic when washing in the shower. An hour and a half later James entered the driveway. I hugged my hubby tight. I just adored this man. Admittedly, I felt a little terrible when James rushed me into the room for a quick cuddle. That was amazing, James. I whispered quietly as we snuggled into each other. I honestly meant it. James was a huge douche, but with Nathan it felt like we were doing something very different than James and I had. I have no regrets about attaining such an incredible feat if James was for the feelings. Nathan was looking for beautiful, genuine feelings, and I intended to appreciate it while I could. James, I knew Isabella was due to receive the legal papers on Wednesday at 10 a.m. 2 minutes had gone before my phone rang. No, James, I do not want a divorce. She shrieked into the receiver when I answered, and I don't want a cheating wife as a spouse, but we don't always receive what we need, right? I responded. I could explain. I made a decision for myself. We need to discuss it. Tracy exclaimed. Since you have ignored our vows and ourselves, I have taken a decision for myself as well. So no, we do not need to discuss your decision. I said, concluding the conversation. I was truly prepared to be productive in my career. Unfortunately, I knew what awaited me when I got home and Isabella was not upset. Don't you think you should have talked to me before pursuing a legal divorce? Isabella yelled as I entered the home. All things considered, we had been married for quite a while. Why it doesn't seem to matter to you? After 23 years of repeatedly undermining my reputation, I answered her. Isabella had been crying as seen by her teary eyes and smudged makeup. I wasn't happy about it. I love you, James. I really do. What I had with Nathan was just physical. Yes, it was. You make your own decisions. I finished for her. No doubt Isabella seemed upset. I regret for insulting you, but I believe you are exaggerating. We can talk about this, she said. I don't understand how, Isabella, you've cheated on me numerous times, probably more often than I realize. I said. I know it appears dreadful, James, but I understand it was entirely your choice, Eve. I repeated, how could you clarify that for me? I thought it was understandable that I was scoffing, but Isabella appeared encouraged by my response and grinned at me. I'm not sure what that implies, but we appear to have a truly unusual link when he's around. My likes increase and everything. Best vacation of your life. I finished and her eyes grew as big as saucers and she appeared terrified. Did you hear that? She looked at me with regret and dread at the same moment. Do you insist that I duplicate it for you? I was at home a week ago. You were both so upset and making a mistake that you didn't hear me. I'll never forget that blunder. It was completely physical. James, I love you. I can't tell you how much I adore you. Can't we put things right? I recognize I harmed you, but I also realize you genuinely love me. She was correct about the last one, which hurt the most for what it's worth. I did value her, just not as much as I had 14 days ago within a quarter of a century. Love for someone does not vanish overnight. Isabella. Even though I knew I was doing something dangerous, I was taken aback when I received the legal documents in my office on Wednesday night. I had no suspicion that James was aware of my affair. Heck. On top of that, he certainly caught Nathan and me together, and the video is even more damning. He had heard me tell Nathan that he was the best man I had ever had. I understood I would never be able to develop the bond Nathan and I had, but I knew James's admiration would prevail in the end. As a backup plan, I would try to persuade James to let Nathan be my lover and then return to saving the marriage as a last resort. I offered to consult and he accepted. A most memorable encounter with the counselor ended up being a disappointment for me. The counselor turned out to be a woman, but she, like James, failed to recognize that I could not manage my feelings for Nathan. I suppose I anticipated her to be understanding and possibly become an ally. Mrs. Mwan, weren't your commitments important to you at the time? She asked when I was finished telling my story. No, they mean more to me than the entire world, whatever it is. This is unique, I explained. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced. You are a lady, you've experienced arousal before. Really, it's like that, only much more down to earth. Almost as if I had been sedated, I explained that the look on her face indicated that she did not trust me. James, on the other hand, simply seemed stunned. Men are typically accused of having little brains, but women are also guilty of this. Based on today's divorce statistics, the counselor calmly informed my wife that while thunderclaps are real, most individuals understand that they can choose to ignore them. You, on the other hand, have decided to succumb to your baser desires. I couldn't believe this woman was essentially telling me I lacked self-control. It was equivalent to calling me a. She then asked me the question that most likely led to the split: if James could rationalize and bring you back, do you think you'd be able to go against your true wants and stay with the man you love? Damn, I had a hunch. This lady would be my ally. I stayed standing, hesitant to answer the inquiry. James would know better than a line locator if I was lying. I love you, James. Could you please work with me on this for once? I don't treasure it, but I must have. It is an experience in my life. Please do not demand that I give it up. I burst into tears after finishing my speech. I took a brief peek at Mike, expecting to see signs that his determination was fading. After all, he acknowledged to still loving me. I saw dead eyes. Nothing. Please accept my apologies, Isabella. I genuinely care about you, but I refuse to give you the right to undermine me. Besides, I can't forgive what you've done. Accept my apologies. I wasn't man enough for you. Mike, you are more than man enough for me. I love you. I stated I didn't love him. I am willing to give him up if it means we can be together. Please do not give up on us. I am not giving up on you as it is. You abandoned us the first time you slept with that dumbass. He responded. Please do not take it out on me. I didn't realize you were so self-centered. Everything basically revolves around you. More than that, you simply don't value me, regardless of how much I love you. 14 days after my final session with the counselor, I was in my room with Nathan. I wasn't sure whether James was watching me, but I didn't care. I had noticed Nathan nearby the day before and phoned him when he arrived at my office. He happily agreed to attend the midday meeting. The divorce was completed 6 months after the incident. During that time, Nathan and I took numerous holidays. The vacations were generally fantastic. He was my kryptonite. I adored James by Nathan. I needed to possess him. I realized I might never get James back. He didn't love me enough to let me keep Nathan James. I couldn't believe Isabella was attempting to indoctrinate me into allowing her to leave her beau, despite the fact that she would remain married to me. If you truly love me. What a drowsy capricious ignoring the beau. We had no plans to remain married, period. I may have been a dumbfounded cuckold, but I would not have been a numb cuckold. I was particularly surprised that the marriage counselor we were assigned did not live in Fairyland, as she had at her most memorable able meeting. She essentially called my other half A, and things haven't gotten better since she ended our meetings after the 4th, indicating to my other half that it was nearly impossible. Then I planned to leave my situation, and they supported me. I thought Eve was going to fall through the floor when the lawyer informed her that the meetings were over. I'm not sure if Isabella asked my young daughters to stand up for her. They made a decent effort, though. You are ruining the family, Daddy. When I told my youngest daughter this, she cried, no children. I am not destroying the family. That's what your mother did. I am just making it legal. I said. She gave a grimace and frowned. I could tell she was considering her options. I suppose there is no doubt about it. She finally said, Nathan. I have no desire to destroy Isabella's marriage. However, I saw it more as her husband's problem. I understood that she adored the man, but we had an incredible physical connection. If she had any desire to have me, I couldn't refuse her. I couldn't blame him for not wanting to be cuckolded, but that was between Eve and himself. It wasn't any of my business. Isabella avoided me for a long time after James filed for illegal divorce. When he didn't give up and take her back, we resumed our relationship. Truth be told, things even improved. Considering the fact that with James' estrangement, I was getting all of her attention. I have to say that Isabella was the best person I had ever dated. Though Isabella was extraordinary, I never suspected we would last any real length of time at 45. She wasn't fit for marriage. I realized I needed offspring of my own, and she already had 2 children. Besides, if she could treat a man like that, whom she said she loved, no matter what could I expect? I continued to look for Miss Right, even though I hadn't discussed it with Eve. After losing James, her thoughts of affluence were at the forefront of her mind. That changed when I found Lucy Ralston about a year after breaking up with Eve. She was 24, short, earth-colored hair, a flexible artist's body, and we hit it off immediately. I didn't enlighten Isabella about Lucy from the beginning, but I finally came clean about 2 months later. I realized that I had put Isabella in a terrible mood, but it wasn't as if Isabella really cared for me. She and I absolutely genuinely associated, but genuinely we were just old buddies. The moment Lucy and I centered on each other, I needed to tell Isabella that it was over between us, and yet I gave up my soulmate for you, exclaimed Isabella. When I told her that no, you didn't do that. You left your husband to sleep with me. It was never us here. Everything revolved around intimacy. Moreover, it was your decision. However, it's not my decision. My decision has to do with having a spouse and family. I said, Isabella, I was saddened when Nathan informed me that he had picked Lucy, and yet I gave up my soulmate for you. I exclaimed when he told me that. Nathan threw me a glance in which I saw pity. No, you didn't do that. You left your husband to sleep with me. He corrected. I recognized he was right, but at the same time then, of course, there was the embarrassment of my kids finding out about it when we broke up. Mike didn't go to Lily by telling the kids that I had cheated on him numerous times. None of the kids were happy with me, but gradually they got over it. Informing them a year and a half later that Nathan had left me to start a family with a younger lady made me appear pathetic even to myself. I didn't ask them not to tell my father, but I hoped they wouldn't. Admittedly, I wasn't too keen to talk about this event in my life. When the kids arrived home for Christmas, my oldest daughter calmly inquired if they were going to meet my boyfriend. At that point I acknowledged that we were no longer together. So you traded up a quarter of a century with your father for 2 or 3 years of living with a younger man. God pause, accept my apologies. My daughter bemoaned just a few years of the best pleasure of your life. There was little I could say. I gazed at the floor. I tried to be sensitive when speaking with the kids and asking about Mike. I didn't think he was dating, so I still had a chance of winning him back. I knew the possibilities were minimal, but why wouldn't he date me if he was already dating divorced women? We enjoyed a wonderful marriage for 23 years. However, I was aware that if this was to occur, I would have to be the attacking party. James, maybe you should join me for some espresso. I said after he answered the phone I called several months after the occurrence. I realize I hurt you with what I did and I apologize, but I sincerely wish we could be buddies, the kind that drink espresso together and may even eat together on occasion. I genuinely miss sitting around with you and talking. Sure, Isabella, we could do it. I suppose, he said cautiously. I genuinely miss hanging out with you and I believe I'm in a much better mental state than I was. We scheduled our espresso date for the following Saturday. James, I had to admit that Isabella looked stunning when she stepped into the Starbucks where we had agreed to meet. I hadn't seen her in 2 years and time hadn't affected her in the least. She didn't appear any more well-fed and her weight was likely the same as the last time I saw her. She had cut her hair to her shoulders and the tight sweater she wore highlighted her stunning figure. She wore little makeup, emphasizing her beauty. I started up to greet her, but stopped abruptly, unsure whether I should hug her or not. She answered that question for me by confidently entering my space, gently kissing my cheek and folding her arms around my chest. I returned the hug. Why hasn't someone stolen you already? I asked her sincerely. She blushed charmingly. Apparently not everyone has your good taste, she said pleasantly. I lowered my gaze to redirect my attention. We ordered for espresso and each received a brown county. We discussed a variety of issues, just as we did when we were married. The chat was so interesting that we each ordered a second cup of Starbucks coffee. That was fun, Isabella. I replied as we stood up to depart. How about we eat out next time? I guess I startled her with that greeting, since her eyes burned as she glanced at me. Sure, that would be fantastic. She said, really, give me your cell phone and I'll enter my new number. I contacted her 14 days later and arranged up a date. It had been a long time since I had a date, totally none since Isabella and I split up. Despite the fact that I was crushed by how Isabella had treated me, I made an honest effort to appear detached from the general population. Regardless, what she did really broke my heart and I had avoided all girls since the separation. Isabella and I had an excellent lunch at our favorite Italian restaurant one Saturday evening. I knew she expected me to welcome her to my condo after lunch, but she had unrealistic expectations. I took her to her car in the parking lot, kissed her on the cheek and then walked to mine. We indulged in a few snacks during the next year. I limited it to snacks because I felt more in control of the situation. You get 2 after supper. I wasn't going anywhere near that. Isabella. James probably become more clever over time. I realized he took part in our time together. However, he never invited me out to dinner. I expected him to go there eventually, and from there it would only be a small step toward us spending the night together. I recognized he wasn't dating and I figured if I could shake his reality once I'd have a fighting chance to win him back. He simply never gave me the opportunity. Once again, I hope he isn't too helpful in ending up in bed. I tried so hard to understand and started dating again. I suppose I'd just have to admit that I was probably going to be another piece of ass on the dating scene. James Isabella had gotten me so far in over my head that I hadn't dated anyone for a long time. I certainly did not consider the snacks Isabella and I were eating, even though I understood she considered them dates. I was in my favorite liquor store looking through the many brands of tequila seeking for something new. When I realized Isabella's presence, she was clearly doing the same thing. She seemed lovely enough and I believed she could benefit from my considerable knowledge of excellent spirits. I was only trying to be polite. Would you like to drink or try the tequila? I could never choke down a good tequila. I drink tequila like I drink espresso straight up with nothing. She said margaritas are wonderful for parties, but when I drink for real I don't mix. Wow, a lady with knowledge. I had no idea about any lady who consumes tequila directly from the glass. It's interesting that I went to meet this person drinks tequila while on the run and looks great doing it. There was no ring on her left hand either. I assumed she was slightly younger than myself. She wore a mop of wavy dull, reddish-brown hair almost to her shoulders. Her complexion was pale and her eyes were bright blue. I believed it was an Irish girl who resembled me. I hadn't realized I was gazing until she spoke and then I noticed she was asking me a question subtle, genuinely unobtrusive, she claimed. When I returned to my current world, I noticed I had turned pale. Please appreciate my apology. I was confused at the time. I replied softly. There are 12 different types of tequila and a lovely lady who knows how to drink them. This doesn't happen very often in my reality. She grinned crookedly when she talked again. I knew she was going to continue. Furthermore, Mr. Tequila, what kind of world is this big talker? She inquired. Loserville, USA. I murmured. Did you just call me? She questioned Wally. Wow, I think I'm your mother or something. Sorry for that. It is a habit. Put it down to my parents. And anyway, you don't look like my mother. I adore my mother, but did she ever look as good as you? So why Loserville? Mr. Tequila, you don't appear to be having trouble obtaining a date or two. I haven't been out on the town in 5 years since I split from my cheating spouse. I said discreetly, oh, I'm sorry about that. She added, appearing embarrassed. There was some awkward stillness for a few moments. I needed more gain to get out of the trap, and she thankfully did so. What are your suggestions? She inquired. Turning back to the tequila, I like where Julio Blanco is and I also enjoy the new individual theory Sammy Hagar, Santo Tequila. I responded anyhow for a very great event. Where will you choose Julio 1942? It's really expensive, but it's an excellent piece. What do you consider expensive? She asked. I said $85 per chunk, first-rate stuff. She motioned to me that the talk had ended. I thought I had snatched a Santa shrug off the rack, but then I realized what on God's green earth. I extended my hand to James Morn. Maybe you'd like to examine tequila up close with me, then you can make a more informed decision. I said, giving her a serious look. She gave me her strange grin again, located me and lowered her eyes conspiratorially before acknowledging my admission. We went to the bar and spent the next 2 hours studying tequila. By the glass I made sure to bring us 2 or 3 servings of appetizers, since I didn't want us both going to jail for DUI. When we left the pub, I had Monica's strewn digits for the entire following week. I couldn't understand what was going on in my thoughts. I was overjoyed to have received the phone number of a lovely lady. However, this meant I had to ask her out. That time I went out on the town right before the American transformation hell. I considered asking her out to a coffee shop. Perhaps I can discover a roller skating rink. Alternatively, consider a bowling alley. It made me nauseous. I had a solid work and was making decent money. People generally loved me. I was up to that and could never debate legislative concerns around town. I noticed I was sweating tremendously. I noticed that some aspects had not changed in terms of dating. The ladies are well aware that they wield absolute authority. However, she provided me her phone number without my threatening her with a pistol, which should have served as support for me, correct? The conversation in my head lasted several days and may have gone on much longer if fate had not interfered. Fate disguised herself as Sarah Sortino, whom I met in person in the lobby of my workplace. I'd been looking for a solution for Monica for quite some time before I came across Sarah. She faltered in her 3-in-heels and I grabbed her hands to save her from falling, while saying, "I'm sorry, I know I'm not huge, but I doubt you'd notice I'm here." Sarah asked whether I was wearing costly clothes once I had calmed her down problems. Sarah was probably around the same age as my younger daughter. We had occasional conversations with me, basically offering to protect her from anything. She also served as my personal counselor when I was younger. If I truly needed clarity on anything generational that I'd prefer not call my children, I'd go to Sarah and she'd explain things to me up close and personal, in language that sounded nice to my young mind. In reality, I murmured perhaps looking like a pathetic clown. Sarah looked into my face as if looking for a sign. She let out a guarded, silly smile. I was perplexed. That was natural. Could this inquiry be addressed to a young lady? She spoke in her sing-sangy voice, sort of, "You better believe it." "I guess it is, yes, really," I mumbled. She glanced at me for a few moments before making a decision. "Okay, we can chat about it after work at Murphy's. Besides, I don't need to be bullied while drinking my free drink and you'll be all alone," she said. Sarah leaned back in the chair opposite me, looking very attentive while I struggled and mumbled about Monica. "We soon met at Murphy's, so you haven't dated anyone since you broke up a while ago?" "No one." "Wow, I knew you sucked, but I didn't think you had become pathetic." She spoke mockingly. I flinched at the humor but understood Sarah was correct. Besides, I knew her tone toward me had been passionate the entire time. "So how long ago did she give you her number? Is it safe to assume we're still at the same time of year?" "It was 5 days ago, and if you keep being smart I'll put you over my knee," I warned, only half serious. "Oh, we can do it together," she responded. One of us blushed, but it was not her. "Seriously, James, what is the matter? You are not a barbarian. You have a lot on your plate. Call her," Sarah advised. Sarah spent the next half hour telling me about some of the activities she and her dates undertake. On dates, I resisted the want to whip out a notebook and take notes. "Can you dance?" she asked at one point. "Is the Pope incompetent?" I responded. "So I'll take that as a no. Ladies enjoy it when men take the initiative. It is a type of physical action. It piques my interest," she added with a big smile. "Really, I thought that was a capital legend." I said 100, "It's like foreplay," she explained. "La la," I replied, shielding my ears. She looked at me and smiled again. "God, don't forget to pack protection. You can't be too prepared," she added, her gaze unflinching. "Of course, Mom," I responded resentfully back home. I spent the evening with Monica and marked next Saturday on my calendar. Sarah advised me not to spend too much time discussing my previous marriage, but to respond to any questions Monica posed about it. I was nervous addressing what had happened with an outsider, but Monica was quite empathetic. She then told me about her 15-year marriage, which ended when she forced her partner into bed with Isabella, their neighbor. The syphilis exacerbation I contracted was nothing compared to the humiliation I felt at my primary doctor's office. Don't get me wrong. The specialist and the 2 medical workers I spoke with were completely competent. However, I could tell they were overwhelmed by having to deal with me when I identified 6 different males as recent partners to report. Things got better. 6 notifications. After scrutinizing my sheet, I overheard one nurse muttering to another, "It's probably a good thing she's under 25. I probably would have ripped her a new one if she had told me plainly." However, I had to acknowledge to myself that the remark sounded absolutely terrible when I heard it. I hadn't given it much attention, but I believe I'd been taking advantage of my single status for quite some time. I must have become angry when Nathan dumped me following his divorce from James. I suppose I was hoping for someone to replace Nathan and James, but I didn't come close. How could I replace what James and I shared for 23 years, and how could I replace my great relationship with Nathan? I'm not sure. Maybe in my mind I was compensating for quality with quantity. I never gave much regard to how many men I slept with until I had to consider my partners. It was clearly foolish and frivolous to date most of my partners without protection. I disliked the fact that I was an alcoholic prostitute. I was always in my right mind and aware of what I was doing, and I usually chose people who appeared ideal and were prepared. I believe, as the old saying goes, when you lie down with someone, you also lie down with everyone they've laid down with before. James, Monica, and I were married about a year after our most memorable date. We both still had trust issues, but we dealt with them with affection and love. Monica was my friend in need, and that is not an exaggeration. After splitting up with Isabella, I was lost. I had no notion how to go on a date. For goodness sakes, she let me fumble for direction here and there, and we kind of became together, even if I couldn't put money on it. I've discovered the ideal partner to grow old with Isabella. When I became accessible for usage again following the issues, I grew more wary of my partners. Menopause could have played a role here. Some of it was most likely due to the fact that while I looked great when I reached 500 20s, some things 30, some stopped paying attention to me. To be honest, there are significantly more unmarried women in their 40s and 50s than men, so the rivalry was tight in those age categories as well. If someone had asked me a few years ago, I would have said it was settled. I intended to grow old with my devoted husband, James. However, because I was an idiot, things did not go as planned. I'd inflated my bond with James. I mistook his decency for his shortcoming. I believed he loved me enough to forgive me at any cost. I moved into an elderly care home a few years ago. My previous home was too large for me as a single person. I see my children and grandchildren every few months. It took several years for my relationship with my children to return to normal. James and I have maintained a lovely friendship, despite the fact that we stopped snacking when I understood that growing closer to him was bad for me. After a long period of being single, James eventually began dating again. I admit to being envious of how much he resembles Monica. Whenever the entire family gathers for a special occasion, I can't help but want to witness their lustful looks. I felt like throwing up. It must be me. Was it worthwhile? I asked myself, and I never like the answers. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates. After discovering my wife's double life, I stood on the brink of collapse. But this is not the end of the story, but the beginning of my revenge. Welcome to the Love and Betrayed Love channel. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to subscribe and give it a thumbs up. Last spring, I was 42 years old and in male court. My wife Lisa, 39, a female, is having an affair. She was exposed by a family friend who witnessed them together. We attempted counseling for the sake of our children, but she cheated again and came out as a lesbian. This was with another woman. Then she was caught for the first time and she ended up living with her Rebecca partner. After 17 years together, I was taken aback and heartbroken. She had never hinted at her sexual orientation or attraction to women. Our 2 children took it hard. The 13-year-old boy was bewildered and wept a lot. Our 15-year-old daughter, on the other hand, was enraged and refused to interact with her mother. Both pleaded to stay with me and we divorced, with me keeping the house, and in exchange I did not seek child support from her. When the divorce was finalized, she asked the kids to spend the weekend with her at her fair partner's house. The daughter refused to leave. My son called many hours after he departed and asked me to come collect him. At one point we were all in treatment. My son is still seeing his therapist. After 9 months he is improving, but he still suffers from depression on occasion. My kid left treatment after 2 months and refuses to return because she believes the therapist favors her mother. She blames her mother for wrecking her life and dissolving our family. She still refuses to visit or speak with my ex during Christmas, but she did want to see the kids and try to rebuild wounds. She brought multiple gifts for each of them. Our daughter locked herself in a room till we left and tried to communicate with her through the door, but she would not respond. Our son was a bit more open. He opened the gifts and thanked her. She attempted to speak with him and explain things, but he began crying. She prepared to depart and attempted to speak with our daughter again, but was unsuccessful, and as she departed, she attempted to hug our son, but he refused. She began to cry as she left. I contacted the next day to apologize. I had informed her that she would most likely not be warmly welcomed by the children. I promised her I'd take the kids to her folks for Christmas tomorrow. I attempted to involve their grandparents in their life whenever feasible. My son's birthday in February passed without a word being spoken. Man and father did call out saying he had been drinking heavily and was becoming concerned by April. She had lost her job and her relationship had ended. I suspect she'll end up staying with her parents before long. If that happens, the kids will probably not want to stay with their grandparents while she is there. I sincerely hope she receives help soon. I saw her at the shop and she looks like she's gained 20 to 30 pounds and looks dreadful. The traditional midlife crisis double whammy caught in an affair. She discovers she's a lesbian, moves in with her new partner, and then the universe decides to throw in a bonus round of job loss and personal appearance makeover. She really went for the complete makeover, didn't she? Meanwhile, you are the MVP dad, keeping everything together, managing therapy sessions, birthdays and potential embarrassing family reunions, with the skill of a diplomat. If there were a medal for dealing with a roller coaster divorce, you'd be on the podium. Do you think Opie went too easy on her? Please let us know in the comments below. Next, when life delivers you a cheater, you don't want to stay too long at the departure gate. My wife is moving out today. I've been posting for 1 month. My wife of over 15 years has been having an affair for the past 9 months. We have 2 amazing preteen children. The previous 4 weeks have been a roller coaster of emotions and pain. As the shock of this unexpected revelation wears off, I'm thinking about what comes next. I'm reflecting on what's been said. Am I exhibiting panicked behavior over the first 3 weeks? I felt some relief when she divulged the identity of her Rebecca partner, as well as the fact that she is in love. It appears to be something I can comprehend and embrace. Today I am terrified because the woman I promised my life to admits she has never been attracted to me, is dealing with a lifetime of trauma and emotional abuse from others. She must depart to find herself. I started with shock, offering forgiveness. Love-related feelings. We shared assurances that we could be the best friends, co-parents, and desperately wanted to read any content that would indicate a way to reconciliation. I believed that a reconciliation could and would result in a new relationship that transcended our previous troubles. I believed that my devotion, love and forgiveness could help to restore this relationship. We have gone through all of the regular phases. It's entirely her fault. It's entirely my fault. It is our fault. We did our best. We love each other. We're best pals. This will never work. Do not close doors for the future. Who knows what might happen? I am a failure. I am disgusting. She's disgusting, all of it. She's leaving today, maybe forever, and I was mistaken. It is comforting to find apathy at this moment. The cathartic and recent consumption of chump lady content, while occasionally unpleasant, appears to have helped me acquire some kind of indifference, and it is quite soothing. I am a prize. I am not ugly. She's losing. I may be on the verge of achieving the life I deserve. Journaling helps. Having individuals to chat to is beneficial. Keeping your secrets is unnecessary. As long as I am certain that I can filter the material that will eventually be revealed to my children. They don't deserve any of this. Today could be a difficult day. I'm trying to filter out the worry and dread of what the future holds and simply hold on to the man. I want my children to understand that this is all right for them, that they will stay with mom a couple of evenings a week, that they will be home for school and sports, and that their lives will continue to be normal. I'm looking for legal counsel. I believe I will get divorced in the near future. I wish he would just find a job first. I don't want to support her anymore. While each day discloses a little more about my ability to achieve this, I am no longer a chump. I'm afraid I am terrified of the pain. I'm terrified for my children. I'm afraid about my future, but for the first time in a month, I'm not concerned about my wife's recovery process. I'm far less concerned about her path now that I'm no longer accountable for it and never was. I'm not sure what I'm looking for here, but I've been reading these stories and thought I'd attempt my own. Any advice you can offer would be greatly appreciated. Thanks for reading my story. Ask for guidance and the community will never disappoint, first and foremost because she is unemployed. You may be obligated to pay child support and alimony. You'd better gather every piece of evidence that you can have the affair. The op responds. I know who he is. I have a picture of them together at work. I don't know what else I can do at the moment. I have no written admissions. She wishes for an amicable and conflict-free separation. I know I have to be prepared. Maybe a lawyer will give me actionable advice. Someone else joins in. Many chumps were able to obtain a fair settlement while their cheats were in the fog. I'll probably craft an offer with just enough transitional alimony to get her to sign. However, it is not enough to keep you paying for the rest of your life. She has a tendency to be dumb, but reality strikes quickly. You have a tiny window of opportunity, so take use of it. There's a possibility it won't work, but it's worth trying. I regret not doing this, and my divorce took 3 years, 11 court dates, 2 attorneys and a total cost of $11,000. I approach things differently now that I know what I know. I'm pleased with the outcome, but I made it more difficult than it needed to be. Seeing an attorney should be the main priority right now. Do that, and you may thank us after. I also got dumped for a coworker, so I've been where you are for 28 years and left in an afternoon. The delights of post-drama, where the silver lining is discovering you no longer have to pretend to enjoy her aunt's meatloaf during family gatherings. Remember, as you negotiate this new terrain, keep your chin up and your big declarations close, and hey, when life throws you lemons, make sure your lawyer gets you a fair deal before the lemonade stands open. Here's hope. Your ex's path of self-discovery leads her directly to a 9-to-5 job update. 2 months after D-Day, the road moves forward. Short catch-up. Wife of 14 years engaged in a month-long physical Rebecca that persisted after D-Day. D-Day occurred 2 months ago. We have children. She moved out. Cruise counseling is over. Individual counseling continues. Life is odd. We're in contact. However, for the sake of the children, most conversations should be brief. She remains friendly but not friends, and her perception of our relationship fluctuates dramatically. Her relationship with the partner. My role as a husband, etc. Since discontinuing COOPS counseling, I intend to provide less opportunity for conversations like this to continue. Update. Good news. I finally got an attorney. My wife ended their Rebecca and the other betrayed spouse is aware. At first I didn't care about the breakup. I have a lawyer. Now I can proceed with the divorce. Now she has doubts and is going too quickly because she hasn't had time to digest what transpired. Is this truly what I want? My wife's mental health is improving, which is making me reconsider my course of action. I began to consider the possibility that her mental state was an acceptable explanation for her Rebecca. I began to wonder whether she had more time, and we tried to bring me back to mind. I know it's not true. I understand that I cannot trust her as a partner. Even if I accept what she did, I do not want it to become part of my future tale. I don't believe this is healthy for any future relationships. I believe there is no such thing as reconciliation in situations like hers. I believe people choose to lie to themselves because it seems more comfortable. She is making progress by obtaining a job and a better place to begin 550 THS parenting. This helps me both monetarily and emotionally. Now I'm faced with more alone time and wondering if my concerns are simply about seeing my children less, even though I believe that learning to be alone and having the freedom to do what I want is probably best for me. I will continue with individual counseling. It's nice to have an outlet. I've opened up to my own family, who have been quite supportive. Overall, I believe I am doing okay. All things considered, it's been a little over 2 months since D-Day, and while I'm not thriving, I'm doing more than just surviving. My blood pressure has dropped since I stopped going to couples counseling and hired a lawyer. I'm sleeping better and feel less anxious. Now maybe I want to clear my head so that I can begin making more solid divorce plans. The community answers in kind. First and foremost, I know I cannot trust her as a spouse. Even if I accept what she did, I do not want it to become part of my future tale. This is your logical brain talking to you. Listen to it. Do not make excuses for her behavior. Mental health difficulties are serious, but they do not justify having an affair. You don't mention her efforts to reconnect with you or her genuine contrition. My guess is that she has already decided to leave the marriage. Continue with the divorce process. Hope. Plan for your future. Without her, except for the children, you will survive. Your children will perceive you as the steady parent and will appreciate and respect you for it. Take care of yourself. The next individual says move on. Yes, she will never be a safe relationship for you. Individual counseling should be provided with a focus on creating a positive co-parenting relationship. She'll hold hard on the divorce. Staying will not yield any positive results. Congratulations on finding an attorney. It's like finding a golden ticket to the divorce factory. Now that you've taken care of the legalities, you may relax and allow uncertainties to stream in, like an unexpected rainy season in your emotional desert. Remember, wondering if you're going too quickly is like wondering if you should stop for gas after your engine has already coughed up smoke. It's probably a good choice and don't believe the mental state reason for her Rebecca last I checked. Therapy rarely takes the shape of a fling with another person. Continue the individual counseling sessions. It's like paying a therapist to remind you why you'd be better off without her. Stay strong and single, and let's hope that the only crazy oscillations you have in the future are related to your financial portfolio rather than your ex's emotional baggage. Here is the next story. The signs were ready and waiting at the front door. I had spent the better part of the last few days working on them because I wanted them to be flawless. Now comes the difficult part: up the stairs to the master bedroom. Remove the bedclothes, ruffle the mattress from the queen-sized bed in half. Carry the slider down the steps through the hole and out onto the front yard near the street back inside the house. Climb the stairs, toss the slats and bedclothes down the stairs, then take them outside and dump them next to the mattress. Another trip into the bedroom. Take apart the side rails and hustle them outside. Check my watch for 22. I need to hurry. I need to finish by 5. The headboard and footboard followed, and by 4:35 the bed was back together next the kitchen table. It was lightweight enough that I could scoot and carry it. I turned it sideways and angled it through the door, placing it close to the yard bed. The final piece was the 6x8 throw rug in the living room. I wrapped it up and put it among the other stuff in the yard, updated the signage and proudly indicated that it was only for 55. Only 10 minutes. Until my wife arrives home, I walk to the center of the street and turn to admire my job. It has a stunning appearance. It almost brought tears to my eyes. My wife is in my marital bed, kitchen table and throw rug, the 3 sites I was certain my wife and her lover had frequented during the previous 6 months, and the signage were excellent, high enough to be out of reach one by one. I read the enormous placard in front of the furniture. These stuff are yours to take free. They are no longer welcome in this home. If you could stand the odor of adultery and unfulfilled promises, help yourself. The sign over the bed reads, on this bed. My wife has frequently broken her wedding vows and sabotaged our marriage by having sex with her boyfriend twice a week for the past 6 months. This afternoon was their most recent tryst and the scent of their bodies still lingers on the blankets. The notice above the kitchen table stated that my wife and her lover frequently had intercourse on his table, usually just a few hours before she served me dinner. The sign over the throw rug read my wife and her lover seemed to prefer this rug for their fun. To each sign, I'd attached a 17.24 inches photograph of the adulterous couple consummating their union to the right piece of furniture. A fifth sign was placed slightly behind the table reading my wife's lovers are boss Greg Allen of Mitchell Price and Allen Reilly. He's married with 3 children. I doubt his wife is aware of any of this, but she will shortly. She'd be home any minute at 457, right on time. I turned back and noticed a bunch of neighbors gathered to watch what I was doing. Several cars had stopped and more than one person was on their cell phone, either phoning their friends to come take a look or calling the cops to have me arrested for promoting public obscenity. I strolled into the house and closed the door behind me, excited to be part of a sibling group. At exactly 5:50 p.m., I noticed my wife's car take the bend at the end of the street and instantly slowed down, seeing everyone gathered outside our house, pointing at something on our wagon and talking and laughing among themselves. She drove slowly to the house we'd shared for the previous 10 years and paused in front, peering at the side of the furnishings and the signs in her front yard, paying special attention, I'm sure, to the large photos of her and her boss, Greg Allen, having sex, their faces, masks of lust and pleasure. Even through her car window in the window of my house, and despite the conversation of the 40 or 50 people standing around gawking, I still heard her scream. No, oh God, no. Finally, her gaze shifted from the signs to the front window of the house, where she noticed me standing. We were staring at each other. She appeared distraught. Her face ash and white. I could see tears running down her cheeks. She appeared to be questioning why I had the same question for her. I studied her for a few seconds before turning away and closing the drapes behind me. I suppose at this time I should explain how my wife, Sherry, and I landed at this awful situation. My name is Jack Meyer. I met Sherry in college during our junior year. A mutual acquaintance suggested we get together, and when we first met I was smitten. Sherry was not a beautiful woman in the traditional sense, but she was really charming and sensual. She stands 5'2" in tall, with lovely blue eyes and dishwater, blonde hair that reaches her shoulders. Her figure was little but wonderfully shaped and her tiny waist drew me in, though she didn't realize it at the time. She convinced me that I would lose, which never occurred to me. Sherry and I began dating and got engaged within a few weeks. We made love for the first time a month after meeting, and it was unlike anything I'd ever felt before. I became captivated with Sherry and couldn't get enough of her body. We weren't virgins the first time around, but we were far from experienced and we enjoyed each other's bodies. Oral sex was fantastic and everything we did seemed to become a favorite. I think it's reasonable to say we were as deeply in love as two people can be. We married shortly after college and moved into our first house, a condo in Van en Shire, obtained her real estate license and started to work for one of the area's most recognized companies. I used my engineering degree to land a good job with an electronic manufacturing business and we settled into a life that I thought was ideal for the following 13 years. We had a wonderful life together, first in our apartment and then, when our income improved, we purchased our ideal home and started our family. Shelby, who is now 8 years old, arrived first. Ryan arrived 2 years later at the age of 6. Sherry and I are utterly smitten with those 2 children. Our family lives for one another. So what happened? I wish I could tell you, I wish I could claim I recognized the subtle indicators that anything was wrong, but I didn't. I was completely oblivious. I live in a world of total love and trust with my wife. It took a fluke to let me know what was going on, a fluke caused by our daughter Shelby becoming ill at school. It was Thursday and I received a call from the school nurse shortly before noon informing me that Shelby had contracted what appeared to be the flu. I was in the middle of a staff meeting when I requested that the school nurse call my wife. The nurse told me she tried phoning Sherry in her office, but was told my wife would be out for the remainder of the day. She tried our residence, but there was no answer, so she left a message for herself, only to be forwarded to voicemail. She called me, since it was critical that my daughter be picked up as soon as possible. I apologized to my colleagues and drove as quickly as I could to Shelby School, where I picked her up and returned home. When we arrived and I opened the garage door, I was surprised to find a car I didn't recognize parked next to my wife's. I instantly felt a knot in my throat and my stomach began to churn. No, it cannot be. I told myself that my wife, whom I loved more than life itself, couldn't be having an affair. It was not doable, but nonetheless, why was there a weird car in the garage with the door down? Something was extremely wrong and I had to figure it out, and I couldn't have my daughter find out with me. I instructed Shelby to stay in the car for a minute, but why? I want to go to bed, she wailed. I understand, sweetie, but I believe the exterminator has arrived. Spraying the house for bugs can only make you sicker. I lied to her. It was the first lie I had ever told my kid. Let me check first and then I'll come to collect you. Daddy. What's wrong? Nothing, Shelby. I am fine. Just the stink in the house bothered me, got to me. I am fine, don't worry, I'm okay. I left Shelby with her grandmother and told her I'd pick her up in a few hours. I didn't tell my mother anything about what I had witnessed. I just told her to watch Shelby. Till I came back from work, I was tempted to drive back to my house and confront the adulterous couple, but I realized I needed more than that. I needed vengeance. As I drove back to my workplace, I began to devise strategies to permanently damage my wife and her boss. The electronics company I worked with has multiple divisions. I was a senior engineer in the medical equipment division, which shared a big facility with a division that designed and manufactured commercial security systems. When I arrived at my office, I instructed my secretary to ensure that I was not interrupted for the rest of the afternoon, then picked up the phone and contacted my counterpart in the security division. Dan Taylor was an amazing engineer who had been a close friend since college. I told him I wanted to see him right away, and he said he was on his way anyhow, dropping off some plans to be replicated, and would see me in half an hour. I instructed my secretary that Dan could come into my office as soon as he came, and he did, knocking on my door 20 minutes following our phone discussion. "What's cooking, Jack?" he asked, entering and closing the door. "You appear to have just lost your final friend." "I believe I have, Dan, and I need your aid." "Anything." "Jack, what's going on?" "I just found my wife and her employer having sex in my home in my bed." "Damn, Jack, you are kidding." "I wished I was. I had to pick up my daughter from school. When I went home, I found a weird automobile in my garage. I sneaked into her room and discovered them on her bed. I couldn't believe it, but it was real. This should not happen to anyone." "What occurred when you challenged them?" "I did not challenge them. I wanted to, but my daughter was unwell and I didn't want to risk her seeing them, so I had her wait in the car for me. After I spotted them together, I silently left and drove Shelby to my mother's place." "What are you planning to do?" "I'm not sure, but I know I need proof. I want audio and footage of him the next time they do it, and that is where you come in. You need security cameras and microphones, something little I can conceal in many rooms of the house and videotape everything that happens. I believe I can help you with that, Jack, but how do you know there will be a next time? Perhaps this was a one-time incident in which things spiraled out of control. There's no chance." They then discussed how they had been doing it on a regular basis for the past 6 months. "I'm not sure if they always come to my house, but I'll bet they do. Hotels create paper trails that neither of them can afford, and her boss's wife stays at home, so when I'm at work and the kids are in school, I only have access to my house." We talked for a few more minutes before we got down to business. Dan stated that he had access to a new beta line of wireless small cameras and microphones that would be compatible with my laptop or home computer. He also had a little voice-activated recorder that I could place under Sherry's car seat to record any conversations she might have while driving. It would only catch one aspect of the discourse, but it was better than nothing. I thanked him and told him I'd pick up everything from his office the next day. Going home. That night was the most difficult thing I'd ever done. I wasn't sure if I could face my wife and act like nothing occurred. I felt the best thing I could do was make him believe I wasn't feeling well, which was true. I picked Shelby up from my mother's house, and when I arrived home, Shia was preparing supper in the kitchen. When she noticed I had Shelby with me, she became agitated. "Where have you been and why didn't you call to inform me that Shelby was sick? I just got the school nurse's message on the answering machine. The school attempted to contact you as Sherry, but for some reason you were available. They called your workplace and were told you were not present. They then dialed the house phone and left a message. They even called your cell phone, but it went to voicemail. Oh God, I must have mistakenly turned it off while viewing houses. I didn't get a minute to myself all day. Yes, I am certain of it. You're too busy having sex with your boss to bother about your daughter." Sherry hugged Shelby and apologized, then assisted her to her bed. My wife may be a nasty witch, but she adores her children. I appeared to be impeding her happiness. That was about to change, and Sherry quickly put her daughter to bed before returning to the kitchen to prepare soup for her and finish cooking dinner for the rest of us. I told her I wasn't feeling good either. I believe I will sleep in the guest room tonight, just in case I'm contagious. Sherry felt my forehead. You feel a touch clammy, honey, and you appear pallid. Yeah, I expected pallid and clammy. This is what happens when you discover your wife having sex with another man in your bed. I did not respond to her, simply turn and climb the stairs. I went first to the master suite. I loathed going in there, but I needed my shaving supplies, toothbrush and clothes for work the next day. So I forcibly entered the room. A window was opened, the sex scent was gone, and the bed had been made. She must have changed the bedding. It was unbearable to look at. All I could see in my mind was her employer having sex with her while she told him how good it was and how she belonged to him and him alone forever in the rooms within me like a wave, but I forced it down. I needed to be cool until I could bring the fires of hell down on both of their heads, which I will. This was a guarantee. I gathered the necessary materials and went to the guest bedroom, closing the door behind me. I stripped down to my skivvies before climbing into bed. My body felt wooden. I wanted to cry, but I suppressed it. I had a mission to achieve and couldn't let my emotions get in the way. For hours I lay in the darkness, unable to fall asleep. My wife entered the room after she had fed and put the children to bed. I pretended to sleep. She caressed my forehead with the palm of her hand before leaving the room, closing the door behind her. Sherry always brought the kids to school, so I got up early, showered and left the home before she woke up. I'm sure it seemed unusual to her, but I'd simply explained that I needed to make up for the missed hours. Yesterday I was feeling ill. I honestly didn't care what she thought. At this point I just wanted out. Up until yesterday I felt I had a lovely marriage based on everlasting loyalty, honesty and devotion. How dreadfully mistaken I was. I got to work before any of the office employees arrived. I made a pot of coffee and began making plans. I knew I needed to cancel our joint credit cards and transfer half of our joint checking and savings accounts to another bank. In my name only. I would modify my will, life insurance and 401 essential beneficiaries. Removing Sherry, leaving only Shelby and Ryan, it appears like dissolving the last 13 years of my life will need very little effort. It should be difficult deep within. I expected it to happen eventually. I also realized I needed to get a decent divorce lawyer to keep Sherry from raking me over the coals, since this was a no-fault divorce. State adultery would not be included in the financial settlement. It might, however, help me keep my children. Sherry had demonstrated how unimportant I am in her life, but she was a terrific mother and I did not want to remove her from her children. I only wanted joint custody so that I could continue to be a vital part of their lives. I tried hard not to think about our love life, and what do you mean? It was to hear my wife describe her partner as superior to me in every aspect. I knew. If I allowed myself to think about it right now, I'd begin to doubt myself, and I couldn't do it just yet. That I knew would happen later, and when it eventually hits me, it will most certainly destroy me. After I finished my list, I called Dean's office. He was there and assured me that he would have everything I needed by noon. He'd even come with me to help me set up everything and make sure I knew how to utilize it. I tried to concentrate on getting some paperwork off my desk. When my cell phone rang, I recognized Sherry and answered after 3 rings. Her speech always made me feel warm, but this time it was merely a prelude to blazing rage. "Hello, baby, how do you feel?" she inquired in her most loving tone. I'm still a little queasy to my stomach. I told her if only you knew how sick I was. I am worried about you. Honey, you left this morning before I could check on you. Yeah, I have a lot of things to take care of and not enough time, so I arrived early. Please, Jack, take care of yourself. I'm not sure what I would do if something happened to you. Shelby and Ryan are my entire life. I said to myself, you have a strange way of expressing that. However, what I told her was, yeah, I will be all right. I simply need to get it off my chest. So if you're up for it tonight, I can think of a great method to make things better for you. I thought of the witch, and to think I was so naively blind that I used to believe her wholeheartedly, but not anymore. She was about to get what she deserved, based only on my timing. Sure, let's see how I feel. Boy, you must not be feeling good if you are so uninterested in receiving what you know is yours, baby, not disinterested. Sherry, I just have a lot on my mind right now. See you. Tonight I'll be home by 600. If you need anything, honey, just phone me. I'm at the office all day today. That was exactly what I needed to hear. I called Ben. He claimed he had everything ready and asked me to meet him at the loading dock door. We loaded everything into Dan's van and had it installed and tested by 330. Thanks to the two of us working together, then I installed the software on my home office PC and created a secure folder to collect and save everything. Cameras and microphones picked up. We bugged the living room, kitchen, guest bedroom and, of course, the master suite, focusing on one room with 4 cameras. That would record almost everything that happened there. Finally, we planted a camera and microphone in the master bathroom in case the love couple wanted to wash together after their sex frolic. Everything was activated automatically by motion, with the cameras turning on the microphones. I was ready. That night was the toughest of my life. I couldn't bring myself to do the disease routine again. So after supper, when the kids were asleep, I dutifully followed my wife to our room, where I lay on my side, away from her, and fainted to sleep. Sherry appeared irritated, since we always called before bedtime. She snuggled up against my back and draped her arm around me. "Is anything wrong, my love?" she asked. "No, Sherry," I informed her, "that you have always gratified me. I just wonder if I am man enough for you, Jack. Why would you say that? You know you've always been enough for me, man. My life would be over if something happened to you. I won't need anyone else as long as I have. You are my ideal lover guy, always has been, always will be, yeah. I guess it's simply difficult to believe sometimes, Jack. What's wrong with you?" "Nothing, Sherry." I said, "I'm just tired," and closed my eyes to sleep. Later I heard Sherry crying softly. I didn't feel sorry for her, but I wondered if she cried out of shame for what she was doing or because she thought I was being harsh to her again. I got up before she did and used the chance to insert the voice recorder beneath the seat of her automobile. I also checked the video and sound from the installed equipment and was confident that everything we did the night before was captured clearly, even in the low-light settings of her bedroom. When Sherry awoke, she was a little irritated, informing me that I had said something the night before that hurt her feelings. Then she kissed my cheek and changed her mood to cheerful. I suppose it's because she has plans with her employer. That afternoon I poured her a cup of coffee and informed her that I would be trapped in my office all day. She informed me she had to spend the entire afternoon viewing numerous homes and was confident she would make a big sale, but she would be able to pick up Shelby and Ryan after school with a kiss on the cheek. I approached the garage door only to hear Sherry say, "Jack, you neglected to tell me that you love me. Honey, you understand how vital it is for me to hear you say that every morning before we begin our day." "Sorry, Sherry, I suppose by now you should understand how I feel about you. I simply have a lot on my mind." "Okay, I forgive you this time, but a female deserves to hear her boyfriend tell her he loves her. Do not forget, get that? I promise I won't. I walked out. Yeah, I will tell a girl how much I love her. If I ever meet another female I can trust enough to fall in love with. Sherry's information about seeing homes all afternoon led me to believe she would be spending time with the true love of her life. I hope this was the case. I was weary of playing games. I just wanted this disaster to be finished. However, I spent the morning working in my office. I kept looking at my watch. Finally, at midday, I informed my secretary that I would be gone for a few hours and put my plan into action. I checked out a corporate van and parked across the street from my house waiting to see what happened. It took almost 1:00 before I noticed Sherry's car approach the home, unlock the garage door and park in her normal location. When she stepped out of her car and entered the house without lowering the garage door, I assumed she was either going to depart immediately or was expecting someone. 10 minutes later I discovered that she was expecting someone in the identical car I had spotted earlier in the day. I summoned them all, drove up our driveway and into the garage, taking my position just as he had in my wife's body. I watched him get out of his car in the garage with the door closed. I had to give it to them. They had the audacity to meet at my place in my bed to conduct their Rebecca. It just confirmed to me that they both believed they would never be caught. Either that or they had both decided that it didn't matter if they were caught or not. They will soon realize how incorrect they were on both points. They had been apprehended and I knew they would both be quite concerned with this final confirmation of my wife's adultery, as well as the fact that I would soon have all of the photographic evidence I needed of their sordid Rebecca. For the first time in 13 years, I allowed myself to cry. I was confident that my devoted wife would never cheat on me, just as I would never cheat on her, and with the tears came the first wave of skepticism. Was he a much better lover? I noticed that he wasn't any bigger than me. Perhaps he was more attractive. Neither of us would win a stunt award. Why would you voluntarily risk breaking both your and his marriages? She had to realize there was no way. I was not going to tell his wife everything the two of them were doing. I desperately wanted to enter the house and confront them, but why? What would this accomplish? I would CCH them in the ACT, but I had already done so once, but they were unaware of it. Would I feel better if I beat the crap out of her lover? Yes, but I'd probably go to jail for it. To be honest, neither of them were worth it at this point. My sole concern was how all of this misery would affect my children and his children, as I was ready to destroy him just as he had devastated me. They must have finished by 2:30 because the garage door opened and her lover backed out and drove away. My wife repeated the process 15 minutes later, closing the garage door behind her. I knew she'd be home with the kids by 3:30, so I quickly parked in the garage and went to my home office. I didn't want to spend time going over all of the footage the cameras had captured. I only wanted to ensure that the proof I needed was safely stored on my hard disk. After 10 minutes I had seen enough. It wasn't exactly the same as the last time they were together, but it was certainly graphic. They had begun having intercourse at the kitchen table where I ate my meals. They chuckled about how many times they wondered if I'd ever realize I was eating in the same location where he had sex with her so many times. They then walked to our bedroom, but not before her lover offered doing it in my daughter's room to change things up. My wife had a fit and told him no way. It was bad enough that she let him rub her husband's face in it, but her children's rooms were always off limits. At the very least she appeared to have some principles, but not where I was concerned. They started in the bedroom. I noted that neither of them ever declared they loved each other, but my wife continued to tell her boss that he was the best lover she'd ever had. As a last act, I'm not sure why they moved to the throw rug beside the fireplace in the living room, where he did her again when they were finished. I thought it was weird that she didn't change the bedding, but I assumed she would do it when she got the kids home at 3:30. That gave her plenty of time to air out the room and wipe up the evidence. Because I rarely arrived home before 6, I was relieved to know that the proof I needed was safe on my hard drive. I turned off the system and left the house without bothering to check on the mess I thought was still on my marriage bed. I'd seen enough, and even though my heart had hardened against my wife, I felt horrible on the inside. The nausea was quickly replaced with a searing wrath and resentment. I guess I smirked, knowing what hell I was about to unleash on both of their cheating brains. I returned to work and told Jim everything I had observed. Like me, he couldn't understand how a wife who claimed to love Sherry could do. It was now completely evident what she was doing. Not only had she broken our holy promises to each other, but she had gone out of her way to humiliate me before her boyfriend, always telling him he was a better lover, more like a dude, the only one who could complete her. All of those thoughts plunged my soul into a deep pit of agony and sorrow. I knew I needed to get out so I could complete my mission of destroying both of them. I needed to find a reputable divorce lawyer, and Dan suggested that I contact the business. The company used to ask whether they could suggest somebody. I spoke with one of the firm's corporate lawyers, who provided me 3 names of divorce lawyers he knew who had a track record of successfully safeguarding husbands' rights. The first one I called was about to retire and was not accepting new clients, but the second one said he'd make time for me. The 3 were done with that. By the following afternoon, I resolved to cancel credit cards, change beneficiaries and move money around. The following morning when I arrived home that night, Sherry was in the kitchen preparing dinner as the children completed their homework in their rooms. She was wearing a yellow suit dress and looked stunning. For a moment I thought my heart would break all over again. She was smiling and seemed really happy. I assumed that was her typical poster afternoon. Joy, good mood. Hey, sweetie, how is my man? I hope you had a good day, like I did, she told me, which made my eyebrows lift in astonishment. My day was intriguing, not particularly good. However, I discovered numerous interesting topics that I was previously unaware of. Why was yours so good? I inquired, knowing full well why she was in such a happy mood. I made a sale. She remarked this is the first one for the week, but I believe there will be another on Thursday, when I see some more homes. I guess this was your lucky day. I told her with less than great excitement. Is there anything else unique about today? Have you met any intriguing or special people? I asked. She gave me a funny expression. No, honey, just the normal work to get through the day so I can get home and spend time with my family. You know where my heart is. I nodded my head. I also know where you and Sarah all were. I thought as I walked up to our bedroom to change clothes while I was changing. I saw the room's linens had been replaced. It turned out there was still water on the shower floor, which I mentioned to her. I returned to the kitchen. Did you have a shower this afternoon? She literally jumped at my comments and turned to me with a remorseful expression on her face. No, foolish, why should I do that? I'm not sure, but there is water on the shower floor and it never stays there longer than a couple hours. Oh, the drains are probably clogged up again. She said, maybe, but I only cleaned it out a few weeks ago. Perhaps someone is sneaking into the house to have a tryst with their beloved in the shower after a particularly satisfying session of sex. I said. This time she froze for a few seconds. She didn't turn to face me. Instead, she remained facing the counter, head down pulling lettuce apart for a salad. My Jack, you must have a vivid imagination to come up with something like that. Yes, that is me, Mr. Imagination, or is it ESP? Sometimes I believe I can read people's minds. If you could read my mind, you'd know how much I adore you. She tried to laugh, but it sounded strained. I'll be in my office. Let me know when dinner is ready. I told her, and she turned slightly to look at me. She appeared worried. Dinner was relatively quiet, with little talk. Cherry was astonished when I stole her customary seat at the table and forced her to sit in my normal area where she had sex with her employer a few hours before. Jack, you always eat at that spot at the table. Why change now? Oh, it's just wonderful to have a change of scenery. For once I stated. Sherry gave me a weird look and didn't eat much. After she sat down, she moved food around on her plate during supper. The kids discussed their day, but Sherry and I mostly listened, making appropriate comments here and there. After everyone joined in to help clean the dishes, I went back to my office to concentrate on my project. I rendered footage from that day and selected good still screens to transform into photos. I saved them as a photo file so that I could create large copies on my Absentee 3000. Next, I carefully selected the language for the signage I'd make with the images. All that remained was for me to see my lawyer and begin the divorce proceedings, get my finances in order and wait until my wife and her lover come to my place. When I eventually went to bed that night, Sherry was already sleeping or appeared to be. I was confident that my actions that evening had given her something to ponder about. Not that it mattered, but nothing she could do or say would persuade me to divorce or cheat on my ass. And as a bonus, I believe I made her little nervous. Today was Tuesday, and she added that she expected to make another transaction on Thursday, which I understood to mean that she and her lover would be getting together on that day. That was also the day I destroyed them. The next morning, I got up early, showered and left before Sherry was up. I had a lot to do and I wanted to allow myself as much time as possible to complete it. My lawyer's appointment was not until 3 am, so I had plenty of time to handle everything financial. My first stop was an HR department where I changed the beneficiaries of my life insurance and 401k from Sherry to Shelby and Ryan. The woman who helped me gave me funny looks, but I didn't feel obligated to explain my behavior to her or anyone else. My next move was to cancel all of our shared credit cards and get a new one established in my name. Only then was it time to go to the bank, where I moved half of the money from her joint checking and savings accounts to another bank in my name. I knew I should do something about our house, but I was confident the courts would allow Sherry to stay with the kids, so I postponed any action until I could confer with my lawyer at 3. I met with my lawyer and found him to be a pleasant enough individual. He cautioned me that because we were in a no-fault state, she could obtain custody of Shelby and Ryan and I'd lose the house and half of everything else to my wife, even if I had evidence of her infidelity. I told him I wanted him to draft the petition and he told me I couldn't get away with stealing practically everything from her. I told him not to worry. I was confident I could persuade her to go along with whatever I wanted. He wasn't thrilled, but he gave in to my demand, saying you'd have everything ready to serve her Friday AM. I also had him create papers to sue her boss and the company of which he was a part owner for intentionally wrecking my marriage. Those papers were also scheduled to be ready by Friday morning. I was set when I arrived home that night. I was cool with Sherry. To be honest, I was tired of it all and simply wanted it to be finished, so I could get on with my life. I knew there would be a lot of suffering and sadness ahead, but there was no turning back. In some ways, I'd finally be sharing my agony and suffering with my soon-to-be ex-wife and her lover. After a nice supper with no talk, I went to my man cave to print the images of the lovers I was going to use and make the signs, doing everything without interruption. I also found time to write a letter to Greg Allen's wife, enclosing 4x5 reproductions of the large images I was using on the posters and informing her that I had plenty of video to supply in case she decided to divorce her husband, as if I were dumping my wife. Shortly after 11:00 p.m., I returned to our bedroom to ensure Sherry was asleep, then went to her car, got the voice-activated recorder from under her seat, rewound it and listened to what was on it. I was only hearing one side of the talks and there appeared to be several legitimate business calls, one of which appeared to be Greg's. I am in love with her. Thank you again for this afternoon. I agree, I always miss you after we've been together. Yes, oh my God, spending a week together will be wonderful. Yes, perhaps we can. Soon we'll be able to organize a real estate convention that we simply must attend. Will you give me enough to drive me crazy? Yes, baby, only you know, if I didn't have to give Jack sex every now and then to make him pleased, I'd be your only possession. Yes, baby, we're set for Thursday afternoon. I can't wait either. Goodbye, baby. I was shocked to discover that what she said didn't hurt as much as it had previously. Perhaps there was hope for me. Yet she had no idea how quickly she'd become exclusive property forever. Of course, knowing that I was only one day away from wrecking their sweet lives made me happy. Revenge, I was discovering, was a potent medication. I replaced the tape and returned the recorder to her seat, hoping that it would capture evidence of her betrayal. I scarcely slept the next day as her world came apart, not because I was heartbroken. I'd gone beyond that. No, I had difficulty sleeping, since I was anticipating all that would happen. The next day I climbed out of bed for the final time, leaving Sherry sleeping. I stood there staring down at the lady who had been my life's love, the mother of my children and the woman. I planned to spend the rest of my life with tears welled up in my eyes as I realized I had slept with her for the last time. Never again, when I make love to her, never again will we hug or discuss our future. We had no future. As I turned and walked away from her, I wondered if she was aware of the consequences of turning against me. She probably didn't know, but she'd soon find out. I showered and left the house, stopping for breakfast at a diner before making a quick stop at work to inform my secretary that I'd be away for the day. I called Dan and told him what was about to happen. He wished me luck. He warned me to be cautious and requested me to let him know how things went. I made a quick stop at my lawyer's to ensure that everything was in order for my wife and Greg Allen to serve the next day. After that, I called my wife and told her I was going to pick up the kids from school. My mother stated that since they have no school on Friday, she wants them for the long weekend. I stated that I'll stop by the house around 3:45 to pick up some things and deliver them immediately to Mom's. She thought that was fantastic and told me in her sexiest voice that it would allow us time to spend Saturday in bed. Sure, I told her, then hung up. I had reached the point where I couldn't bear to listen to her. I took my time and returned to my residence by 12:30. I parked around the block and waited for the action to begin. My automobile was mostly hidden from view, but I could see any car that entered my driveway. I didn't need to see the garage door move up and down. My wife and her lover behaved predictably, if nothing else. At 12:50, I noticed Sherry's car pull into the driveway, followed 5 minutes later by Greg Allen. The bait was taken, and I was prepared to reel them in. I should have been in anguish, knowing my wife and her boss were having sex in my marriage bed while I waited in the corner waiting for them to finish, but she'd lost the ability to harm me. I couldn't believe how surprised I was, as I imagined all the things they were doing together. It was almost like remembering a cheap pornographic film with minimal plot but a bang-up ending. At 10:03, I noticed Alan's car pull out of the driveway and go. 10 minutes later, Sherry followed suit, sweet as she drove away. I watched her reapply new lipstick as soon as the old ones were gone. I pulled into my garage and closed the door. I had stuff to accomplish and not much time to complete it. I went to my office and reviewed the videotape from that afternoon session. Everything was there: the insults, the pronouncements that he was far better at sex than I would ever be. There was a difference this time. However, this time I didn't care. After ensuring that the footage had been safely transferred into my hard drive, I spent the next 10 minutes carrying all of my handcrafted placards with images up the stairs and positioning them near the front entrance, where they would be useful. Next, I packed a toothbrush and some clothes for Shelby and Ryan and loaded them into my car. The only remorse I felt about what I was going to do was the grief it would inflict the two children I adored more than anything in the world. I took solace in knowing that I had not caused the agony they would soon experience when they discovered their mother and father were no longer together. No, that duty fell squarely on their mother's shoulders. She was the one who decided to have a long affair, which absolutely devastated her family. At 3:15 I drove to their school and was waiting for them. When the final bell rang, I told them they'd be spending the weekend with Grandma, who usually spoils you rotten. They were thrilled. 45 minutes later I had dropped them off and returned home, where I put my plan into effect, and this puts us back to where we began: bed, table and rugs. I am the one with all the signs the neighbors were watching, and Sherry came home to the agony of discovering that I knew everything. I didn't hear from Sherry that night, though I expected to her. Cell phone rang late that evening, but when I responded no one was there. An hour after Sherry had left, I was visited by the police. They were sympathetic but told me I had to take down the signs and images or they would cite me for disturbing the peace and public immorality. I took them down. They had done exactly what I had requested. My wife noticed them, and the look on her face before I turned away from her told me that her life had begun to slide downward. That night I drank roughly a fifth of Maker's Mark and passed out in an alcoholic haze. I awoke Friday morning with a world-class hangover, but I still felt empowered. Yes, I felt unhappy and lonely, but I knew I had the strength to suppress my rage and loathing long enough to wreak my revenge on my unfaithful wife and her lover. Around noon I lifted the front window curtains and discovered that the rug, kitchen table and bed were vanished. The mattress and insect-stained sheets were the only things left. I'd take those away or burn them later. I thought the rest of the morning was unremarkable, but by 3:00 p.m. all hell had broken loose. I was confident that Greg Adams' wife would have gotten the letter in photos that morning, and my lawyer had called to notify me. Sherry, Greg Adams and their partners had all been served at work. Sherry screamed and fell to the floor, sobbing while Greg Adams walked around the office calling me names and threatening to kill me, despite the fact that he claimed to have been present when they were served. However, his associates shut themselves behind closed doors for 15 minutes before returning to offer Sherry her final check and inform her that her services were no longer necessary. They also gave Greg a check for his half of the partnership when he assured them he had no intention of selling to them. They cited a portion of their corporate bylaws dealing with morality and sexual fraternization among employees. The provision explicitly granted them the authority and right to end any relationships with him and his mistress. At the same moment, the front desk receptionist informed him that his wife was on the phone requesting to speak with him. She had received the letter and images I had provided, and she wanted to warn him not to bother coming home and to inform her that she would be filing for divorce the next day. I later discovered from the husband of one of the agency's female employees that after Adams was escorted out, everyone turned their backs on my soon-to-be ex-wife. She laid on the floor for perhaps 30 minutes weeping and wailing. She appeared to have gathered enough courage to leave the premises at some time, but no one knew where she went. The next day I received a call from Sherry. She sounded terrible. She wanted to know where the kids were and if they knew. I assured her that they were secure at my mother's apartment, that they were unaware of the nasty details and would not hear them from me. She thanked me for that and asked if she might come by to get some of her belongings. Of course I said she could. All she had to do was tell me when, and I'd go for a few hours while she acquired what she required. She asked if I could remain and talk to her, and I told her I didn't have anything to say, causing her to cry again. "You know, I apologize." She said, "You must know how sorry I am, Jack, and I never wanted to hurt you." I could not help myself. I genuinely began laughing. "Sherry, how the hell could you tell me you were sorry and you never intended to hurt me? What did you expect I would do when I found out? Congratulations to both of you. I didn't want you to find out I love you, Jack. I've never loved anyone besides you." I don't think you truly believe that, Sherry. How could you, after telling your sweetheart that he made you feel better than I ever could, how he was the only one who could complete you, how every time I made love to you, all you could think about was the one you never had inside you? Jack, I never said such things. How could you believe I would ever say such things to him? Because I have recordings of you uttering those words to him, Sherry, every syllable. I told him that you didn't have to let me have sex with you every now and then to make me happy. I got it. Everything, Sherry, every phrase, every disgrace you attempted to impose on my head, every demeaning thing you could ever say about a man you spoke to your lover, about me, your husband. I have nothing to say to you, Sherry, and nothing you can say to me will change how I feel about you. I love you, Jack. You have to think I have always loved you, only you. I'm not sure what made me say those words to Greg. You have to believe it. I did not mean any of it. If you didn't mean anything, why did you do it? I do not know, Jack. It just looked dirty and I felt like I should go nasty with Greg. That was it for Greg, fun and nasty sex. You are a really ill puppy, Sherry. I am amazed. It took me so long to notice it. Shame on me for being so blind and foolish. I don't love him, Jack. I love you. Please, Jack, if you can find it in your heart to give me the opportunity to make things right, I will give you everything. I was incredibly stupid. I only belong to you, only you, Jack. You must believe that I made a mistake, but that can't be the end for us. Let me show you I can come to you right now. Thank you, Jack. Please do not abandon me. Sorry, Sherry, I do not love you and I do not have to leave. You left me the things you did with him for almost 6 months. You spoke demeaning and humiliating things about me, proving that you do not love me. You cannot love someone and hoping for that type of suffering, harm and disgrace. Sherry, I believe you are disgusting, a malevolent and repulsive woman, and I can't wait to get you out of my life. Do you honestly believe I want anything to do with your ass after you handed it to him and promised that it would be his only possession forever? I wouldn't touch your skanky body if you were the last woman on the planet. The children are the only reason I will ever have anything to do with you. Remember them, Shelby and Brian, the children we created while still a family. Do you want them too? I'd like to spare them as much pain as possible, but I do not want to spare you anything. In fact, I want you to feel the misery you've inflicted on me. You and your lover, Greg, deserve it. I want you to feel it. Why did you inform his wife, Jack? That was not fair, unfair. Are you totally delusional? Sherry. You treated me and her children unfairly. Why in the heck do you think I told her? Number 1. He destroyed my family by having sex with my wife repeatedly. Number 2, he took ownership of the one body on this planet that I believed was mine. To have an old animator tell him how wonderful he was and how terrible I was. In number 3, his wife needed to understand what a sad failure of a human being she was married to. What she does with that information is entirely up to her. They have children, Jack. So do I want to keep Shia and my 2 children safe. I feel awful for his children too. However, it is not because of me that kids may face a future without their father. It is his fault. It was also your fault, Sherry. I refuse to accept any of the guilt here. I do not want a divorce, Jack. I will fight for our marriage. There's nothing to fight over. I'd rather die than be bound to you for the rest of my life. Jack, I know you still love me. You have to believe it. You can't just turn it off for one like this. My God, you were delusional, totally out of your head. Have you read the divorce petition you were issued with? No, why should I? If you simply listen to reason, I'll make it up to you. There will be no divorce. If you can't do it for me, please do it for Shelby and Ryan. They need both a mother and a father, Jack. They'll always have a mother and father. We won't get married or live in the same house. If you cared to read the petition, you would have noticed that as long as you agreed to joint custody of our children, you can stay in the house and have half of our worldly possessions. What is not included in the petition. But I'm telling you right now that if you don't sign the petition and agree to the more than favorable terms, I'm offering you I'll show the videos of you and your dumb lover to everyone you've ever known, including your parents, sister, her children and anyone else I can think of. You would not do it. Jack, you can't really dislike me. Oh Sherry, that's where you are mistaken. I can and will. There's nothing on earth that can stop me. If you fight me, your life will be ruined forever. And yeah, Sherry, I can detest you so much, but please, Jack, do not do this. Sign your divorce papers, Sherry, please, let me make it up to you. Jack, no, sign the paperwork. Sherry, oh God, please sign these papers. We hung up on her. Sherry signed the paperwork and the divorce was finalized after 6 months. She lives in the same hall as Shelby and Ryan used to share. I reside in a condominium a few blocks away. We are in the same school district, so the kids' schedules were little disrupted, but both of them felt the agony of the divorce. Shelby told me that their mother realized she had made a big mistake in her marriage and couldn't fix it, but we both assured the kids that we would always be there for them. I'm not sure what Sherry told her parents and sister about breakup, but because they all still talk to me, I assumed she didn't tell them I was to blame. My mother saw it as something Sherry and I couldn't get past. I finally got a chance to collect the tape recorder from Sherry's car and the voice track was remarkable. She contacted Greg on her way home and thanked him again for a beautiful time, but she told him she worried I might be getting suspicious and advised they slow things down for a couple of weeks until she was sure the coast was clear. Then, when she arrived to the house, she became perplexed, wondering what everyone was doing standing in the street, staring into our yard. Then, when she saw the placards and images and knew what I had done, her screaming nearly broke through. She took the recorder and drove away. She sobbed insane. "What have you done, Jack? What did you do then?" I believe reality hit her like a bucket of frigid water, causing her story to change. "Oh God, what have I done now? God, please. What have I done? Please, God, make everything go away." She managed to contact her sweetheart, and when he responded, she shouted, "He is aware of Greg and our situation. Jack knows everything." Then she sobbed for a long time. It's been nearly a year since the fires of hell swept over all of us. I'm gently putting the parts back together. I still don't date and probably won't for a time. The notion of repeating what I recently went through makes me wary of entering another significant relationship. Shelby told me that her mother had gone on a date once but returned home crying, and as far as she knew, I had not dated. Since Sherry obtained a work as a receptionist at a retirement village and has given up real estate for the time being. I've never found out if she keeps in touch with Greg Allen, and I don't care. Greg Allen and his wife are divorced and he has been unable to find work. You see, even though I didn't release a video of their sex encounters to anyone, she knew I was not his type of Greg. Many firms appear to be concerned about hiring someone with a history of wooing married women and dissolving marriages. Of course, I first removed Sherry's face from the movies, but I left all of the audio intact. I recently learned that Greg's ex-wife is dating a decent gentleman, a police officer, and they appear to be growing serious. Good for her. And speaking of Greg's former employer, to avoid any negative press, they made me a significant offer to keep me from suing them. I accepted, and as far as I'm concerned, everything is behind me. For the time being, my primary concern is my children's future. Perhaps one day my future will be meaningful to me. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates. As we were about to celebrate our 4th wedding anniversary, I sensed a subtle shift in our relationship. The mounting pressure from Ella's new job as a project manager exacerbated her OCD, and the time we spent together dwindled. The real blow. Discovering Ella's betrayal in an affair with her co-worker, Derek. Welcome to the Love and Betrayed Love channel. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to subscribe and give it a thumbs up. My connection with Ella required a spark. Our 4th wedding anniversary approaching, we noticed a shift in our relationship, which was likely caused by Ella's new work as a project manager, which required her to take on greater responsibilities while her employer recovered from a heart attack. As the tension rose, Ella's generally well-controlled OCD worsened, she worked more and more, and we spent less and less time together. At first, Ella appreciated the modest gestures I made to help her relax, such as do massage her feet, cleaning the house and doing the laundry. But approximately 6 weeks following the promotion, everything appeared to lose its meaning. My attempts to console and assist her were received with scorn, and I felt like an outsider in my own home, desperate for guidance. I turned to long-married friends, including Mark Friend. "I cannot believe what you are telling me. It's normal for couples to face issues, but you and Ella have only been married for 4 years. Are you certain you didn't dream it?" Mark was astonished when I told him about some of the harsh things Ella had lately said. He went from astonishment to outright shock and stood by me as a friend. "Maybe she dropped you. I don't understand how or when this might have happened. She spends a significant amount of time in the office monitoring the transition to a new platform and is accountable for the project. This initiative is altering the trajectory of her career. Ella is too determined and single-minded to miss it by going to a romantic retreat. It appears that it is my friend. Your wife is entirely engrossed in her career, and you were simply a victim of her goals. I've been thinking about it, but something doesn't seem right in this situation. Mark answered carefully, staring at the remains of his beer. Knowing him so well, I could practically hear the internal debate waging in his mind: have another drink or return home to your wife and children. As he made his selection, a tiny smile appeared on his face and he signaled the bartender to pay the tab. Mark's affection for his family was evident. After settling the bill, he said his goodbyes to me. Alex, don't hurry to blame Ella for anything, especially because she's working relentlessly under immense pressure to finish this job. Unsupportive spouses are terrible. Don't be that type of spouse, Mark said. The man seated next to me appeared to respond to Mark's comment. I tried to hear his words. An unsupportive spouse is unpleasant, but an unfaithful spouse is even worse, he claims. I opted to trust, but also to verify. Ella was stuck in the office the next Saturday, putting new equipment together. I called her in the afternoon and offered to deliver pizza for lunch. Ella gratefully accepted my offer, but requested that I deliver 3 large pizzas because there were 4 hungry people in the office. I accepted their orders and headed to Ella's office to deliver the pizza. When I arrived, Ella introduced me to Sophia, whom I had met at the previous holiday party, as well as 2 new guys, Derek and Eric, who had recently been recruited. When the 5 of us were eating pizza, the environment was easygoing, with the exception of Derek, who appeared to be more controlled, as is characteristic with techies. So I didn't pay much attention to it, even if I didn't show it. I wanted to know how Ella spent her time away from home. She was clearly committed to the project, staying late at work and refusing to leave. After 3 weeks, I found myself at home. I looked forward to Ella's comeback. There was no evidence of misbehavior on her part, but our emotional and physical connection had yet to be repaired. I decided to take a fresh strategy and change tactics. The aroma of food emanated from the stove. The bottle of Mero was uncorked. The table was beautifully arranged with flickering candles and invasive flowers. It is exactly 5:30. Ella entered the room, her eyes grew wide at the sight of me. A smile crept across her face as she kissed me and removed her coat and shoes. Alex, that's quite thoughtful, she said. I served her a glass of wine. Go freshen up and prepare for dinner. In 10 minutes we will need to talk about something. Her glance met mine and I noticed the gears churning in her thoughts when Ella descended the stairs. A magnificent meal awaited: the juicy medallions, baked potatoes with crunchy asparagus. We struck up a conversation about our days, enjoying every bite. After finishing her lunch, Ella sat back in her chair, her eyes full with an anticipation. I took out the envelope and gently opened it. Ella, I understand the struggles you've endured over the last 5 months, and I know your appeal date is coming up in just 2 weeks on Saturday. I believe it is critical that we spend time together once the appeal is filed, given that you'll need to stay close for at least 2 weeks after submitting your application. I've scheduled a week off starting in a month. We need to make a decision within 24 hours, and if I do not cancel by 4:00 tomorrow, we will forfeit 25 of our deposit. I distributed a brochure for the Caribbean resort, from where we will travel first class to the Dominican Republic. The resort provides an all-inclusive vacation for couples. I leaned back in my chair. I watched Ella as she sought for me in the brochure she was holding. After a minute of stillness, she spoke out, tears in her eyes. Alex, this is wonderful. I would love to go on a trip with you. The timing could not be better. Everything should be prepared for our departure. Thank you. The subsequent 4 weeks seemed to drag on indefinitely. Ella's project was complete. The changeover was effective, with only minor issues that were soon resolved. I parked the car in a quiet lot and we took a shuttle to the terminal. We had just 2 little suitcases. My backpack is in her travel bag. I had planned to spend the entire week wearing shorts, a polo shirt and swimming trunks. Ella packed 3 sundresses, 2 pairs of shorts, a few t-shirts and a carry-on bag. After collecting her boarding cards, we were waiting in line for first-class security when a familiar face approached us. Ella was visibly astonished and probably spoke louder than she intended. I need to talk to you, Ella. At first I was annoyed because I assumed it was work-related. Can't this conversation wait till Ella returns from her vacation? But Derek ignored my inquiry. Ella, we need to chat now. Ella, who appeared disturbed, interrupted before I could respond. When? Please continue. I'll straighten this out right now and get back to you. It will not take long. I paused. Ella insisted, please then leave. I will come to you. She seemed really angry as she turned to face Derek, realizing that staying put would merely postpone the inevitable. I glanced at my watch and proceeded through security. When I got to the gate, I discovered the plane had begun landing. I knew just where to go when I felt the desire for a drink. Unfortunately, I made the second largest mistake of my life. I proceeded calmly along the first-class passenger path, confidently presenting my boarding pass along the aisle and into my seat. I didn't wait for them to finish before ordering a double bourbon still carbonated. To my amazement, the flight attendant returned with my drink in less than 30 seconds, showing that I had asked properly and thanked her. I took a long sip, feeling the warm liquid move down my throat, relaxing my thoughts and heart as the last passengers boarded. I attempted to phone Ella, but there was no answer and the call went directly to voicemail. I sent a message inquiring where you are, but received no response. I've sent another mail. You do not have much time. Where are you now? I'm completely immersed in my phone. I didn't notice the cabin door closing or the plane starting to move. At that point, Ella's message flashed on my screen. I apologize. The flight attendant stood next to me, softly reminding me, Sir, you should switch off your phone. Her voice jolted me out of my daze. Can I come outside? This is an urgent situation. What is the reason for the urgency? My wife missed the plane and I'm concerned she may have abandoned me. I'm sorry, sir, but we can't return to the boarding gate for this reason. Please consider how this will impact the other passengers. My countenance may have revealed my desperation as she handed me a little bottle of bourbon before beginning the safety demonstration. 5 painful hours have passed when the plane landed at a Dominican airport. I immediately called Ella. No surprise, she didn't answer the phone. After finishing the call, I noticed a missed call message and listened to the voicemail she left when. I'm truly sorry. Please read the letter that I sent you. It'll explain everything. I apologize. I was cowardly. You deserve more. With a heavy heart, I opened the email on my phone. Ella left a message the airplane was prepared to land. The timing could not have been worse. After exiting the plane, I quickly located an empty seat and opened Ella's letter. She confessed, then I'm truly sorry. I figured I could leave you and start Ish. I've been seeing Derek behind your back for the past 4 months until you offered leaving together. Her communication was lengthy, filled with apologies, justifications and information about her infidelity. I said, attempting to remain calm while reading the note. Passing through customs. I certainly got the attention of one of the agents before I knew it. I was in a little room with 2 agents in my suitcase. Fortunately, one of them spoke English, so I persuaded him to read the letter from my wife. The humiliation of being portrayed as a devoted husband was nearly excruciating. I was released after an hour when I reached the resort. It was already evening, so I immediately boarded the shuttle by the time I arrived at my location. It was about 8:00 p.m. I wanted to get a drink and go to bed. However, as I attempted to check into my room, the booming blues in my head persisted. The receptionist inquired, "Where is your wife?" Unfortunately, my wife could not attend. "Sir, I'm terribly sorry. This is a couple's resort and I cannot allow you to check in without your wife." She said that I had spent $5,000 for a week and needed a room. I insisted. "Unfortunately, the hotel cannot make an exception for you," the night manager stated. Despite this, he graciously offered to accommodate me at another resort nearby that had open rooms. He even arranged for a messenger to escort me there. When I attempted to check in at the second resort, my credit card was denied. Then I attempted to use my backup card, but it was rejected. 2 people are worried. I tried contacting Ella for an explanation, but received no response. After calling both banks' hotlines, I received notification that the cards had been terminated. Disappointed, I texted Ella to ask why the cards had been cancelled. 10 minutes later, she responded that Derek had proposed cancelling the cards, believing they would be unnecessary because the resort was prepaid and operated on an all-inclusive basis. Upon getting her response, I recognized that my son's outburst of insults and profanity had taken the hotel staff off guard. Fortunately, the one upside of that day was that I had more than $600 in cash on me. I used some of it to pay for the night and had more than half left over. I entered my room, which was perhaps the worst $300 per night hotel I'd ever stayed in, and sat down in an armchair to collect my thoughts. Unfortunately, I was unable to access my bank accounts. The next morning I needed to contact the bank, so I called my brother in Denver for assistance. After explaining the circumstances and assuring him and his wife of my genuine intentions, I finally gained their backing. With their assistance, I was able to resolve my urgent issue, and my brother agreed to go to his bank early the next morning and transmit money to the nearest Western Union. After that I contacted Ed the airline to ask about my ticket. I realized my ticket was non-transferable and they had chosen the cheapest option, which meant the tickets were not refundable. I was told that if I wanted to buy return tickets with cash, I had to do so in person at the terminal. The earliest flight from Boone to Kono was scheduled for Tuesday evening, so I sat down to read Ella's letter one final time. I apologize for thinking I could leave you and start anew with a clean slate. I had been dating Derek behind your back for the past 4 months before you suggested we depart together. I never meant to betray you. However, as the project became more difficult and I spent less and less time with you and more with Derek, I realized I was relying on him for emotional support. I hadn't planned for this, but it turned out that way, although I fought for several weeks. Following his first kiss, I eventually gave up after a long working Saturday without the rest of the team. I finally gave in to his advances and betrayed you. I couldn't help but wonder why you didn't notice me sliding away and my developing interest to Derek. Now, as I type this letter, I realize how many times you attempted to contact me. How many times have you asked me what occurred and how you could help? It's too late to appreciate your efforts to save for marriage. Consider booking a week at a resort to reconcile. When you suggested the week we'll spend together working on our relationship, it was as if you opened my eyes at that moment. I realized I wanted to marry you. The following day, I stopped my connection with Derek. Despite his constant attempts to rekindle our connection, he struggled to accept it. I mostly resisted. I admit I am weak. I surrendered to temptation when I began an affair with him. I was weak when I allowed him to continually urge me to say goodbye to him in recent weeks, and I was weak when he got me to skip our flight during our plane week together. I hope you can find time this week to unwind and clear your head. Derek proposed that you spend a week in a luxurious resort in paradise, where you could enjoy delicious food, plenty of drinks, sunshine and a respite from work. He believes it's the ideal method to forget about everything. I almost left and boarded the plane, but when he arrived at the airport he remarked, you will learn everything about our affair. You probably won't want to be around me after that. It was obvious and I couldn't imagine how difficult it was to sit next to you for 5 hours and sense your scorn. I needed a week to reflect on my conduct. I'll attempt to call you when I return next Sunday. My belongings should be out of the house by then. Please do not discard me. I know I've reached a point where I can no longer be a loving wife, but I can't stand your fire of guilt, Ella. I almost deleted the email, but I ultimately decided to save it and answer one question. I didn't see Ella outside because she was probably hanging out with that jerk from work. The bar was still open for another hour, so I had plenty of time to walk downstairs, get a drink and toast my unfaithful wife. At the end of our marriage, my father always warned my brothers and sisters about the dangers of alcohol. I followed his advice before graduation and again on my 21st birthday. Drinking classes never resolved any issues. Even worse, problem drinkers are classified into 3 types: whining, angry and too joyful. Avoid becoming one of them. Drink alcohol gently and steadily, enjoy the thrill, but bear in mind the boundaries of what is permitted. If I catch you driving regardless of your age, I will seize your vehicle and punish you. Interestingly, my father did not enjoy tea. He could drink beer just like any other individual, but I've never seen my father get drunk at stupid or drive after more than one beer. He followed his own rules. I knew I'd only have 2 beers at the bar before heading back to my room, but I planned to enjoy each one. After drinking my first drink, I looked around the bar. There were 2 single guys for couples, including, I believe, a same-sex pair and a 5th couple, who were dancing and attempting to impress one another. The bartender caught my eye as I looked around the room and we both laughed. The man on the dance floor undoubtedly weighed more than 132 pounds and his partner resembled olive oil. At least his wife did not abandon him at the airport. I thought to myself. It made me reflect about my own position. How did I screw it up? Did I truly mess things up? Were the 5 years that Ella and I spent together, including 4 years of marriage, an illusion? I did not believe it. As I sipped my second glass of beer, it appeared to me that we were in love and happy. A few months ago, I remembered our meeting 5 years ago at the Chiefs baseball game. Ella stood out in her awry Sandberg t-shirt among a bunch of girls. Despite the Chiefs' affiliation with the St. Louis Cardinals, there were plenty of Cubs supporters in the neighborhood. I grabbed a seat next to them, determined to get to know the tall blonde with the lovely face and long legs. After buying all 4 of them drink, I utilized Ella's t-shirt to strike up a conversation. You seem a little young to be wearing a Sandberg t-shirt. He was before your time, right? Sandberg was my father's favorite player and he gave me the jersey. She reacted by taking my hand. My name is Thomas Linda, but everyone calls me Len. I introduced myself. My name is Ella Harper, but everyone just calls me Ella. She answered. She claimed that she was a senior at Derek Lay University studying in information technology. I informed her that I graduated from college 2 years ago and now work in Caterpillar's engineering department. The debate eventually returned to Sandberg's t-shirts. Dad stated. The 5 finest days of his life were when he married my mother and when I and my brother Luke were born. Ryan Sandberg, the Cubs draft pick that day, blasted 2 home runs against Bruce Sutter. Did your dad play for the Cubs? He did not make the main team, although he spent 2 years at Iowa. It's still a fantastic feat, I responded after Ella and I had communicated during the game. She went with her pals, giving me her phone number and encouraging me to call. I called the next day and that weekend we went on a date which marked the start of our romantic connection. After several months, Ella finally spent the night with me. She was not only beautiful, but she was also an excellent athlete. Her various accomplishments included graduating from high school with honors, but there remained one potential roadblock in our connection. Her acquaintances, particularly her father, were fierce competitors when it came to their sports teams in the pub. I watched my alma mater Purdue battle Derek Lay in a men's basketball game. I enjoyed it when Purdue won, but I knew I couldn't change the outcome. But that night, every time Derek Lay scored, one of Ella's male pals teased me and greeted the rest of the table. Fortunately, Derek Lay won and I was told that I needed to buy the following round. Even though I was unhappy, I stayed firm and asked that the winner purchase beverages. Despite my best efforts, I failed to impress Ella's pals. That evening, Ella remained silent and appeared unconcerned about the incident. I had no clue. Meeting her father would be even scarier. Thanksgiving arrived 4 months after Ella and I started dating. When I entered their Arlington Heights home, her parents greeted me warmly. Despite Ella's typical intellect, she was mistaken in believing that speaking with her pals had saved me from trouble. As soon as Ella introduced us, she joked. "Be careful, Dad. He is a Cardinals fan." I couldn't help but notice the old man had a tiny grimace on his face. It was 2011, only 5 years until the Cubs won the World Series. 10 years ago, the Cardinals made 3 World Series appearances and won twice. It's obvious that this could be a sensitive subject for a Cubs fan, particularly one who was previously a member of their farm system. I was trying to make a good impression on my girlfriend's family, so I tried to hide my enthusiasm for the Cardinals. But to be honest, I was never the most devoted fan for the next 5 years. Right up until that day, at the airport, my girlfriend's father appeared to be continuously criticizing me, waiting for me to make another mistake. Let's just say he wasn't the friendliest person. I wonder if he is pleased with how things turned out. But that is a story for another day. After Thanksgiving, Ella and I returned to Peoria and resumed our usual activities. Ella, who was about to graduate from college, had already landed a position with State Farm in Bloomington. I decided to call Mr. Harper and ask for his daughter's hand in marriage. Soon after I purchased a ring, just 2 days until Christmas, I finally presented Ella to my family, who greeted her with joy on Christmas Eve. I dropped down on one knee and proposed to Ella, and she answered yes through tears. We spent no time preparing her wedding, which was set for the end of July, exactly 1 year after that memorable day in Dozer Park. We hadn't officially moved in together yet, but Ella typically stayed with me for 4 or 5 nights per week. Her family did not approve of premarital cohabitation, so we located a tiny farmhouse for rent between Peoria and Bloomington, where we both worked. After marrying on July 30th and spending our honeymoon on Miami Beach, we moved into this house around 4 months ago. Everything went wrong and I was left thousands of miles away from home drinking Dominican beer. After the bartender rang the bell to announce the last call, I finished my second president and thanked him for providing me with a peaceful spot to ponder. I returned to my hotel on Monday morning, having left a hefty tip. I called our bank and discovered that all 3 of our accounts were closed. I went to the Western Union office to get the money my brother had sent. Take a taxi to the airport. I purchased a ticket for Tuesday's flight, ensuring that it would not take off earlier. Returning to the resort in the middle of the day, I decided to extend my room reservation till the following day. Unsure what to do next, I resolved to give up booze and run down the beach in swimming trunks before swimming in the warm sea. After that, I returned to my room, annoyed by the sight of other couples in a loving embrace. To avoid becoming any more annoyed, I booked room service for supper, preferring to dine alone. I spent the next 5 hours engrossed in a Vince Flynn paperback I purchased at a hotel boutique. The following day was packed with a lengthy swim, checking out of the hotel, lunch in the city, a trip to the airport and 7 hours spent writing another spy book. After boarding the plane, I attempted to fall asleep, but was unsuccessful. After that, I had a 5-hour trip home. Now that I was inside my house, I was confronted with an empty room. Since most of Ella's belongings had already been removed. I awoke about noon on Wednesday and collapsed on the bed. I phoned a friend at his office, who provided me the name of a lawyer. After speaking with Henry Abbott, I scheduled an appointment for Thursday afternoon. Henry, as he chose to be known, was distinguished by his professional demeanor. Although he did not wish to become my best friend, he told me that he would provide dependable representation and protection. After hearing my case, he promised to submit the appropriate documentation for review by Monday, provided I could supply all of the requested information by Friday afternoon. I hit the road with a comprehensive list of information and chores that needed to be finished by Friday afternoon. Henry proved to be extremely organized, instructing me to capture every occurrence, from Derek's arrival at the airport to the moment he received the documents. He emphasized that I was in a foreign nation alone and requested a comprehensive inventory of our property, including expenses incurred in Washington and on the way back and a list of items missing from our home. Upon my return, it didn't matter how quickly I processed the documents at the finish on Monday morning, while I was waiting for a call from Abbott's office to tell the documents were ready for my signing. My secretary entered my office when a man came to visit you, but he refuses to explain the reason. She said it's okay, Sarah. I said I will go to him. Henry warned me that Ella might be the first to file. He assured me that learning about their motives would be beneficial. Furthermore, it would place me in the position of a victim. She would be the one to initiate the divorce, not me. Obtaining divorce papers was agonizing, despite the fact that it was perfectly legal. After reading the papers, I felt a wave of rage and almost succumbed to the impulse to phone Ella and speak up. Fortunately, I was able to restrain myself and avoid falling into this trap. One of my acquaintances described a similar incident, in which his wife's lawyer attempted to irritate him in the same way. As a result, he called his estranged wife and engaged in a heated confrontation with her. During the court session, an unexpected court order prohibiting contact was issued, providing additional evidence of his hostile behavior. I swiftly turned over the paperwork to my lawyer, knowing the legal struggle was about to begin. 2 months later, my lawyer and I were in the courtroom excitedly expecting the entrance of the judge. My heart sunk as she finally entered the hallway. She was a female judge, and I couldn't help but fear the worst. After hearing of men's harsh treatment in divorce court, I prepared myself for the worst. Ella's lawyer issued a number of demands, while Ella did not even look at me. During the talks, I observed that idiot Derek was not in the courtroom. They made a strategic decision. My lawyer explained our perspective, which was already known to the judge. All of the information had been previously researched and analyzed. After Ella's lawyer had a chance to react, we submitted a final rebuttal. The court asked Ella a question in her maiden name, just as her lawyer had Harper. You did not accuse Mr. Linder of cruelty. Have you recently fallen in love with Mr. Derek Leigh Parker and decided to leave your husband because of your feelings for another man? Ella and her lawyer paused for a while before she said yes, Your Honor, there was no brutality. Thank you for being honest. I will not allow anyone in my courts making false accusations about cruelty. For selfish reasons, she paused briefly to go over her notes. The court has decided to grant a divorce with immediate effect. Alimony has not been assigned. Both parties will maintain their pension funds and personal items. The jointly acquired property will be distributed equally as part of the settlement. Miss Harper will refund Mr. Linder for $9,000 in expenses, including his half of the vacation expenses incurred during his stay. In exchange for the ticket, Miss Harper will pay both Parry attorney's expenses and set aside $3,200 for half of the couple's rent for 7 months after her departure, until the lease on the house they rented expires. The judge looked at Ella and remarked severely, Girl, you claim to love your husband. If that is how you treat a loved one, I can't imagine how you treat people you don't love. This unexpected turn of events really caught me off guard. Ella had saved $2,000 for a house, but she had to give me nearly $11,000 as the lawyer, and I exited the courtroom. I instantly heard a scream behind me. Turning around, I noticed Derek sitting on a bench. He tried to get up, but I swiftly approached him. You know she's going to cheat on you too. I said this before I left the courthouse. I offered Henry lunch. We headed to a diner on the opposite side of the street. I was taken aback when I saw that the judge was a woman. I was terrified. I would get into trouble. You were wrong on 2 points. There will always be an elderly judge who is captivated by a stunning wife, and you will provide her with a farm. We cannot find a greater judge than Judy Carter. You knew we'd be speaking in her courtroom. Why haven't you told me? I did not want you to have false hopes. Would be overconfident if she was going to closely monitor you. Henry added. Judge Carter has been happily married for 40 years and is a highly known attorney. Barry Carter works as a machinist for a local machine company that supplies parts to Caterpillar. Despite his exceptional golf skills, he stays humble and unpretentious at the club, regularly winning events by 5 strokes. Henry paused for a sip of coffee. Let me give you one more anecdote to demonstrate that not all marriages are doomed and that there are lovely ladies in the world. Judy and Barry shared a table with my wife at the country club dance, me and another couple. Judy ignoring. Barry was approached by a well-known man who owns a car dealership in the city and invited to dance. Barry stayed humble but respected his wife enough to let her handle the problem. Judy fiercely began criticizing the man. She inquired, Have you ever been taught etiquette? No civilized man will invite a lady to dance without first requesting her escort. Leave right now, and I pray you never end up in my courtroom. If you ask for another judge, I cannot promise a fair trial. The judge kissed her husband, gently aware that some people underestimate him because he works with his hands. Having laughed at this anecdote, I couldn't help but like Judge Corner's distinct personality. "You stand out among lawyers." I said I felt the need to emphasize that I wasn't attacking his occupation. Henry smiled back and continued. "My father worked on the assembly line for over 30 years and my mother dedicated herself to raising 5 children. When I entered the law faculty, my father hugged me, congratulated me and gave me advice: do not turn into a jerk. After lunch, I thanked him again and then we left ways. Despite well-meaning efforts by friends and colleagues to date me, I was not ready for a new relationship. My heart hadn't fully recovered from the last rupture. Instead, I sought solace in frequenting local bars where I was recognized as a regular. I had some free time, so I went dancing, but I immediately learned what it takes to be a women man. One evening I was enjoying the company of a wonderful woman. As we were leaving, I noticed a slight mark on her left hand where a ring had previously been unable to resist. I asked if you were married. She hesitated, looked at me with surprise on her face and finally acknowledged yes, but my husband is away now. Where is he? He is currently in Afghanistan serving in the army. You should feel embarrassed of yourself. Your husband is risking his life for his nation and you intend to betray him. She began crying and eventually collapsed on the sidewalk. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, I'm bad. She said. I helped her up and she looked at me, tears in her eyes. She then attempted to rationalize her behavior by stating that her spouse had been gone for 5 months and she was single. A couple males at work are interested in me, but I do not want to cheat on him. Today I went on my first date. I wanted to feel like a woman. As we passed the late-night diner, I offered her a cup of coffee, put on the ring and said, "Let us go." I answered, offering her my reliable handkerchief to wipe away her tears. We spent the next hour at the diner, where Megan told me everything about Sergeant Michael Davis. She told me about 2 horrible persons at work. One of them was her boss and put pressure on her. Their continual harassing left her tired. I urged Megan to speak with HR and offered to take her home. We decided to have lunch together the following Saturday. I tried to see her on a regular basis and remind her to deal with the bullying she experienced. We met once every few weeks to speak over coffee and a snack. Megan eventually informed me that the firm had transferred her to a different department and had taken action against the 2 men who were causing her distress. One day, she walked into a coffee shop wearing a bright smile that was impossible to ignore. Michael will return home in about 2 weeks, she claimed. I congratulated her, expressing my happiness for her, but also knowing that this could be our final meal. Together, she expressed her sadness at the prospect. "Thank you for being such a great buddy." She stated, "You helped me deal with difficult situations at work and showed me how close I was to losing the most important thing in my life. Michael is in love. Your friendship is very important to me and I will always be grateful for your support. I will miss her," but as I left the restaurant, I was filled with a sensation of contentment. Later, as I was leaving my office building, I came across a tall man dressed in a military uniform who I recognized from Megan's PH photo. "Are you Thomas Linder?" he inquired without extending my hand. I allowed him to take the initiative. "Can we locate someplace to talk?" he proceeded. "There is a bar a few blocks south of here. I will meet you there." Good. He followed me as we drove away in our automobiles. Once inside, I ordered my first drink. Megan informed me what had happened. I wanted to speak with you personally and hear the truth from her mouth. It was quite difficult to return home and discover that my wife had confessed to going on a date. Well, it did not happen, at least not for me or anyone else. She made a mistake out of weakness, but her affection for you was unwavering. Why didn't you take advantage of this opportunity? My ex-wife abandoned me, so I understand how much it hurt. I couldn't bring myself to put another person in that position, especially while in uniform. Have you served in the past? I've never had the chance to make such a sacrifice. I'm glad to those like you who are prepared for this. Sometimes I question my sanity, taking such a risk, putting my life and marriage at risk. I'm considering returning to school before serving in the army. I studied to become an electrical engineer. If you decide to enroll at Purdue, please notify me. I have some contacts there, so if you decide to travel, it could be helpful. I gave him one of my business cards. I do not think we can be buddies. Linda. Every time I see you, I can't help but think about what Megan wanted to change with you. I appreciate your actions, but I am too humiliated. It's fine, I understand, but the offer stays valid even if we don't see each other again. If you need me, please call. We sat quietly for a while sipping beer. Finally, Michael spoke. Linda, you aren't like the rest. You did not fall for Megan's advances. You're sitting here not asking how I spent my time. Most guys believe that is what we enjoy discussing, but I accept your decision to talk or not. I don't need to hear about your battle experiences for my personal enjoyment. He drank his beer, shook my hand, thanked me and went. Having received a note from Megan, I found out that Michael Davis was retiring from the Army. They planned to relocate to Texas so that he could graduate from the University of Texas. They also planned to establish a family after graduation. Her letter reiterated her gratitude. I wish them luck in their future pursuits. I hope they serve as an example of how to overcome temptations and adversity in order to have a great marriage. Despite my past, I am still a hopeless romantic. A month later, on a calm Sunday morning, I had a knock on my front door. When I opened the door, I was surprised to discover Ella's younger brother waiting on the doorway. As I drove by, I observed her father sitting in a car parked in my driveway. Luke asked when Dad and I would like to talk. I paused, not wanting to welcome Ella's father into my home. Okay, Luke, you can enter, but your father must remain in the car. I responded. Luke returned to the car to discuss with his father. However, I was unable to hear their chat. Their body language said volumes. I resisted the temptation to deny the old man. In the end, Luke returned alone. I invited him inside the house and offered him a cup of coffee. I've always appreciated Luke's company. You've made Dad quite angry. He's furious. It won't be a nice trip home. I apologize, but if he ever gave me a break, I would do the same. I no longer have to pretend that I am with your sister, so why don't you explain while you're here? It's Ella. Yesterday, Dad and I went to Derek's place to save her. He beat her up and left bruises. I am sad to hear that, but what's this got to do with me? It had been a year since our breakup and 6 months since our divorce, Dad, and I hoped you could bring her back. She cried all night. She said she wanted to be your wife again and regretted leaving you. I'm sad. She's hurting, but I can't go back to Ella. I can't trust her anymore. My heart is broken because of her deeds. Where is she now? She is at the Holiday Inn. She couldn't look you in the eyes, but she didn't care. I apologize again for mentioning that we were coming to see you. I hope she finds safety somewhere else, but not with me. I stood up from the table and extended my hand, signaling that the conversation had ended. Luke leaned out to take my hand. His eyes were full of melancholy. I understand that you cannot forgive her, but I had to try. My sister's activities have caused significant harm, but I want you to know that you are a kind person who has always treated her nicely. I don't understand why she'd do such a thing. Goodbye, friend. I didn't accompany Luke to the door because I couldn't stomach seeing their horrible father again. When the car began and drove away, I recognized that my relationship with this family had ended. I learned via common acquaintances that Ella had relocated to Northbrook and started working at Allstate during the year. Following my divorce with Ella, I attempted to heal my emotional scars by going on a number of 1- and 2-night dates. Most of the girls departed feeling as satisfied, if not more, as I did. Meeting Evelyn during a performance on the ISU campus was a pleasant surprise. It was not a rock concert, but rather a chamber orchestra from Chicago performing variations on folios by Salieri Giannini and other Italian musicians. I sat next to a little pixie-like girl who reminded me of Tweety, Patty Boyd and other British fashion icons. My father adored George Harrison and Eric Clapton, so when Evelyn struck up a discussion with me during the concert's intermission, I was delighted. She inquired if I enjoyed the show, and I quickly discovered that she was a PhD student studying graphics, played the cello, and would be willing to share a drink with me following the concert. As a result, we ended up at a nearby pub where we traded stories and beverages. Despite her name, Evelyn was not from a devout family, as one might expect. Her parents named her after Evelyn Slick, the lead singer for Jefferson Airplane. She grew up in a community near Carbondale. When I stated that I lived on a farm, she was intrigued. "Have you got a garden?" she asked. I responded. "I'm surrounded by my master's cornfields." The former renter planted vegetables on a small patch of land measuring around 40 by 40 feet, but in the 5 years I've lived there I haven't planted anything. Now it's just overgrown with weeds. What a shame. Gardening is a relaxing, even meditative hobby, and the flavor of fresh food is just exquisite. We swapped topics until it was time to depart. I walked her home, kissed her tenderly on the cheek at the door, and gave her my phone number. She didn't resemble any of the girls I had dated before. The next day I called her and we agreed to attend to the student art exhibition on campus the next weekend. It was an excellent week at work. I was promoted and my compensation was significantly boosted. The extra time I had spent working following my divorce had finally paid off. On Saturday afternoon, I went to get Evelyn from her apartment. The weather was beautiful in April and I couldn't help but think of inviting her to spend the day on the patio with a beer, rather than sitting at home and reading student papers. When we passed by the first gallery 30 minutes later, I regretted not following my first instinct to propose a pop. The majority of the pieces shown as paintings or sculptures appear to have been created exclusively for the aim of provocative. When I approached a triptych of 3 panels, it was clear that the artist's intent ended to shock with images of Mary performing fellatio on each member of the Holy Trinity, even though the genitals were not visible. The message was clear. If this terrible sculpture were considered art and elegance had anything to do with it, a date would be over shortly. Further meetings would be impossible. I wanted to escape. Evelyn reassured me by squeezing my hand and offering to wait until the next gallery before making her selection. "If your feelings are the same, after that, we can leave together." Evelyn took me into the next room, pushing me to investigate my surroundings. I hesitated at first, but quickly became enthralled by the picture that unfolded in front of me. In my opinion, it was art, as opposed to the normal upsetting and offensive pieces. This art was inspiring and thought-provoking, not controversial. We strolled around the hall discussing each exhibit until we came upon a painting of a man and a woman descending steps. Their expressions drew my attention and I wondered what they were thinking. It was then that I spotted the ring on the woman's left hand, which was securely gripping the railing, whilst the man's ring finger remained bare. I couldn't take my gaze away from the painting till I looked at the card to find out the name and artist Morpurdu by Evelyn Powell Adams. "Did you create it?" I asked. Evelyn returned my gaze with a smile. "Yes, it's me," she smiled. "Do you like it's great? Is the name French? How does this translate last Valentine's Day?" Now it is evident what their reaction was. It is over for them. Why I can't make a decision. What are your thoughts? I have one thought, but I am not ready to discuss it yet. I will inform you later. Have you used actual models? 2 kids stood on the stairs and posed for several hours. Let's head to the last gallery. I've got something to show you, she suggested in the final gala. Evelyn's second artwork on the wall. It was a live sketch of a massive aquarium overflowing with fish and aquatic life. "Wow, this is amazing. My niece would be delighted. You are quite talented. Why is this work here, rather than in the first gallery alongside the others?" Evelyn grinned before responding. Many of us believe that the professor curating this exhibition is counting on its provocative nature to acquire fame among the avant-garde. Speaking in Chicago, we assume he is intimately linked with one of his students, the man at the center of the Holy Trinity debate. I hope this doesn't appear to you, but rather exhibits your wisdom. If you like, I can write a letter to the university proposing that the exhibition be moved to another venue. After arriving at the pub, we spent several hours drinking and dining together, getting to know each other better. Evelyn's down-to-earth personality was absolutely remarkable, especially given her upbringing. She openly disclosed everything with me and I couldn't help but be amazed. As the evening came to a close, Evelyn asked Lai, "Do you mind if we finish the day a little early today? I have a project due on Monday and really need to concentrate on it. I know I shouldn't have spent the entire day having fun, but all I wanted to do was be with you. I hope you can understand." I agreed, but wasn't sure what to do or say next. The first date was fantastic and I was determined not to ruin it. Evelyn offered supper next week and we agreed that she would come over on Wednesday and I would cook. When Evelyn arrived on Wednesday at 5:30 p.m., she was immediately drawn to the tangle of weeds that had once been a garden. There was a 7-foot fence surrounding it. To keep the dew out, Evelyn took a shovel from the garage and started digging along the fence, admiring how they were trying to keep rabbits away by burying it. Evelyn washed the dishes while we had a substantial stew and drank beer, chatting about ourselves along the way. After we finished dining, we began discussing her picture of two lovers and how it had elicited an emotion in me due to my former marriage. As we proceeded to converse, Evelyn quickly apologized if the painting had upset me. She talked more and more about herself. She planned to complete her master's degree in a little more than a year, was fluent in Italian and French, a gifted chist and an accomplished artist. I couldn't help but admire her numerous talents and jokingly inquired, "What can't you do?" Evelyn chuckled and responded, "I don't know how to play sports. I'm clumsy, despite having tried tennis, softball and horseback riding. Despite the fact that I can run and swim, I appear to be uncoordinated. I always wind up in the last row at yoga lessons." I could not stop giggling at the concept and Evelyn joined in. "It's difficult to think," I said, "to play the cello and draw. You must have superb hand coordination." "I feel insecure," she said. "Please do not invite me to dance. I have no rhythm and I feel weird on the dance floor. It feels like my limbs are just hanging out. It's difficult for me to sketch when others are observing. I can only play because I studied privately, away from prying eyes." "Didn't you have a music teacher?" "No, my mother taught me." Evelyn checked her watch and realized it was time for her to return to the city. "I need to respond shortly, but first I have a significant request. I'd want to create a garden in your backyard. I'll handle all of the work, including seed purchases, weeding and so forth. In exchange, I will share fresh products with you so that you can enjoy the results of our efforts." We discussed logistics, the bounds of my place and other matters. When she agreed to my requirements, I granted her request. The notion of fresh food was appealing, but what really drew me in was the prospect of Evelyn remaining with me for 6 months, for the next 2 weeks. Evelyn contacted me at work to confirm her visits, and when I got home, I frequently found her working in her garden. She even rented a rotary cutter halfway through site preparation. I approached and asked if I could help. She demonstrated the method and I quickly mastered it. The following Friday, a massive pile of organic cow poo formed in front of the gate despite the rain. We spent the entire weekend taking turns, carrying wheelbarrows of manure and spreading them into the soil. We finally completed. Evelyn hugged and kissed me, which startled me much. I realized how much I'd missed this feeling since leaving home, the satisfaction of working with the earth and restoring its scent. I felt even better when the sun came out and warmed my skin. It was my first time gardening, but I instantly grasped the significance. I've watched my boss plow fields and harvest corn for years, but I've always felt removed from the process. Working on a little plot of land allowed me to confront nature face to face. After working in the garden, we headed home to prepare sandwiches for dinner. I realized Evelyn was concerned about something and patiently waited for her to bring it up. "My lease expires in 3 weeks. She began shortly after graduation. "My neighbors are moving out. Could I rent the second bedroom here?" Her inquiry upset me because I had hoped for a more romantic relationship with her. Due to her education, gardening and my recent promotion, we rarely spoke and didn't have much time for genuine communication. Evelyn clearly considered me as a roommate and friend, not a prospective romantic partner. Despite my feelings for her, I chose to accept this offer. We sat down at the table to talk about how much she'd pay for rent and groceries. I should have inquired about the guests. She grinned at me and inquired, "What do you mean by guests?" I explained. "So how do we invite a guest home for the night? I've never had housemates other than my ex-wife, so this is a new topic for me. How are you and your roommates handling this situation now?" Evelyn appeared to be on the point of tears. "We ask that all guests show respect to their neighbors. This has never been an issue before. I've decided to exit this discussion. I believe you and I will be able to settle this issue if it happens." Evelyn chuckled and said she'd be back next weekend to start planting the following. Saturday morning was warm and sunny, making it the ideal spring day. Because I had several errands to conduct at the office, I opted to ride my bike 10 miles to the city. Before leaving, I left a note on the kitchen table for Evelyn, alerting her of my return at 4:00 and recommending we eat supper together. When I turned on the computer, it displayed a black screen. I then realized that it was meant to be updated over the weekend, which made me smile. Despite the difficulty, I was able to dwell on the lovely morning walk I had just had and was looking forward to another on the way home, or, even better, spend a nice afternoon in the garden with Evelyn. With a sensation of satisfaction, I shut down my computer and left the office humming a melody. As I drove up to the house, I observed the closed gate and Evelyn's car parked inside. Hidden from inquisitive eyes, a garden was waiting for me behind the home. I flung my bike over my shoulder and rode through the opening in the gates. When I arrived at the house, I peered into the garden. Evelyn was present, cultivating the ground with a hoe. She was startled and called out who was there. "Stop," I summoned up the strength to confess. "I love you, Evelyn." She felt humiliated. "Really?" I nodded. "Yes, for real, I don't just want to be your friend. I want to be a lover. So why didn't you say so earlier?" I was stupid. I confess. I was trying to figure out how to communicate my sentiments to you. We're hoping for more than simply friendship. I was frightened to jeopardize our relationship if you weren't feeling the same way. I was thinking the exact same thing about you. Why did you believe that? You are fantastic. Really, I've noticed how much you admire Sophia." "Who is Sophia?" she inquired, confused. "I painted in one evening. I was looking for a photograph book in your room. There are a few images of Ella there. I will not lie to you. Ella looks good, but you look amazing." "Okay, I believe you. What do we do next? Should we wait till the landing?" After that, we headed to our bedroom. It never occurred to me that Derek could get away with seducing my wife, despite the fact that Ella shared responsibility for our marriage's demise. He deserved to be punished for breaking her promises and influencing my wife to financially ruin me during our divorce. But as my bond with Evelyn got stronger, I never felt compelled to seek immediate vengeance. I questioned the possibility of retaliation, but I knew it was necessary. Although I could have used violence, I did not want to risk going to jail. I knew I would not endure long in such a setting. Instead, in the digital age, keeping track of people is simple. Following my divorce from Ella, I spent an hour per week searching for information online using a pseudonym. I was able to safely immerse myself in Derek's world via Facebook and other channel. I maintained a low profile and waited for the appropriate moment to act. The saying "revenge is a dish best served cold" proved to be true for me. Only 2 years after the divorce did I have a terrific opportunity. Derek was in a new relationship while working in the information technology department of a prominent conservative brokerage firm. I decided to spare his fiancée the hassle of divorce. It was best to take precautions before the wedding. A few weeks before Derek's wedding to his lovely young bride, I realized it was time to step in. It cost me $4,000, but it was worth it. Derek's life was an open book. Every Wednesday, a group of guys from Derek's office met at a local hotel bar to drink and unwind. It was a normal boys' party and the most of the attendees would depart after an hour or two. However, there were always one or two single men like Derek who stayed longer. He stayed up late, perhaps until 8:00 or 9:00 p.m. An ES escort from Chicago drew him inside a room with no opposition. After saying farewell to his last co-worker, Derek noticed her sitting at the bar. Derek approached Lacey and offered her a beverage. She agreed, and for the next quarter hour she surrendered to Derek's enticing remarks. Lacey gave him another drink, which he accepted, and they decided to continue their chat in a room. Derek was unaware that there were two inconspicuous cameras in the room. Lacey introduced Derek to Philly as a business colleague. It is unclear why Derek chose to participate in this. The following day, Lacey and I watched both tapes together. We decided to use only screenshots that did not show Lacey or Philip's faces. I pondered telling Derek that I had set it up, but ultimately opted not to. Given my friendship with Evelyn, I did not want the revenge plot to go out of control. I have put too much at stake. Despite my reservations, I considered taking revenge mission completed. Derek was away from home and he felt defeated. The photographs, which were posted anonymously on the internet, will haunt him for a long time. But let me tell you what happened to Evelyn and me for 15 months. We share a dwelling and her affection at this farmhouse. This was the first time in my life that I felt truly happy. Evelyn opened my eyes to new ideas, introduced me to fantastic books, and broadened my viewpoint. I initially met her parents at a community meeting on July 4th. Once again, the weekend surprises caught me off guard. Their town provided me with the most incredible Independence Day celebration I've ever had. As we sat on the back porch with a drink in our hands before dinner, Evelyn said if I got a job offer today, and judging by her tone, I knew I wouldn't be happy about it. I was offered the opportunity to work on an animated film for the Enlightenment Company in France based on a classic Charles Dickens narrative. A Christmas Carol is being developed. As part of the development process, I'll have to move to Paris for nearly a year. Even though I knew Evelyn's alternatives in central Illinois were limited, the prospect of moving to Paris seemed scary. This sounds like an incredible opportunity. I'm a little surprised, however. I had no idea you were seeking for a job abroad. I did not do it all thanks to a friend of a friend who is already present. One of my instructors distributed samples of my work to numerous people who contacted me today. I assumed you were discussing the option of working as a freelancer to stay here. Freelancing can be challenging without prior experience or certifications. This opportunity will assist me obtain the essential documentation once I return. Alternatively, you may conclude that Paris is more charming than Peoria in Bloomington. What happens to the company? I have been thinking about it. Honey, you've always called me a reasonable person. You already know how much I adore the farm. Of course I love you. When should you provide an answer? By the end of this week. You recognize me. I will fully back you. Grant me a few days to heal and then I will grant you permission to share my response. Evelyn climbed up from the Shah Lounge and sat on my lap. Her arms wrapped over my neck and her lips touched mine. I'd miss her. I was wondering if I should inform her about the graduation present I had planned. The diamond ring was safely kept in my gun safe 2 days later, and when I cautiously asked Evelyn for her permission, I didn't mention it. Evelyn left the day following graduation. I tried to remain as calm as possible, but it was not easy. I doubt anyone was deceived by my facade, but I was hoping Evelyn noticed how I was holding myself together. Evelyn left her car and the majority of her stuff, including art equipment, at my home. Evelyn's mother held me hard and murmured into my ear. She loves you. I took her to O'Hare Airport and kissed her farewell. The sight of this airport brings back bitter memories of how Ella abandoned me there many years ago. Now it's all happening again, but this time she's flying away while I stay behind. Despite our efforts to stay in touch via letters, photos, email and Skype, the distance exacerbated my feelings of loneliness while I was dealing with depression. The produce we planted in the garden jointly began to wither and decay. Our plans for our future vacation in Paris seemed like a distant dream as I grappled with the reality of her absence. Several of my colleagues came by our house one afternoon to examine how our vegetable garden was doing. When asked if they may pick some vegetables, I didn't resist and let them. Among them was Debbie King, an administrative assistant in her department and a widow with 2 sons whose husband died of acute hepatitis. Debbie and her boys came to us on Saturday and picked vegetables for several hours. "What will you do with all these vegetables?" I asked. "I'd really like to learn how to preserve food for my neighbor. I need to get some canning supplies to prepare food for the winter. Fortunately, I have at least 3 dozen cans to give you. Just remember to return them if we need them next year. You never know what could happen. Evelyn generally does the canning and I help her." Debbie stared at me. "She loves you and will return soon." I walked back inside the home mumbling to myself. I sincerely hope so. Debbie left her sons with a few boxes of goods and 40 cans for canning. Evelyn expected to have 10 days free between Christmas and New Year's weekend, during which she intended to fly home. So we determined that the beginning of November would be ideal for my trip to Paris. While Evelyn worked on weekdays, we would spend evenings and 2 weekends together. When I boarded the plane for a direct flight to Paris, I hoped my terrible luck at O'Hare was over. Evelyn was waiting for me at the customs gate. When I awoke the following morning, I felt disoriented. I came to my senses. I discovered the kitchen, where a table with a tiny refrigerator and a stove awaited me. Evelyn graciously provided direction for how to operate the coffee pot, and breakfast consisted of bread and jam. After taking a bath, shaving and dressing, I noticed the key hanging by the door. After roaming around the area, I returned to my flat around 4:00 to continue reading the book I had brought with me. Evelyn abruptly burst in the door. "That is it. You will be unable to ignore me for the next 64 hours. I do not mind. We don't even have to leave the room. By the way, did you notice the refrigerator in my dollhouse? We could starve to death. Isn't there any delivery service in Paris? Can we order Domino's food here?" I'm joking. Of course we are in Paris. Nobody eats here before 7:00. Let us make love and then go to dinner. Evelyn proposed. I could not disagree with her arguments. Our Saturday was spent seeing the Muse d'Ors and enjoying a lovely lunch near Notre Dame. Evelyn's co-workers wanted to meet with me, but she decided to postpone the appointment so that we could enjoy a nice evening together on Friday. Finally, she agreed to meet with them on Saturday evening. When Evelyn and I went into the restaurant that evening, we spotted a dozen people were already seated at a large table in the back of the auditorium. Evelyn's colleagues clearly adored her, so it's no surprise that they were excited to meet the man who had captivated her heart. Following introductions and greetings, we were seated in small groups. I sat at the same table as an English woman named Holly, a Japanese woman named Mummy, and a Frenchman named Claude. Mummy and Claude spoke English fluently, although Holly was a little difficult to understand. Evelyn went between 2 groups, one speaking French and the other English. The server took our drink orders and dishes of food kept arriving coming. Holly and I were jokingly debating who the best rock and roll artist was, and Claude agreed, declaring the Rolling Stones' Exile on Main Street the greatest rock album ever released in France. Louis, who grew up listening to her mother's cheap vinyl albums, recorded, and Bowden stood by my side during our chat. Her mother, who was in the crowd, expressed her belief that Elvis and Chuck Berry started it all. Everyone had a good time and didn't take themselves too seriously. At one point I turned to Evelyn and asked who she thought was the best rock singer ever. Without hesitation, Evelyn responded that Evelyn Slick was not simply the greatest rock singer but the greatest singer period, regardless of gender. The talk shifted from music to sports, specifically football, when Evelyn abruptly raised her voice and began scolding one of the Frenchmen in French. This outburst was extremely out of character for Grace, and I had never seen her that angry before. I couldn't hear what they were saying because everyone else was speaking French and staring in awe. The next tables even paused their conversations to listen. A minute later, Evelyn apologized to her colleagues and informed them that we were leaving. As we were leaving the restaurant, I couldn't help but wonder what was that. Michael Mark is one of those Frenchmen who cannot stop making disparaging remarks about Americans. In my experience, such folks are a minority. He took advantage of your lack of French language skills and told Renee some terrible things about American guys addressing you personally. I overheard him and was not going to remain silent. I hope you do not mind that I am defending your honor. No, not at all, I responded. But why did we need to leave? Renee is so insensitive. Despite my loathing for Michael Mark, she welcomed him nevertheless. To be completely honest, Michael Mark is a manipulator. He even tried to ask me out, but I declined. I'm confirming my loyalty to you in our relationship. By the way, we are still together, right? I didn't dare bring up this subject while we were apart, for fear of you dating someone else from afar. I am steadfast in my decision. I'll be there when you get home. When I am deeply in love with you, please swear to never hurt me. Before departing, I went to another meeting with her colleagues. This time without Michael Mark or René Claude made it plain that not all French people are as anti-American as Michael Mark. The evening was enjoyable and without drama. Staying in Paris reignited my dream for a graceful future. The next 5 months seemed forever, especially given the hard, protracted winter on the prairies. Evelyn's arrival over the holidays was a nice change. The anticipation of spring brought higher temperatures and longer days. However, Evelyn's return was still some months away. I had intended to spend a week in Paris in March, but Evelyn informed me that her job calendar was already overburdened owing to the busy season. To be ready for the film's holiday release, the initial draft of the graphics needed to be done by midday. I opted to cancel my trip in the hopes that Evelyn would return home by mid-June. On the wonderful day of May 10th, the weather was scorching. After 3 days of rain, the sun finally emerged when I was traveling home from work. I couldn't wait to unwind with a beer on my back porch, for some reason being there made me feel more connected to Evelyn. Last Saturday I spent the day in the garden using a rented rotary cultivator. Perhaps I will plant some tomatoes and string beans, a simple exercise to pass the time. Meanwhile, I was drinking a beer and savoring the view from the location that was now known as Evelyn's house. When I got at the house, I was surprised to see the gate was closed. I parked my car and decided to go around the rear of the house instead. Try to open the gate. To my astonishment, the most magnificent garden. Nymph was standing in the garden, resting against a hole and staring directly at me. We were silent for a bit, just looking at each other before she lowered the hole and hugged me. "What are you doing here?" I asked. "We concluded work 3 days ago. They simply need half of the team to finish fine-tune and post-produce." When they asked if anyone wanted to leave, I quickly raised my hand. I packed quickly, took the first aircraft to O'Hare, boarded the shuttle and arrived home just 2 hours ago. I sincerely hope everything is fine. I intended to surprise you, but I hope you don't have anything planned yet. This woman can be really ignorant at times. It's time to get her up to speed. Yes, I have plans. Evelyn continued to hug me tightly while I was thinking about it. I gently backed away from her and dashed into the house to open the safe. After I opened the box, I got down on one knee. "Evelyn, would you marry me?" I suspected she was occasionally clueless, so my proposal surprised her. It took her some time to gather her thoughts, but when she eventually spoke, her response was precisely what I expected. "Yes, Thomas Lender, I love you very much." She suggested that we wait until Sunday to receive our marriage license and invite our families. So on Sunday we exchanged vows in a beautiful garden surrounded by our loved ones. The weather was a little damp, but the group of 20 guests, which included our parents, siblings and a few others, did not appear concerned. Evelyn stood out in her outfit at the outdoor wedding, and I'm sure my parents appreciated it. Evelyn and I remained at the farmhouse until the end of the harvest. We spent the summer hunting for our own home and eventually discovered the ideal location a few miles north of the city, barely a quarter mile from the river. It was far enough away to prevent floods. The property spanned 4 ac, 2 of which were forested and level enough for Evelyn to grow her own garden. The site has a 2-car garage and a garage that is larger than a trailer. We intend to convert the garage on the south side into a studio for Evelyn with space for both cars. We aim to sell the 2-car garage once it is built. The foundation has already been dug in. The basement walls have been filled in by the builder. However, due to inclement weather, progress will be delayed until spring. Evelyn mostly works in painting, but also undertakes freelance work, exhibiting her excellent talent in this field. Evelyn is a brilliant gardener, freelancer, and painter. One of her paintings wire 80 to her went for a whopping 80000. Despite her hectic schedule, she is pleased to be able to work from home and pursue her passion for art. Evelyn and I are expecting our first child in May. We both want 3 or 4 children, so we've decided not to wait. I am extremely fortunate to have such a lovely and talented wife. I enjoy my career, have a child on the way, and live on a beautiful piece of land with my darling wife. As for Ella, I discovered that she was married twice, both of which ended in divorce due to her spouse's adultery. Ella never gave birth to children. She developed a passion in motorcycle riding, which unfortunately came to an end. Ella is now entirely paralyzed and beginning to talk again. I'm very upset with Ella, but I didn't want her to live this life. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates. I thought I knew my wife well until I caught her hand in hand with a stranger entering a hotel. Concrete evidence of betrayal. Welcome to the Love and Betrayed Love channel. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to subscribe and give it a thumbs up. I've been married for about 20 years. My wife and I are in our late mid-40s and we both married pretty young, at least in comparison to those around us. I'll tell you her name is Maria, since I believe what happened is particular enough that she will recognize herself, but no one else will. I don't mind if she finds this post, but I know she won't, because she doesn't even know what Reddit is. Furthermore, it can be difficult to use a phony identity continuously without making a mistake at some time. Our marriage has been fine. It hasn't been all sunshine and rainbows, but it's also not all doom and gloom. They all experience ups and downs after all, and I believe that finances have been the primary reason of our disagreements. I earn a lot more than she does now. However, such arguments and clashes are uncommon. We were quite equal in terms of income when we first started out, but her job does not offer much room for advancement and she took time off to care for our 2 children. I held down on the fort financially. Now there's a significant financial disparity between us. I work every day except Sunday, so I'm not always at home, but I need to support my family. I do get extra days off every now and then and I always make the most of them by spending as much time as possible with the kids. Naturally, being out of the house so often means that I can't keep track of everything that happens at home, but I've tried to rely on trust and spot questionable behavior. There's nothing out of place from what I can see. So why bother myself? I eventually observed something that prompted my suspicions. A few days ago, as foolish as it sounds, I took a break from work to fetch something I had forgotten at home, and I discovered an open can of tuna on the kitchen counter. What you need to know is that my wife despises tuna. She always has. My children were not at home because they were staying with an uncle for their summer vacation. There were several additional elements that indicated that someone was putting together a sandwich. However, my wife despises tuna and I emphasize this. There was no one else in the house who could have eaten it, and it surely wasn't me. My initial suspicion was that she was cheating. I'm not sure why that was the first place my thoughts went, but she should have been home at the time, but I searched the entire house and could not find her. She seemed to have to rush out, but I couldn't figure out why. I debated calling her right away, but I decided it was better that she didn't know I had returned home. That would allow me to better understand what was going on. It could simply be that a friend dropped by and wanted something to eat, but if it wasn't, I figured I'd rather not give her an opportunity to wipe up her traces. So I returned to work and attempted to focus on what I was meant to be doing. Unsurprisingly, I was worried with the possibility that she was cheating. When I returned home that evening, she was still present, so I asked her how her day had gone and if anything noteworthy had occurred, to which she replied that it had been another boring day at home. She merely said she went shopping for a few groceries in the morning and spent the rest of her time at home. Of course, that was not consistent with what I saw when I returned home in the afternoon. She was plainly not at home, and to ensure that she wasn't misremembering, she claimed to have returned home before noon. So she was obviously lying, and there was absolutely no reason for the tuna again. We've been married for 2 decades, so I know it wasn't her decision to try tuna again. When I say she dislikes it, I mean she just cannot tolerate. At this point, it was evident that someone was in the house that she either didn't want to disclose or who she thought was too controversial to bring up. Whoever it was obviously had a craving for a tuna sandwich or something similar, and they either prepared it themselves or she cooked it for them. That didn't matter. I needed to figure out who had come around and why she felt compelled to hide that person's existence in her home. For me, to be honest, I wanted to be more straightforward, like, did anyone come around? But I didn't want her to have any suspicions, since I knew I'd have to do further digging and would go through her phone. The first time I got that opportunity presented itself when she was sleeping, and I was too impatient to wait for a time when I would be less likely to be caught. When she awoke and spotted me searching through her phone, I confronted her immediately. It wasn't such a problem for me, so I took her phone off her nightstand and began going through her texts. I scrolled as far down as I could and found nothing noteworthy. I expected there would have been a message from someone that day or the day before, or at least a phone call, because the individual had to have signaled their presence in some way. That prompted me to review her call logs, and that's when I remembered receiving a call earlier that day from an unregistered phone number. I took a picture of it because it was the only unsaved contact, and when I explored that particular entry in the call log, I saw that her conversation with the person lasted more than 2 minutes. So it wasn't an incorrect number, a scam call, or someone attempting to sell something. After that, I want to use Truecaller. If you're familiar with the app, input the number and it will appear as Dr. Rosen. I recognized the name. It was her doctor, but I found it strange that the number was not retained for some reason. After all, I know she occasionally chats to him for whatever reason. I decided to check her Facebook Messenger as well, because I had no definitive evidence and needed closure at that moment. I only had more questions. Fortunately for me, right at the top, I recognized Andrew Rosen as the last person she had spoken with. That's when all of the bells in my head went up, especially because the preview of the last message said "I love you too." At that time I could feel my brain spinning, and part of me wanted to avoid the difficulty that would come with starting the conversation. I still did. He had inquired earlier in the day whether he might come around. She told him he could, as I had already left for work. He responded with a heart and a happy emoji. Then, many minutes later, his next message appeared just around the corner. After that, nothing happened until 2 hours later, when he apologized for having to depart so suddenly. The disadvantages of being a doctor. She assured him that she missed him and that they would find a location to meet up over the weekend. At that point I managed to take my phone, capture her screen and slowly browse through the chat logs. I needed to make sure I had all of the evidence before confronting her and risking being erased. It all made sense once I realized my wife was plainly cheating on me with her. The doctor had come around for them to sleep together, and at some point while attempting to cook a lunch or whatever, he had to return to the hospital. Perhaps she walked him to his car or the parking lot. Perhaps she'd followed him to the hospital. Perhaps she went grocery shopping after that. She should have returned from shopping, as I didn't see any shopping bags or anything. When I returned at that moment, I knew I wouldn't obtain all the answers unless I addressed her, but I got the answer I desired the most. Here's the weird part: in that moment, I was experiencing a complex set of feelings. I had been with this woman for 20 years, and it only took me that long to figure out she was a cheater. Maybe it was her first time. Perhaps she was on her 10th affair partner. I didn't know. It did not matter. However, I felt a strong desire to injure her. I wanted to throw objects at her, hit her. I wanted her to experience agony. There was simply too much rage built up in me, and I was looking at her while she slept, trying to keep myself from doing something I would undoubtedly regret. But at the same moment I felt immense relief. I had already lost 20 years to a lady I had recently discovered I should not have trusted, but I could have lived another 40 years without her, and that's a blessing. I'm in the middle of my life, so there's a lot more ahead of me. This is my chance to get free from her and her dishonesty, and for that I was grateful. I had to use booze to calm myself down, and I fell asleep in the living room, which I believe was for the best. I couldn't stand to sleep next to her, especially in a bed that her fair partner had previously used. However, before I completely lost myself in the haze, I made sure to look into private investigators. She was intending to meet with Dr. Rosen over the weekend, and I need to chronicle both the actual meeting and whatever lie she was going to tell me to hide her location. I waited till the next day at work before contacting API. I gave him a general overview of my predicament and we agreed to meet later. I went to his office during my lunch hour and I was quite confident in what he promised to do. He promised to find out where she was going and provide photographic evidence for me. I paid him an initial charge, provided him with all of the needed information and then left. After that I tried to appear normal on the outside, so Maria wouldn't realize anything was going on. She didn't appear to, which is great for me. Finally, the weekend arrived the day before she told me that one of her out-of-town college pals was nearby and she wanted to spend the day with her. I pretended to be distracted while on the phone, launched the recorder app, apologized and asked her to repeat herself. She appeared irritated, but did so. I asked her friend's name and she responded Ashley after that. I told her to have a wonderful day and she left. Minutes later the pie messaged me to say he was on her tail and that I should relax while he did his job. I didn't hear from him until much later that night, and before that I texted my wife to see how her day with Ashley was going. It took her approximately 2 hours to message, but she stated everything was going okay. That provided additional evidence for me. When the pie eventually messaged me, he told me she was on her way home and he had taken many images of her with another man. He said he'd send me the digital files whenever I wanted, but he'd also print them. I told him I'd get everything from him by the beginning of the next week, but the moment Maria walked back into the house, I didn't recognize her as the person I knew anymore. Perhaps I was simply figuring out who she truly was. I was grateful for the clarification, though. When Monday arrived, I went to the PS house and collected the photographs from him. I vividly noticed her with Dr. Rosen near the entrance of a hotel, walking hand in hand through the P. I may have had another camera with him, because he also had a video of the same photo sequence. He was thorough. The images also had timestamps on them, so I could see not only when they entered earlier in the day, but also when they walked out, stopped in front of my wife's car, and kissed passionately. It was dark by this point, so the images were far superior to the video at this stage. She spent a total of 7 hours with him at the hotel. I felt disgusted. This is the end of it. For the time being. It's evident that I'm kicking her buttocks to the curb, but I want to make sure I hit her anywhere she can get hurt. We have children and she is busy with this. At this point I'm unsure if they are mine, and the thought of it stings more than her cheating on me. There's a lot I'll have to do and I'd appreciate some advice on how to put my plan together. Everyone concerned should be hurt. I understand Dr. Rosen. I've shaken this man's hand previously. I need your finest suggest questions. I am patient. I can reassure her. No, seriously, seeing an open can of tuna when your wife despises the thing is like finding a red flag waving right in your face, and the pie moved smoothly. Forget who did it, here it is. What's the doctor doing? Dr. Rosen's unlisted phone number and accessible emergency contact information. It appears that he works more than just as a family physician to exact retribution. Begin by redecorating the house, turn her walk-in closet, create a shrine for all the tuna can she has ever loathed. Send a thank you message to Dr. Rosen for his unintentional involvement in rescuing you from a marriage filled with more secrets than a spy book. Also make sure the youngsters know the family slogan. Trust but check with surveillance footage. And speaking of kids, should we be concerned that these are yours rather than Dr. Diddle's? Update 1. Thank you to everyone who contributed to my recent post. I know it's been a while, but a brief refresher. I came to talk about discovering that my wife was cheating on me with her doctor, and I discovered this because I found an open can of tuna, despite the fact that she despises tuna. What an unusual way to discover someone is cheating on you, but it appears I'll have to buy stock in Sunkiss at this point to save myself from a cheating. I'm quite pleased with how things have turned out for me recently. I was able to find a divorce lawyer fast, but I did not rush to begin proceedings. My initial priority was to ensure that my children were my own as soon as they returned from their little vacation at their uncle's house. I took them directly to a lab for a paternity test, spoiler alert. Fortunately, both of them were mine, and what felt like a massive weight was lifted right off my chest. I can't convey how relieved I was about that. Once that was confirmed, I went to the divorce lawyer and presented all of the material I had gathered for his view. The infidelity was easy to show, as was the fact that she had planned ahead of time to cheat recklessly. She did her best to conceal her lies, but I was fortunate enough to pick up on the clue. The lawyer was also amused by the part that tuna played in the whole situation. The first thing I needed to do was confront the server with documents, and I wanted to do so in a way that would hurt and embarrass her. Looking back, I couldn't recognize myself, yet I decided to do at her family's Thanksgiving meal. Some individuals enjoy family turmoil around Thanksgiving, so I decided to put on a performance. We were all seated at the table when someone knocked on the door to our family's home. I volunteered to open it all day, because I knew who was coming. Finally, I opened the door and noticed an unusual person who asked if Aria was present. I welcomed him in, and when he approached the table he asked for Maria. She identified herself and he handed her an envelope containing the classic "You've been served" previously. I am currently walking out. The entire place went silent. Nonetheless, I chose to stay behind and luxuriate in my accomplishment. She opened the packet, looked at the documents inside and simply stared at me. She obviously couldn't understand what was going on because she had no notion. I knew what I knew. I had no reaction to my face and continued to devour the food on the dish before me. I suppose it's just the look she gave me. Everyone knew she'd been served with divorce papers. She made a career out of it out in front of everyone, and they seemed to be waiting for my response. So I let everything out. I didn't withhold any information other than what had sparked my concerns, because I wanted her to realize she couldn't keep things from me. Not that she was clumsy in covering your traces. She said nothing in return. She could not even protect herself, and I believe there was a point when everyone realized I was telling the truth. It was her family plus a handful of their in-laws, including myself. However, everyone was speechless. I asked someone to carve me a piece of turkey, but no one responded or did anything. I'd had my fill of the ruckus and the situation was starting to feel awkward. So I thanked you for the meal and got up to leave, but before I left, I told her not to come home because she no longer lived there. I was able to capture her and begin crying before I left, and do not worry, this occurred late in the dinner, so the children had already left to play computer games. I admit that I was a little reckless here, because I had no idea if the kids were present when the papers were to be served, but if they had been, I would have probably requested them to go upstairs. I phoned the kids and we went home. I informed them that their mother would be staying to help them clean up. The oldest is 10, so I didn't ask too many questions. The next thing I did with the help of the pie was to report Dr. Rosen. This man slept with my wife, who happened to be one of her patients, and I didn't need a professional to tell me it was unethical. The medical board eventually agreed, as did his hospital. He lost his job there and had his license suspended for 5 years. That tickled me very nicely. After that, it was time for me to consider divorce. I anticipated things would become nasty, but I went in wanting to get as much as possible in my favor, as they usually do. The divorce procedure took a long time, but in the end I believe I received the best bargain possible. I made careful to submit all of the facts I had about the situation and her infidelity, and I believe I made a strong case in my favor. However, she did not refute her infidelity in court. Her lawyer attempted to use the absent husband strategy, making it appear as if she didn't have much of an option but to try to feel loved. I thought that was ridiculous and it did not appear to work for her. In the end I got to keep the house and my car, and I have custody of my children the majority of the time, a custody agreement totaling around $7,030. Fortunately, because I bear the majority of the custody responsibilities, the judge was lenient and I am not required to pay child support because my wife's earnings are sufficient to provide for them when they are in her custody. However, because we make significantly different amounts, I am required to pay alimony. However, for what I consider to be a pretty short period of time, this well exceeded my expectations. I work a lot and I know that women are favored when it comes to custody, so I felt that I might have received the short end of the stick and had to pay both child support and alimony. Fortunately, I only got one of those, and it didn't last very long. Furthermore, the house is still in my own, and rightfully so. To be honest, I hate that 20 years had to pass, but it provided me with 2 lovely children and a valuable life lesson. So I can't complain too much. I was fortunate to discover that my wife was cheating on me, but I trusted my instincts when I noticed something out of place. The only advice I can provide to gentlemen reading this is to always keep an eye out for out-of-place objects and never be hesitant to be suspicious. Who knew a tin of tuna could be the star witness in your divorce case? Sunkiss must be grateful to you for the unexpected product placement. Forget stocks. You should negotiate a sponsorship contract with them. Serve divorce papers at the dinner. That's the next level. Thanksgiving entertainment had the entire family on the edge of their seats, except for the turkey, which is presumably why I was caught in the crossfire and did not report it to Rosen. A classic retribution move. It's like killing off a character straight out of a medical drama who needs Grey's Anatomy when your own real-life drama is unfolding. Here is the next story. Lily had planned a nice dessert of strawberries and cream to eat in bed after a relaxing walk on the beach near their rental cottage. It was a cool September evening and they were about to celebrate their 10th wedding anniversary. Lily was aware that her husband Will had surreptitiously scheduled a Caribbean trip for the following week. She wasn't supposed to know, but Alex's best friend and business partner, Maxwell Thompson, mistakenly revealed the information she was especially looking forward to. The romantic horseback rides on the beach at each destination sure to be ideal for some alone time, and Corey met in their sophomore year at Duke University, where they studied business and became close friends and Sigma Chi fraternity brothers. Following graduation, they founded a technology company that assists high school juniors with their college searches. With over 29 million students entering college each year in the United States, they saw a significant market. They broke even after 3 years and by the 12th year they had each earned 25,000 after taxes and expenditures. They continuously developed their goods through market research. Their goal was to be acquired by a major technology company within 3 years, after which they planned to launch a new business. Will met Lily in their second year of college in Charlotte, North Carolina, where he and Maxwell had established their business, worked on a horse farm north of Charlotte. Alex and Maxwell went to the farm with their team for an afternoon ride, and Alex was immediately drawn to Lily. Will nervously waited 3 days after receiving her phone number from a coworker to text her. Lily, who sensed a connection during the journey, agreed to meet for coffee. They married 11 months later and honeymooned on horseback in the Maroon Bells near Aspen. Will and Lily's bed. Life was full of ups and downs, as it is for many young couples. They were at ease with their bodies, but it took some time for them to learn to fulfill one another and convey their preferences. Maxwell, on the other hand, was known as a womanizer. Lily had introduced him to a couple of her friends, but after he broke things with each of them within a month or two, she decided to keep her friends away from him. She got along with Maxwell, but she thought his dating practices were juvenile. Maxwell, 6'2" tall with dark hair and deep brown eyes, was fairly attractive and enjoyed the thrill of dating. Unlike Will, who was shorter and had blonde hair and blue eyes, Corey rapidly lost interest in women after his initial thrill. Lily often chastised him for this conduct. "Maxwell, you can't just sleep with them and then move on," she remarked one day. "Sure, I can't tell," he said. "I never promised love or commitment, and they are all consenting adults. Furthermore, if I ever meet someone like you, I may consider settling down." He turned to Alex and asked, "Right bro, do not bring me into this." He wisely reacted, recognizing his wife's look. He simply wanted to avoid any conflict. 9 months ago, Corey was on the verge of sleeping with his business partner's wife, Lily. Despite her irritation with him, he viewed it as part of the game. For years he had urged her to introduce him to her gorgeous single acquaintances. She did, but regretted it because Maxwell ended these connections abruptly, which irritated Lily. Maxwell appreciated proximity and used these brief interactions to learn more about Lily. He was an expert at winning women's trust and learning about Lily through innocent questions. Corey realized he needed to be patient and take a long-term approach. He sincerely cared for his business partner Will and had no desire to upset him. Their startup was prospering and Maxwell cherished their friendship and collaboration. For Maxwell, it was all about the challenge, which he dubbed the dance. He thought he could have any lady single or married with enough effort. Lily was especially enticing because she was attractive, clever, happily married and loathed him. Corey had no intention of hurting Will after he had won Lily over. He would enjoy their affair for a while before persuading her to terminate it due to guilt. They would occasionally meet and Will would never know. Corey even planned to coach Lily on how to better satisfy Will, ensuring that everything goes smoothly. For years, Corey tried Lily's patience, frustrating her before sincerely apologizing. Lily would punish him and complain to Will, but Corey would make her feel better with his attractive grin and little thoughtful gifts like dark chocolate or a scarf. She hugged him and told him, "I still hate you, but you can be very nice when you try." He realized he was back in her good graces. In late January, Corey achieved a breakthrough. Before Christmas he dated and slept with Joe, who worked at the stables with Lily. Joe was daring and vibrant and they immediately became close. Despite enjoying his time with Joe, Corey remained focused on his main goal, Lily. On January 23rd, Corey visited Will and Lily's house for a day of football while watching the AFC and NFC championship games. Lily's telephone rang. She responded and walked out of the room with Corey and Alexium hearing the first half of her talk. "Hey, Joe, what up what?" "No way, he did not do that." Joe calmed down and explained what happened. They then heard a chair in the kitchen being pushed over and loud footsteps down the hall, followed by Lily's screams. "That crazy jackass, I'm going to end him." Then there was a loud slam. Will stared at Corey, realizing what had transpired. "Seriously, man, you've broken another heart." "I am sorry." "Will, I realize this makes things difficult for you and Lily, but Joe wasn't the right person for me and I couldn't keep leading her on it." "Corey, when will you grow up? Why not wait until you care about someone before sleeping with them? If necessary, watch an X-rated movie, but keep your Johnson away from my wife's pals. Lily gets angry with you for a while. Then she is upset with me for at least a week, and it means no intimacy for me. Man, I'm truly sorry. I need to listen to you and put my act together. One of these days she might go off on me. I don't own a cult, but I can't guarantee she won't purchase one." Has he just thrown another interception? A few minutes later, Lily stormed out of the bedroom, confronting Maxwell. "You're such an a-hole, Maxwell. You are such an a-hole." "I apologize. Joe is a nice girl, so I'll just shut up, Maxwell. Joe is not only a nice girl, she is one of my best buddies. I told you not to play with her emotions. I'm very familiar with this. Simply shut up, Maxwell." Lily yelled, getting more worked up. She grabbed a throw pillow off the couch and began punching him with it. She cried, "Every time you simply utilize them and then throw them away. Why, Corey, what do you want so much that you can't even be nice to someone as beautiful as Joe?" Corey tried to rise up and move around the couch, attempting to put some distance between himself and Lily, who was pounding him with the pillow. It was only a pillow, but she was strong and hit hard. She paused to regain her breath, so Corey grabbed his jacket and dashed toward the front door. Lily, you are overreacting. I'm very sorry about Joe, but I think it's better if I go now and let you calm down. Maybe we can discuss when you're calmer about it. He was nearly out the door. Calm down, keep it cool. She yelled and followed him carefully. You screw over my buddies then tell me to relax. She threw the pillow as he shut the door, avoiding her final onslaught, but Lily became so heated up that she reopened the door and chased him down the sidewalk. We all sat on the couch, deciding it was best to avoid this fight. I am not done with you, Corey Thompson. Bring your sorry self back here. Lily shouted as she followed him to his car. Corey had parked in front of their house, not on the driveway, and a hedge obscured the view from the house to the street. They were alone. Corey raised his hands in a surrendering motion. Just wait a minute, Lily. He responded quietly. First. It's around 28 outside and you're barefoot and wearing only a t-shirt. You should get back inside before you freeze. He didn't want her to become ill from the cold, but he couldn't help but notice how bad her cold was. Her teeth chattered, but she did not stop. Forget it, Thompson. Then she began crying again. Why, Maxwell? Why are you being such a jerk to my friends and women in general? What is your problem? This was the moment that Corey had been waiting for. He replied with an innocent expression. Do you really want to know, Lily? Do you really want me to tell you once I do, there's no turning back? Lily was surprised by his unexpected vulnerability. She had always felt he was superficial, but now he was revealing a new, more intriguing side of himself. Yes, Maxwell, she responded more calmly. Please tell me, Lily, that you are the reason I cannot stay with any of the other ladies. I know you are married to my best friend, yet anytime I am with someone else, all I can think about is you. Yours is the only face I want to see. I apologize, Lily, but I am in love with you and I only want to be with you, but Maxwell, we cannot. I mean I am flattered and care for you, but we cannot do this. However, the boundary between wrath and passion is narrow. She didn't recognize it at the time. Maxwell was going to push her past that boundary and she was eager to go. He did not let her finish her statement. He drew her into his muscular arms, looked at her with a mix of tenderness and desire and kissed her passionately. One hand was behind her head and the other around her waist. He knew this was the critical moment. She would either hit him and return inside, eliminating the possibility of anything happening, or she would react to his kiss. She didn't resist, but she also didn't completely surrender. Oh no, what did I do? Lily muttered, barely audible. They kissed for a little longer before Lily backed away. Corey, please, I can't do it, not here, not now. What she didn't say was never. Corey realized he'd pushed things as far as he could. For the moment, Lily, I won't apologize because I'm not. I do not want to hurt Will, but you are great. I am going to depart now, but promise me we'll meet later this week to talk things over. Just converse in a coffee shop. There's nothing more. I promise. I do not know. Maxwell. Maybe her voice trailed off. Go inside, Lily. It's chilly outside and we'll be out soon if you don't go back inside. He kissed her one last time with intensity and she returned the kiss. They ended their kiss. He got into his car and she returned inside, brushing her hair and arranging her t-shirt to conceal any evidence of what had occurred. When she entered, Will stood beside the table, appearing anxious. I am sorry, Lily, I understand he can be a jerk. Perhaps I should consider leaving the business and doing something else, something that does not involve Maxwell. My hubby is really loving and nice. She said to herself, oh no, sweetheart, I am just upset. I'm going to take a hot bath and drink a glass of wine. Allow me to relax for a moment, then come upstairs and hold me. Okay, Will. Who was loving and compassionate, had no idea that things were going to get worse. He had always trusted her and saw no reason to mistrust her loyalty. "Of course, babe, just take a bath and phone me when you're ready, I'll come up." Lily took a lengthy bath while Corey went home, washed and rested on his bed. Later, Lily summoned Will to come upstairs and console her, oblivious of her deception. He cheerfully joined her. 2 days later, at 10:30 a.m., Corey and Lily sat together at their neighborhood coffee shop. Lily had stated clearly that morning that she needed to have calm but honest conversation with Maxwell. "I need to clear the air," she informed her husband. She didn't know what she wanted to do. Yet it was all very complicated, but she knew she had to tell Alex. If he discovered their meeting on his own, he might have been suspicious. "Maxwell. This cannot continue," Lily started. It was obvious she was still undecided. "Lily, I would never put you under any kind of strain, but I felt what occurred on Sunday night. Yes, I kissed you initially, but we eventually kissed. We touched each other. We were passionate together. I know, Maxwell, something broke in me and I was pulled in, but I can't stop myself from loving Will. I will not injure him with lies or cheating. You have to realize that I do not want to hurt my friend Lily. However, this does not mean that I have decided not to be with you. It may be our little secret. You know I'm not the marrying type, as amazing as you are. I have no intention of trying to separate you from him. I don't believe I could, even if I wanted to. But don't you want to enjoy the moment? Don't you want to let go and enjoy the pleasure we may have together? But Will, we may have this and never find out. We both realize it won't last forever. The most powerful experiences burn out soon, several discrete months, perhaps a year at the most, and it will be over. However, we will remember a fantastic encounter with an amazing individual for the rest of our lives." He could see that she was softening. "I know it would be fantastic, Maxwell, but how can we be certain that this will not jeopardize my marriage to the man I want to spend my life with? People get caught because they are sloppy and lack intelligence. We are neither of those things, so I am confident we can avoid any complications." "No, I do not think so," she replied strongly as she stood up and exited the cafe. She was firm in her decision as she headed to her car, yet talking to him had made her feel energized. Corey was not disheartened. He knew Lily had passed a line and would not return. He planned his next actions, got coffee for Alex and returned to the office prepared to lie about Lily giving him a hard time in a week. An opportunity arose. We all had to drive to Winston-Salem for a conference which left Lily with a free evening. She went for a ride after work and returned home chilled and turned on after taking a shower. She put on a robe, sat by the fire with wine and flirted with Will over the phone while enjoying herself. A quiet knock on the back door showed Maxwell clutching a bottle of wine. Lily opened the door and passionately kissed him. Her eagerness palpable. Corey lifted her up and carried her to her marriage bed. She offered no resistance and they rapidly got acquainted. Lily challenged him to leave, but it only encouraged Corey. He adored her resistance and quickly overwhelmed her, kissing her passionately. After another 2-hour shower, they clutched hands and fell asleep, just as they were about to drift off. Lily thought of Will. Corey set his phone alarm to 6:30 a.m. He brewed coffee while Lily slept. Reflecting on their circumstances and the importance of caution. He wondered if a brief romance with Lily would enough, as she both challenged and attracted him. Lily awakened to the aroma of coughing and joined Maxwell. After a peaceful conversation, they returned to the kitchen for more coffee, but soon became personal again. 2 hours later, after cleaning the linens, Corey went to the office. "I was on my way home." Lily expected Will to want to be intimate that night and she hoped he would retake her. She intended to continue seeing Maxwell, confident that she could keep her lives separate and enjoy both. "I love Will and will never stop," she told herself, refusing to acknowledge her is unacceptable. She didn't wonder how she could love and be loyal to Will while committing adultery with his business partner over the next 8 months. Maxwell and Lily met weekly in different locales, never in the same spot twice, and frequently at times when their activities were difficult to detect. Every third meeting was held at a hotel, with Maxwell claiming the expenses as business trips. Lily informed Will that she needed to check on a horse or visit a competitor stable. Following Corey's instructions, Lily maintained an affectionate relationship with Alex, who trusted both of them and never suspected anything. When Will told Maxwell in August that he planned to surprise Lily with a Caribbean vacation for their 10th anniversary in September, Corey decided to try to plan a weekend break with Lily a week or two before that. He knew Lily was getting concerned that they were pushing their luck. Corey was not losing interest in Lily, but he was desperate to hide his treachery from Alex. Perhaps this would be their final fling. Maybe recently back in Charleston, Corey kissed Lily goodbye before heading to the outdoor shower near the master bedroom, knowing their night will be amazing. They never acknowledged feeling sorry about the dishonest game they were engaging in. A few minutes later, Lily grabbed and stimulated him. "Dinner may wait for a few minutes," she whispered into his ear. Her phone rang, but she ignored it, which proved to be a significant error, because cheaters frequently make mistakes. At some point a few minutes later, 3 hours north of Charleston, Will Benton was eating Chinese takeout when his cell phone rang. The area code was 843. Will identified it as Charleston. As he was familiar with numerous area codes from their business, he thought of Charleston. He didn't generally receive client calls on his cell phone, and he couldn't recall any close pals in the region. "Hello, this is Gemma Hart. I'm attempting to contact Lily Benton. You are really near. This is her spouse. Will, can I help you with something? I'm sorry for bothering you when you're on vacation, Mr. Benton. Mrs. Benton was with us today on Kiowa Island, and it appears that her wallet may have dropped out of her purse when she departed. She probably didn't notice it was missing, otherwise she would have returned. We called her mobile number from the reservation but did not get a response. This was the only other phone number we could discover in her wallet, so I called it. I'm delighted I could reach. You will cut her off before she could finish speaking. You said Lily Benton, right? Yes, that's correct. Can you validate her residence based on her driver's license? Sure. Just a second. 1810 Falling Leaf Drive. That is our address. However, there must be some error. Lily is set to attend a horse exhibition in Lexington, Kentucky this weekend. We could feel his hands begin to sweat. I'm sorry, sir, murmured the young woman, who appeared frightened. Gemma was becoming increasingly anxious, unsure of the circumstances and eager to cancel the call. If you speak with her, please let her know we have her wallet at Seabrook Stables. Yes, I'll tell her we agreed, attempting to make sense of the situation. I will let her know. She'll most likely come by to pick it up this evening or tomorrow. We will stop the call and go to his laptop. He opened it to verify the itinerary that Lily had given him. She left early that morning and was scheduled to return on Sunday evening. He wrote Champagne Run Jumpers at the top of the page. Lexington, Kentucky. September 10, 12. That was this weekend, so Lily wasn't present. What was she doing in Charleston or Qua Island? He pondered aloud. Why would she lie to me about this? There must be a legitimate explanation. We all took a moment to consider his possibilities. She might be arranging a surprise for them later this fall, but she might do it all from her laptop. She couldn't be planning anything for their anniversary because he had already said he was planned a surprise eyes. Were there any horse shows in Charleston this weekend? Perhaps she modified her plans at the last minute and didn't notify him, so he wouldn't think she was untrustworthy. He instantly searched the Charleston Visitors website for any horse-related events, but found none. Could she be attending an event with her sorority sisters that she didn't want to tell him about? But why would this be a secret? He doesn't object if she goes on a girls' weekend. None of the other options made sense. Then he contemplated the last thing he didn't want to think about, but realized he had no choice. Is she involved in an affair? The thought made him feel a lump in his throat and a knot in his gut. Nothing else appeared to match. He believed he had married the most amazing woman, beautiful, intelligent, clever, and loyal. What should he do? He needed to think things through, while also calming down. He decided to phone someone who could help him call. He started dialing Corey's number, but then stopped. Oh no, he realized and began to piece together something he wished was not true. Corey was supposed to be in Florida, visiting his family this weekend. Correct. He scanned his contact list and called Marty Thompson instead. Oh, what a surprise. I hope you and your son are still conquering the globe. Hello, Marty. I am attempting to reach Maxwell. His cell phone goes to voicemail. He lied. He informed me he'd be seeing you and Vera this weekend. It is not urgent, just a quick question: is he around? I believe he might be. Aiken will. Marty said indicated that he would be in Hilton Head this weekend with some fraternity pals. Would you like me to try to contact him? We'll battle to remain cool, not an issue, Marty. I must have mixed up my weekends. I left him a message. I am confident he will call me back. Say hello to Vera. For me, he murmured hurriedly before hanging up the phone. This cannot be happening. We will think. Attempting to reason with oneself, not his best or wife. Please don't let this be true. He spent an hour attempting to remain calm. Should he fly out and face them without knowing their whereabouts? That wasn't feasible. Should he wait to ask if she was lying? She would hide her tracks. Lily was not dumb. After an hour he looked up North Carolina divorce rules. Divorces were allowed without fault and there was no need for child support because there were no children. But alimony was different. Would Lily ask for half of the company? If she and Corey wind up with the majority, they might kick him out. Was that their intention? All along. He also looked into divorces with blame. Adultery was one cause, but proving it was tough. All he had was a call from a writing firm. If Lily and Corey were having an affair, he would be in danger. Alex might walk away from the money. It was not that essential. He had abilities and had developed a successful business. He might get another employment or establish his own business. He knew he couldn't play detective for months or pretend to be a devoted husband while a private investigator handled the job. When he realized he was getting nowhere, he took 3 Tylenol PM, set his alarm to 8:00 a.m. and went to bed after 30 minutes of crying. The medicine takes effect in Charleston. Maxwell and Lily on the porch after a beautiful meal, a moonlit beach walk and hours of intensive acting. The initial hour was hard and hostile. After their walk, Lily drew a bath and instructed Corey to wait in bed. Corey tried to be patient, but he couldn't hold back. He grinned as he entered the bathroom, no more waiting. He roared and pulled her onto him. Lily would never have tolerated this from Will, but Corey's forceful desires drove her insane. She admired how he took control and craved her so strongly. She knew he had other women, but he always seemed to want her more, giving her a strange sense of pride. They eventually transferred their activities to the bedroom. 15 minutes later they were seated on the porch, conversing softly and enjoying in the glow of their time together. What are we doing, Maxwell? What do you mean, baby? It appears that you are familiar with what we have been doing. Not a very smart ass, she said, giving him a little jab to the shoulder. Why are we doing this? We've been together for more than 8 months now. You have a lot of other women and I have a husband that I adore. The last word was difficult for her to speak. She felt she loved her husband dearly, but it was difficult to say that honestly, considering where she was and what she was doing. Corey knew better than to dismiss her feelings for Will. He felt guilty when she uttered his name. He had known Will for nearly 7 years, longer than he had known Lily. They worked and planned together for 8 to 10 hours per day, despite the fact that he had no siblings. Alex felt like family to him. I do not know Lily. I can't take my mind or hands off of you. I also care about Will, but you capture me and I need you. Perhaps you can't tolerate Will having something you don't have. Maybe we can enjoy this weekend and then Will and I will depart for the cruise on Tuesday. He can never suspect us. You drive me crazy and I enjoy proximity, but I want to spend my life with Alex as my husband and hopefully soon, as the father of my children. I hope you aren't saying this is our last weekend together. I'm not sure, but I don't believe I'm saying that I don't think I could quit seeing you abruptly. Don't have a large ego, but you always make me feel fantastic while we're together. Corey smiled as he looked her then at his own lap before returning his gaze to her. It's a little late to urge me not to get too carried away. He then stood up, took her in his arms and brought her to the bed for a few moments. He wondered if this would be final rendezvous before giving in to their cravings once again. Will Benton got out of bed at 8:00 a.m. Still sleepy from his sleeping pills, he took a cold shower, brewed and devised a strategy. He called Sterling private investigators and was promised to call back within 30 minutes. Mr. Benton, this is Amanda Cunningham. How can I help you? We'll explain the scenario, not a problem, Mr. Benton, with your 50 investment. Our staff will locate them and determine what they are up to. We have almost 30 years of combined experience in surveillance and covert operations. I'll know where they are. Within an hour of our 15-minute talk, we'll transfer your 6,000 deposit. Amanda promised an update by noon. Meanwhile, Lily checked her voicemail and discovered that she had forgotten to call Will. She contacted him from the Mustang and Corey drove her to Koa to get her wallet. Her phone call got to voicemail, so she left a beautiful but deceptive message about horses and a bad breakfast at the North Lexington Courtyard Marriott. When they arrived at Seabrook, she told him she was looking forward to their 10th anniversary next week. Lily immediately grabbed her wallet without noticing Gemma's call to Will. They opted to shop on King Street and eat lunch somewhere just north of Broad. While waiting for Amanda and her crew to arrive, Will contacted Ed Harris, a prominent lawyer and lifelong friend of his father. Ed was set to begin a round of golf when he abruptly left for Alex's residence. Following their 5-minute talk, Ed and I will spend 90 minutes studying the details and discussing possibilities. Ed suspected Elle of cheating with Corey. Amanda called at 11:57 a.m. to provide an update. Lily was in town and had ridden at Seba the day before that morning. She and a man in a red Mustang who matched Corey Thompson's description picked up her wallet at Seabrook. Corey hired the car and listed the address as a private cottage on Folly Island's far north end. The pair spent 2 hours shopping on King Street and are now eating lunch at Snob. While they were away, surveillance and recording equipment were installed at the cottage. How did you find out all that so quickly? Will asked before Amanda could react. Ed entered the conversation. Ed Harris, Alex's attorney, called Amanda Cunningham. He informed her that they would need to adhere to specific protocols and requested that the talk be recorded. They then discussed the plan and Alex was impressed by their collaboration. Amanda gave suggestions and Ed accepted several of them. After the call, Ed asked Will if he wanted to work things out with Lily or get divorced. Will emphasized the severity of the matter and stated unequivocally that Lily and his business partner had both betrayed him, their marriage and their business. He wanted them both out of his life as quickly as possible, no matter what the cost, and he wanted them to feel his misery. As he talked, tears welled in his eyes. Ed placed a soothing hand on his shoulder. All right. So if Amanda and her colleagues uncover what we predict, here's what you should do. Lily was becoming nervous by lunchtime on Sunday. She'd called Will 5 times, 3 times on Saturday and twice on Sunday morning. All she received was a brief and slightly frigid text. Currently dealing with a crisis, we'll talk Sunday night, enjoy Lexington. She showed Corey the text and requested him to call Alex to figure out what was happening. She assumed it was a business matter, but worried if he had found out. What do I call him, Lily? Corey responded, he has not contacted me regarding any office problems. When I call, what should I say? Hey, Alex, Lily and I are having a great time in Charleston, but she believes there may be a problem at work, so she wanted me to check in with you. Yeah, you're correct, I'm not thinking clearly. Lily said it must be a workplace concern. There was no way he could have figured it out. You told him you were visiting your family this weekend, so he may not want to bother you. Yes, that's probably it. Corey agreed. He didn't sound convinced though. They had a shower together before traveling to the airport. Corey tried to make love, but he realized Lily's mind was elsewhere in Charlotte, so he didn't push it. He thought to himself, There'll be plenty more of this when we return and, assuming nothing goes wrong, I'll have plenty of time with her. 3 minutes after they had left the cottage, an AT-AMP-T van came. 2 technicians entered the residence to remove their equipment. Amanda and her crew began studying the footage. 30 minutes later, after an hour, one of the texts commented, "Wow, they have so much energy." Corey dropped off at curbside checking and then returned the rental car. His phone rang as he was leaving and it was his father. "Hey, Dad, what up? Just checking in, son. I hope you're enjoying Hilton Head." "Yes, we are playing a lot of golf and eating delicious seafood, even though my game is not great. How are you and Mom doing?" "We're good, but we will phone me on Friday evening to look for you." He assumed you were visiting us this weekend, which was strange because he rarely makes blunders like that. Is everything well with him? Corey's heart skipped a beat as he attempted to appear casual. "Alex has been a little stressed recently. He and Lee are considering starting a family and he is concerned about it. I am sure he just mixed up the dates. I'm still planning to visit in 3 weeks." Corey chose not to mention it to Lily. "It's probably nothing and I don't want to stress her before she flies back." They flew separately to prevent problems and both arrived on schedule. Lily hurried straight to her car and drove home carrying only her carry-on, keeping calm during the 25-minute drive. Traffic was light and she arrived home fast, eager to meet Will and ensure her secret was safe. She intended to appear exhausted from the weekend and affectionate. However, she never had the opportunity. When Lily pulled into the driveway, her garage remote did not work. She assumed the battery was dead. She approached to the front door after noticing that the house was black except for the porch light. An envelope containing her name was taped to it. She attempted to unlock the door, but the key would not turn. She began to feel terrified sitting on the porch. She opened the envelope and started crying as she read the note. "Mrs. Benton's husband Will. Benton has recruited me as his lawyer. He knows about your affair with Corey Thompson, his business partner. You were not in Lexington, Kentucky, but rather in Charleston, South Carolina, with Mr. Thompson. Mr. Benton changed the locks because the mortgage is in his name. You cannot enter without his consent. Find an alternative place to stay. For the time being, don't contact Mr. Benton personally. He will contact my office to discuss separation and divorce. You may collect your personal belongings from the house with supervision, potentially beginning tomorrow morning. Arrange this through me. I recommend you hire your own lawyer when you do give them my contact information. Money is available in your joint account for immediate expenses. Use your Bank of America debit card. Every shared credit card has been terminated. You might want to approach Mr. Thompson for a place to stay." Lily took a few minutes to collect herself. Despite the letter's directions, she attempted to phone Will multiple times. Within 5 minutes, she received a text from Ed Harris insisting that she heed the request not to approach Will directly. Lily felt overwhelmed. Meanwhile, Carrie Thompson used his keys to get into his condo and discovered a note from Harris. "Mr. Thompson, my client, Mr. Benton, discovered your involvement with his wife, which constitutes adultery. A preliminary audit found that corporate monies were utilized to facilitate meetings between you and Mrs. Benton in order to avoid criminal and civil repercussions. Mr. Benton wants to discontinue your partnership and purchase your 50 stake of the company. Get legal and financial help. Do not contact Mr. Benton directly, or you will face urgent legal action." Carrie blamed himself after finding he had spent company funds for their meetings, which were listed as client business entertainment. He had even sent $1,000 in reimbursement only last weekend. The recent audit revealed no concerns, but the auditor noticed a pattern. Carrie spent the rest of the night drinking bourbon and trying to figure out his next move. Lee called and texted Carrie over a dozen times that evening, but he disregarded his messages. "I have major issues of my own. Handle your troubles and leave me alone," he reasoned, realizing how quickly a lust-based relationship may fail. Lee sat on her doorstep shocked. Her husband knew more than she realized and Carrie was ignoring her. "I assume it demonstrates where I stand with him," she reasoned. She burst into tears as she realized Carrie would not sacrifice everything for her, unlike her spouse, who will go to any length for her. Meanwhile, in Ed Harris' home, Will and Ed were finalizing their prepar operations. We felt convinced that he had hired the proper guy. On a Sunday night, Ed invited in another senior partner to consult with junior attorneys and a pargal about their strategy. We knew it would be expensive, but we smiled because getting rid of that dishonest wife was worth it. Ed informed Will that Lily and Carrie were likely to get their own counsel soon. He predicted that their early reactions would be denial or attempts to downplay the damage. He recommended Will to maintain his usual job schedule and be patient. I probably won't have much information until midweek. So go to work, keep a low profile and avoid chatting to strangers at all costs. Never accept candy from anyone. In a strange van. Harris grinned, hugged Will tightly and assured him that he was in good hands. Alex wasn't sure he could go home knowing Lily might confront him. Ed reassured him with a grin, stating that one of his guys had urged Lily to go because she was trespassing when she said it was her home. He pretended to call the police and she fled swiftly. Will grinned. Sadly, in the coming days we will attentively monitor his lawyer's advice. By Tuesday he had changed his cell phone number because Lily was attempting to reach him at work. Corey stayed at home on his lawyer's advice. We'll inform his team that they have some disagreements, but we're working through them and we'll ask them to treat Carrie as a partner for now. Lily remained distracted at the stables and her supervisor, Stephanie, noticed. Lily indicated that she and Will were experiencing troubles, but did not elaborate. Stephanie expressed her support. Lily tried to find a competent lawyer. The first two she contacted turned her down because of the expected low compensation. She ended up with Bell, who is better known for chasing ambulance cases. He offered her a huge compensation but had ulterior motivations. Neither Bell Isabel nor Carr's attorney, James Abernathy, had much time. Ed Harris, a well-known lawyer with extensive connections, pressed for a prompt hearing after Lily was served 2 days after arriving home. ABE knew he was up against a formidable opponent, even though he understood that dragging things out for months or years was not an option for his client owing to budgetary restraints. He encouraged Carrie to offer to sell his stake of the company at a lower price to assist him repay his bills and legal fees. Carrie agreed to offer to sell his portion at 80 cents per dollar. Harris received the sale proposal and suggested that we'll counter with an offer of 10 cents per dollar. We'll probably settle for approximately 30 cents. ABE is someone I know well. Even if he knows the position, he will remain a harsh negotiator. Will intended to make Carrie suffer. Offering 10 cents on the dollar would almost wipe out Corey's finances, which seemed fair to him. However, we understood he had to follow his lawyer's advice. If they were able to earn 30 cents for each dollar, it would still cause significant harm to Carrie, so he decided to leave the rest to chance or handle it later. 3 days later, Ed struck a deal for Will. We decided at 28 cents per dollar. He told Alex over the phone. It isn't as harsh as you hoped, but it's still a significant victory, for you. Will expressed gratitude. Ed then addressed a more tough problem. Alex, you need to sit down and chat to Lily. Even if you're being divorced. A judge will want to see that you tried to connect with her. It is usually preferable to have respond is prepared before a judge asks inquiries. We've assigned Judge Kim Landis to our case. Ed explained she can be strict about resolving conflicts and she may even need counseling. I won't get into all of the details right now, but it's time to have that conversation. I will make arrangements for you. We'll start with a counselor present, but it's a good idea for you to chat to her privately as well. Demonstrate that you can stay cool and respectful regardless of the circumstances. It will aid your case by demonstrating that you are reasonable. Alex's side knowing Ed was correct but dreading the conversation. Okay, Ed, plan it. Ed sympathized with Will, recalling his own anguish during the first Gulf War, when his partner Becky abandoned him. He thought Will would recover, but it wasn't the perfect time to convey Ed's primary goal of supporting him and making him feel less alone. The meeting was slated for mid-afternoon on Friday. Ed wanted Will to have the weekend to heal from their painful chat. They intended to spend the first 30 minutes with their lawyers. There then Will and Lily would spend some time alone. Lily and her attorney, Belle Isabel, arrived on time. Belle wore a regular suit, most likely from J.C. Penney. Lily donned a modest light blue sundress with a burgundy sweater. Her hair was in a ponytail and she wore Michael K.S. spectacles. Ed and Will stood when they walked into Harris and Wyckoff's private conference room. The chamber was isolated, necessitating passage via many lobbies and hallways. To underscore the gravity of the situation, Ed knew Belle's workplace was small, with just part-time employees, yet he still felt a lump in his throat when he saw Lily. Despite her betrayal, she appeared gorgeous to him. He smiled politely at her, but avoided any loving stares. "It's great to see you," Lily remarked, observing him intently. Perhaps he was trying to see if he still loved her. We nod and say, "Lily, thank you for coming." Ed maintained a neutral expression, but thought to himself, "Good job. Keep calm and don't let her notice anything." "Shall we get started?" he inquired, beckoning for everyone to take a seat. "Yes, thank you." Belle intervened, possibly seeking to gain an advantage. "My client is here to find out what her husband is prepared to do to salvage their marriage." Ed interrupted by removing a big file from the end of the table and sliding it over to Belle. "What is this?" Belle inquired, shocked. "I didn't think we were supposed to touch documents today," stated Counselor Ed, eager to get past Belle. "This file contains almost half of the evidence showing your client's adultery and broken marriage vows. We have left out any material that is redundant. Inside you'll find recordings and images from her 3-week visit to Charleston, South Carolina. We also have hotel staff witnesses who observed your client and Mr. Maxwell Thompson check in as a married couple under false names. The incidents occurred over a 6-month period. A detective have been quite thorough and the evidence is plain and incontrovertible, especially given the explicit nature of the images. I recommend that you check them." After the meeting, Lily winced as Ed described the file's contents. The prospect of his seeing photos of her private times made her uncomfortable. He kept a courteous smile. What had previously been exciting and romantic now felt like a betrayal of a kind and nice man. She battled to keep her cool. Ed pushed the second file across the table. This one was somewhat thinner. There are only 2 pages. "Counselor, this is Mr. Benton's proposal for the divorce settlement." He said this while staring directly at Lily. He said, "I personally believe the terms are more than fair. If it were up to me, I'd bring all of the evidence to the judge to demonstrate the full scope of Mrs. Benton's intentional betrayal. However, as a respectable guy, Mr. Benton has requested me to make this offer instead." Ed's law experience certainly benefited him. Lily was defeated, while Belle Isabel appeared to be out of his element. Ed knew they would not reach an agreement today. The first court hearing was 2 weeks away and there would be additional negotiations before they appeared in front of a judge. Alex's offer was challenging under the circumstances, but reasonable given his wife's betrayal. Will offered Lily a one-time payment of $7,000 in exchange for her agreement that he would be the sole owner of the company forever. She would wage any future claims. They'd divide the money from selling the house, which wouldn't be much, given they'd only lived there for 5 years. Each might receive roughly $1,000. Lily could retain the automobile, but she would have to start paying for it herself. 1 month after the divorce, Lily may take any item she liked from the house, with the exception of their wedding bed and a set of antique rocking chairs from Alex's grandmother. We'll burn the bed in the backyard before moving out, as he eventually did. Lily could keep all of the jewelry Will had given her, with the exception of the engagement and wedding rings. These must be returned by the date the divorce is finalized. Lily had to accept that the divorce was due to her infidelity. There was an additional page with further information on the agreement, but the major aspects were clear and concise. My client and I will study this offer and respond with a counter-offer by early next week. Miller remarked, attempting to seem as if his client was right. However, Mrs. Benton will not agree to surrender her rings. Stillman was fuming within at Miller's outrageous words, but he maintained his cool. He leaned forward the next time he spoke. Belle, You and I both know that your client purposefully broke her marital vows with Maxwell Thompson. She understood that her actions could harm my client's emotional well-being and undermine his business partnership. That's why they planned a massive cover-up to keep my client clueless. Her behavior was nasty and ruthless. If you want to present this matter before Judge Landis do so, I would be delighted to challenge you in her courtroom to be honest counselor. You do not have a case. Your customer cheated and lied. We have plenty of evidence, and while we don't want to, if you try to injure my client any further, we'll make it all public at trial. If I do not hear from you by Tuesday at noon, I will withdraw the offer. Then we will see you in court. Isabel was frustrated, but he saw that Stillman had the upper hand. This settlement was advantageous for him. He'd earned $1,000 before taxes, more than he usually did in 2 months, unless there's anything else. Stillman said, standing up and buttoning his jacket. I believe we should give the Bentons a few minutes to speak alone. Isabel stood up and shook Ed's hands. We will be in touch. It was all he said. Ed shook Isabel's hand before going to the men's room to wash his own. Will and Lily were left alone. Ed had encouraged Will to be silent and let Lily speak first, as he had been wronged. After the lawyers departed and the door was closed, there was a nervous stillness. Everyone stared at Lily, who was staring at the floor. Finally Lily spoke. I have no excuses, Will. If I could, I would undo everything. My actions have badly injured you, and I will have to live with this for the rest of my life. Apologizing or claiming it was an act would just make matters worse, but I want you to understand how upset I am by how terribly I have treated. You believe whatever you want, Lily, it does not matter to me. We will answer. Lily continued, is there any chance for us, Will? Do you believe we can work things out through counseling? I do not want a divorce. I never did. I am willing to do anything you ask. I just want to stay together. Will was straining to keep his emotions under control. She'd already taken everything and wanted more everything at his expense. Lily. If the judge demands counseling, I will attend. He said this gave Lily hope, but no, this. I have no desire to be with you again. I adored and gave you everything, my heart, mind and soul. You rewarded me by sleeping with my former best friend. I can't even recognize you anymore, except as someone who has betrayed me. I'd never be with you again, and I would never have children with you. Want my forgiveness, yet you ruined any possibility of it by willingly and repeatedly betraying me. With Maxwell, Lily turned pale at his words. So do you really dislike me that much? Yes, Lily, today I do. Your question only demonstrates how self-centered you are. I'm focused on getting over my feelings for you as soon as possible. I intend to care nothing about you. There is no affection, no pity, nothing. I want to stop thinking about you completely. You're not worth the pain. I've given you many kisses and years of my life. I absolutely trusted you, and you took everything. You'll figure it, whether you're on your feet or on your back, but it will not be with me. You will have both your horses and your boyfriend. That should be sufficient for you. Lily attempted a couple more tactics. She pledged never to see Maxwell again and even proposed counseling to help her comprehend her options, but none of it made any difference. The conversation finished after another 30 minutes. Alex, you walk me to the car, just one final minute together. She asked. Walk out, Lily, or call Corey to pick you up and return to him. I am done. Will rose up to leave, but returned with one final remark. We had everything, Lily, yet you threw it away. I have to give Maxwell credit. He must be pretty special. In the days after Belle, Isabel tried to persuade Ed Harris to lower his divorce demands, but Harris refused and eventually stopped returning his calls. As the Tuesday deadline came, Lily recognized she had little chance of earning more than Alex's offer. Corey called her on Monday. Eager for affection. She agreed to meet in his condominium. She remained the night, and they got near multiple times. Harris had an investigator stationed outside who caught her leaving in the morning looking untidy. Harris received the evidence and later reviewed the footage. Ed murmured, No one could be this stupid. Lily returned to her leased one-room apartment and called Moore, instructing him to accept the divorce petition, as is when he attempted to protest. She hung up. Judge Landis followed true to her reputation for toughness during the opening hearing, probing both sides extensively. Isabel struggled, however. Harris was well prepared with good evidence. Judge Landis questioned both Will and Lily extensively, with Alex well prepared and Lily not at the end of the session. The evidence presented in this instance appears to be overwhelming. I plan to evaluate everything over the next few months and may contact both attorneys with any questions. If I do, I expect a timely response. Is this understood? Both attorneys agreed with the Judge. Landis had a hectic schedule, so it took 3 months before she contacted everyone again for the final choice. Based on the data, it is evident that this is a case of plain infidelity. Every problematic marriage typically has two sides, but, Mrs. Benton, I don't understand why you left your husband for Mr. Thompson. According to reports, Mr. Thompson sold his stake in the company for a fraction of its value, which supports my opinion. Normally I would prescribe counseling, but Mrs. Benton's betrayal appears to make any hope of resolving the situation impossible. Mrs. Benton, I strongly advise you to think on your decisions and work toward a better life on your own. Mr. Benton's divorce petition has been approved and the marriage has formally terminated. This court case is now closed. There were no cheers from Alex's side of the courtroom. Will and Ed shook hands silently. Belle promptly departed, leaving Lily alone at the table. Lily stood up and left the courtroom by herself. Will began his new life as a single man, feeling hurt but certain that he was not alone. Corey got into an accident 5 months after his divorce. He fell down 3 flights of stairs while leaving his condo. He was in the hospital for 3 weeks at the time of his fall. His blood alcohol level was 0.15, over double the legal limit, and he couldn't recall the accident. His insurance had expired while he was job hunting, so his medical bills wiped away all of his funds. We will learn about the accident. While driving through Smoky Mountain National Park, and I thought it couldn't possibly happen to a nicer guy. The police discovered that earlier that night Maxwell had been with Lily Shriver. Detectives discovered they were having an affair and Maxwell was seeing someone else. Lily was accused with serious assault and sentenced to 3 years behind bars. It was a difficult experience for her. Maxwell still walks with a noticeable limp and works as tech support at a local junior college. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates. I discovered my fiancée's 9-month affair with her boss, a sacrifice of her body for career advancement. Welcome to the Love and Betrayed Love channel. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to subscribe and give it a thumbs up. My girlfriend slept with the groom just before her friend's wedding. I wrecked her online business and drove her out of state. I was 28 years old when I met my girlfriend, a 26-year-old woman, at a bar where they were doing a quiz, and I wound up on the same team as her. I didn't come with my own team. I was impressed by how much she knew, which drew me to her. I've always been a trivia fan, so anyone that shares my passion is quite interesting to me. We started communicating and ultimately we began dating. I'm now pursuing a master's degree, whereas she was a teacher before quitting to focus on developing her internet profile. She's striving to be a trivia-focused influencer, which I fully support, because I believe we need a lot more of those kind of characters, particularly women, on the internet. Anyway. While she was in high school, she had a wonderful buddy, whom we'll call May, had a high school sweetheart, whom I'll name James, and their relationship, at least to outsiders, seemed idyllic. 2 persons who fell in love in high school managed to stay together throughout college on opposite ends of the country and finally began to live close together after everything. My girlfriend came to me a few months ago to tell me about James's proposal to Emily and their plans to marry shortly. I've met James and May several times and they are the loveliest folks. I've always wished them well, so when she informed me, I was quite thrilled for the 2 of them. I believe that everyone has a unique love story, but I've always liked the idea of finding love early in life. There's nothing quite like getting to know someone so well, especially when things last all the way to the conclusion, because I'll eventually get into this narrative. Being high school sweethearts does not guarantee that you will have a fantastic relationship if such an item exists. So a date was set for James and Emily's wedding and, as expected, we attended. To be honest, it was an incredible and lovely event. It was a little rocker since, as I discovered that day, a large number of Emily's relatives were members of a certain motorcycle club. It appears that her extended family was proud of it, but she was not one of those who followed in their footsteps. They were all good individuals. However, some were terrifying, but they were simple to get along with. I did not have the same emotional investment as my girlfriend, considering I'd only known them for a fraction of the time she had, but I'll admit that it still impacted me, because the two of them appeared to be completely in love. Things began to go wrong when I found myself making small talk with one of the other guests who went to the same high school as the pair and my girlfriend. I tried to point out my girlfriend to him, and when I spotted her, I noticed that she and the groom were standing along a wall, both with serious expressions. The bride was someplace else talking with some of her friends. Here is the thing. I don't think I would have minded watching James and my girlfriend having a private talk. That wasn't the problem I had. It's just that the talk on James and Emily's wedding day appeared to be far too serious. At least from where I stood, I made a mental note to talk to my girlfriend about it. When the night's excitement subsided and we returned to our hotel room, I brought it up and asked her what they were discussing. That situation was very somber on a date that was supposed to be quite joyous for everyone present. She immediately said, "Oh, it was nothing," but that answer only added to my doubts. I informed her that it couldn't be nothing. I believe she recognized she needed to say something, because she wanted to make it apparent that it wasn't a huge problem. She claimed that he was simply having a usual day. Is it a mistake to be anxious about weddings? She basically helped him calm down, given how long they'd known one another. It was a reasonably plausible response, even though I had a lot of questions, such as why I wasn't one of the groomsmen providing the pep talk and why it appeared to be more of a back and forth than a motivational speech. I just left it. However, when I observed she was continually in discussion with someone on her phone's messaging app, I became curious about what was happening. Every time she took up her phone, her expression became more serious, and that's when I believe I totally accepted my suspicion. Cheating was not on my mind. However, I just felt like there was something she didn't want to tell me, for some reason. James told her something very sensitive and she promised not to tell anyone, but I needed to know for sure, and I decided to browse through her phone. Honestly, this isn't the first time I've looked through her phone. I've done it twice before when I suspected she was hiding anything from me, and both times I found nothing noteworthy. As much as you may say, a lack of trust drives someone to check their partner's phone. I believe what she doesn't know will not harm her, and it also allows me to determine whether the truth matches what she tells me. On those other occasions, I discovered that she was not hiding anything, which increased my trust in her. This time, however, things were different. I eventually stole her smartphone after she fell asleep and I went directly to her messages with James. He appeared to be the one with whom she had spent the most time that night. There were a lot of messages on the same wedding day, but the most of them arrived after we returned to the hotel room. I scrolled all the way back to the beginning of the day and saw a message from her that stated, "Can I come around?" He then responded with the eyes emoji. Following that he replied yes. The next texts were from that evening. Before I began reading them, I realized my fiancée had told me she was going to the room where the girls were getting their makeup done by a traveling makeup artist. That was around the same time. She messaged James. I quickly exited and proceeded to her conversations, where I noticed her wondering where my girlfriend was. It took her a bit to respond, but she claimed she was on the way. I was terrified to return to the text with James, but I did, and it took me a while to pull together the context of their talk that evening, but I ultimately did. As long as you don't try to come clean, we'll be good. My girlfriend said, "Trust me, I am not. I have a lot more to lose in this situation than you have. This is the very worst timing, James. This was the only possible timing, especially because we had waited so long. In the first place, we did not wait for anything. You came into my room and, on the verge of marriage, there was something alluring about you becoming a reality. It was considered taboo and there was the appeal. I am aware that I made a mistake, but did you like it? My girlfriend stated, followed by a smiley emoji. That is not the point. You can like something while knowing you shouldn't have done it. You seem to have a conscience today, but you didn't. While I was naked in front of you, I botched up. Yes, I enjoyed it. Yes, this will not happen again. I've reached a point in my life when such behavior is no longer acceptable. And no, I'm not stupid enough to try to tell you, please indulge me and tell me what you enjoyed the most. I had always fantasized about you, and this was like a dream come true for me. I just want to know how well things went, for you. Give me something to treasure if this cannot occur again. James then went on to describe their sexual encounter in around 2 paragraphs, discuss what he enjoyed most about her body and what she did. I hadn't realized my hand was shaking with wrath until I couldn't read the computer anymore. I'm not sure how, but in the thick of my wrath, I managed to record as much of this incriminating conversation as possible on my phone. I then departed my motel room. I recall walking about aimlessly that night trying to make sense of my thoughts, but everything was a mess at the moment. It was a level of emotional suffering that caused bodily pain. I just wanted to curl into a ball. However, somewhere in the midst of all that misery, I felt comfort because I knew I was dating a cheater and that I could terminate things without going through the pain of divorce. James and I had recently married and I couldn't believe my girlfriend and I's wedding would be more than 2 years away. I may have ended up with a cheater without knowing anything about it. Here is the thing I know. I want to break up with her, but here's where I need help. They literally just married James. I'm not sure whether I should tell her what I know. It is clearly the appropriate thing to do, morally speaking. However, some people prefer blissful ignorance if the alternative to the truth causes them irreparable harm. I'm not sure what kind of girl May is. I could just break up with my girlfriend and explain why, but I would never expose James, or I could face him and tell him. I understand, but is this truly a punishment for him? I'm really perplexed, but I've been dating this girl for 4 years and I'm deeply heartbroken. I need to get back at her without doing anything unlawful. As much as numerous illicit activities have appealed to me. I'm looking forward to hearing any suggestions. You guys have to help me out. Edit. A common criticism is that I should not be accountable or concerned about what she does with the information I give her. The argument is that I should do the right thing by telling her, and whether or not she hates me, for it is irrelevant, as long as I did what was ethically right. I believe a larger part of me agrees with that perspective. I'm not trying to be a homewrecker, especially so early in my marriage, but I think that may be the only way I can proceed. Edit. One commenter suggested that I get in bed with him, seeing as it is the most just type of vengeance I can exact. I was amused by that and it appears that the commenter was joking. Hopefully, but that's not how I roll. In general, you can choose to cheat back if you know you are unable to quit the relationship for any reason. But there is no compelling reason to stay with a cheater if you have all the right conditions to unload their buttocks. That's what I'm going for. To pour or not. To spill the moral high ground is nice, but the route less traveled is riddled with potholes and vengeful dreams. You might be the hero or inform the op, but be prepared for retribution. After all, messengers of doom are rarely celebrated or keep things basic. Break up with her. Tell the truth. Let the chips fall where they may. You will be doing the correct thing. And what about your ex-girlfriend and James? Well, it's funny how things work out for me. Update 2. Hello buddies. This is me and I'm back. I am delighted to be able to provide this update so quickly after the previous post. I believe it has only been about a month, but I am quite pleased with how things have progressed and I honestly do not believe they could have gone any better. Let me get into it. The first thing I did was get rid of my girlfriend. Now, ex, thank God. After the wedding vacation, we returned home. I told her I wanted to talk with her. I made sure we were both sat down, and the first thing I said was, "I know you slept with James." She became white and her eyes bulged. She began stuttering as if she were trying to think of something to defend herself, but it was clear it wouldn't work for her. She had nothing to say. To be honest, she had no idea how I found out, but there was no point in trying to dispute it. If I knew, I told her I was going to spend 1 hour in the living room, and that was all I gave her to collect her belongings and arrange for someone to come retrieve her. After that, I planned to kick her out and call the cops if necessary, and anything she left behind would be donated to Goodwill or thrown away. I told her that her time had begun, but she remained on the couch, tears flowing down her cheeks. There was no sound. She managed to croak a little. "I'm sorry that I didn't." Before she began to sob, I simply shook my head and laughed. 5 minutes later, she was still seated in front of me. I told her that her time was running out, and she eventually stood up to leave. When an hour had gone on, I informed her, and she emerged dragging 2 suitcases behind her buddy, who she had contacted at the moment, pulled out a third one. I assumed she had all she needed, since frankly, I wasn't kidding when I said I'd donate or destroy the rest of it. I didn't want any of it inside my house. I didn't want to be reminded of her in any way, and I eventually got rid of everything, since I forbade her from coming back after she walked out the door. It was the last time I saw her in person. She came back and started hing on my door pleading to chat, but I never opened it. She didn't come after that. I was overjoyed to have broken up with her, but that wasn't all I had planned. The second thing I did was name it. Emily. I would have wanted to go see her in person to let her know how serious things were, but I wasn't going to go that far. When she answered the phone, I checked to make sure the time was not the same as hers, and I did my best to prepare her for this. When she responded, "Get it out of here," I had something incredibly heavy to say. I just let her hear it. I told her that my ex-girlfriend and her husband had slept together on the day of the wedding. I told her everything. I know, for example, what I believe that was the only time, but the only thing I left out were the graphic details that I had. The misfortune of reading. The other end of the line remained silent for an extended period of time. I had to admit to her that I wasn't sure if telling her was the right decision or if she would have preferred not to know. She merely apologized and expressed gratitude that I had told her that was what she would always desire. She was surprised that my ex-girlfriend, a longtime friend, would hurt her so badly. I fell for her because as horrible as things were for me, they were even worse for her. This was her high school love, and he had recently become her husband anyway. She said she handled the situation and thanked me. About a week later, I knew May had pulled the trigger, because my ex-girlfriend called me and for some reason I bothered to answer the phone to hear what she said. She was furious with me for ruining their marriage. She appeared to be in an altruistic attitude as she stated that it was fine that I broke up with her, but it did not have to wreck a fresh marriage. She explained that she had no need to meddle because she didn't know the two of them in that way, they had decided to terminate things straight away. I just chuckled and hung up with her. It was humorous to me that she was attempting to be morally upright in any sense. The second thing I did was expose on social media instead of doing it myself. I heard in her comments that someone could help me with the tedious job for a low cost. I told her the whole scenario, including the chat, and he started to work on all of her social media accounts. Apparently, she couldn't submit a new video without the guy logging in with his accounts. When one was blocked, he switched to another. It sparked a lot of discussion among her supporters, to the point where she had to disable comments on all of her posts about 2 weeks after the beginning. She said simply quit posting. It's been almost 2 weeks now and she hasn't posted, which is weird, considering she would generally post close to 5 times a week. Something about that makes me pleased. I realize she might be attempting to wait it out, but I'll be back for when she decides to try and bounce back the internet. Doesn't forget this is the funniest portion of the entire thing. When May informed all of her relatives that the marriage had ended. They were obviously quite curious about how things ended, and she made it abundantly apparent. Emily is allegedly a sweetheart and many aunts, uncles and cousins adore her. Biker family intend to raise a ruckus at James's residence, according to May. They roughed him up a lot. However, The best part for me is that they also visited my ex-girlfriend's residence. I'm not sure how they got her address, but they did somehow. They did not damage her, but they did scare the snot out of her, and the last I heard she had left her sister's house and relocated out of state. I'm not sure if this is only temporary, but it's hilarious that her adultery caused her to flee like a fugitive, so I broke up with her and made certain that the cheating room was discovered by his wife. I helped to end Max's online career, get her out and dump some of her belongings. I beat up my affair partner just enough to scare her away, and my ex fled the state. That, in my opinion, is the pinnacle of revenge, and I really feel a lot better. Being cheated on isn't nice, but it appears that retribution is the best medicine, especially if done well. Make sure it hurts your brothers and sisters and you'll feel better afterwards. Thank you to everyone for their aid and assistance along the process, and I will make sure to return the favor to future posters in need. Imagine attempting to take the moral high ground when you are the one who can't keep it in her trousers. I mean, breaking up a new marriage isn't ideal, but neither is screwing the guy on his wedding day. The hypocrisy is almost overwhelming, but you've kicked your cheating ex out, exposed the groom, ruined her online job, roughed up the cheater and sent your ex scurrying for the hills. Remember, sometimes the greatest way to move on is to burn bridges so completely that there is no turning back. Here's to your newfound independence and the sweet taste of success. Here is the next story. At the beginning of my career, I was a driven young executive looking to advance in the banking profession. Fresh out of college, I quickly rose through the ranks, garnering the admiration of my co-workers. My hard work was rewarded with a major promotion and a generous bonus. Life appeared ideal with a successful profession, supportive friends and a stunning fiancée named Lisa. We were arranging our wedding and everything appeared to be falling into place. However, my profession required long hours and I observed small changes in Lisa's behavior. She had been kind and attentive before, but now she appeared distant. I chalked it up to pre-wedding stress, but the anxiety persisted. Despite my efforts to bond, the distance between us widened, leading me to rethink our connection. One evening, while at a friend's house, I checked my phone, which was linked to my apartment security cameras after hearing unusual noises. To my surprise, I noticed Lisa with my best man and another groomsman. These were the same people who had just celebrated with me on a trip to the Gold Coast. We had spent the weekend at the races, the casino and relaxing by the pool. On Sunday we were asked to leave our hotel because of a noise complaint and we discovered tablets in our room. We boarded a ready aircraft back to Sydney after being unable to find new accommodation. My surviving buddies demanded that we continue our party to Nick's place. Despite feeling nauseated from all of the drinking, I consented out of gratitude for their efforts. Lisa was at her bachelorette celebration in Sydney, so I was not shocked that my phone went to voicemail. Lisa moved in with me 2 months ago after her lease expired. I had recently purchased a 2-bedroom penthouse, making it convenient for her to move in. Her parents, who are strong Catholics like myself, were excited about our planned wedding at Nick's residence. My friends quickly fell asleep and I went to a bedroom for some much-needed slumber. Suddenly, my downstairs neighbor texted me to complain about the noise. Confused, I responded to clarify the error, only to receive another message accusing me of raising a commotion with Lisa shocked. I realized something was seriously wrong. Now I was perplexed. He looked certain he had the correct number. What was going on? Fortunately, I could find out without relocating. The former tenant remodeled the penthouse and her overprotective wealthy father installed remote access cameras. When I purchased the apartment, the agent set up the system on my phone. I'd only used it a few times, but now it was critical. I signed in and selected the living room camera, which revealed beer bottles, wine glasses, a bong and a bag of pills. On the coffee table there were no people, but clothing was spread around hearing noises. Elsewhere, I switched to the bedroom camera. The moonlight illuminated a tangle of bodies on my bed. I recognized their voices. It was my fiancé and his friends. My heart sunk as I recognized the betrayal, filled with fury and disbelief. I realized I needed a plan for vengeance. Checking the recordings, I saw that the hard drive stored 24 hours of footage. The video was unclear due to the limited lighting. Their conversations were incriminating. Lisa and the guys talked about the wedding and James boasted of a plan to distract me while they had fun. Lisa remarked that not using birth control is like playing Russian roulette with our future. Disgusted, I disconnected from the system. The hard drive continued to record in a concealed cupboard. Unable to sleep, I went into the living room where Nick and Mark were snoring. I resisted the temptation to strike. Nick grabbed a beer and flipped through an old newspaper. A headline attracted my attention. Police caution against drinking alcohol. It identified an organization that targets drunk ladies. An idea formed. My phone just buzzed again. My neighbor had made a noise complaint to the police. Perfect, I called the cops ready to put my plan into effect. You've contacted New South Wales Police. How can we help? The dispatcher asked. Oh my God, you need to enter my apartment. My fi might be in trouble. I said hysterically, sir, calm down. Could you please provide any details? The dispatcher responded, how do I calm down? Please contact someone immediately. I demanded, sir, why do you think this is happening? The dispatcher asked, still peaceful. My neighbor had complained about the noise, but I am not there. I'm here. Kindly send someone over. I pleaded. How do you know your neighbor has complained? She asked. He messaged me and claimed he'd filed a noise complaint. Kindly, send someone. I am imploring you. I indicated that the noise complaint was lodged. At what address, she inquired, making me feel like I was speaking with a call center. I gave her my address. Please wait a moment. She said. She came back 30 seconds later. I'm moving you. She said. After another 30 seconds a man's voice appeared. Is this Staff Sergeant Potts from the Sexual Crimes Unit who was calling? He asked. Thank heavens, I'm Adam Spencer. Please send someone from my fiancé. Something dreadful is occurring. I pretended to cry. We have a unit nearby. Is there a chance? It is someone else. Or does she have someone there? Sergeant Potts inquired. Whimpering didn't work, so I tried rage. We are getting married in 3 weeks. If the delay harms her, I will sue you and the agency. I will appear on television and write to every publication under your name. I threatened. Calm down, so we'll investigate. What is your fiancé's name and what did she do tonight? Sergeant Potts inquired, attempting to reassure me. Lisa. She attended a bachelorette party at King's Cross. I said, okay, we have a unit in the area. They'll stop by. Are you making the call from your cell? We need your phone number to keep you updated. He explained. Yes, should I go there too? I inquired, still frantic. No, stay put until we get back to you. He commanded and then hung up. It did not go as I had hoped. I wanted them to rush in immediately. My phone buzzed 20 minutes later with a text message from my neighbor. Sorry, buddy, I assumed it was you. Police are making their way up, weapons, helmets, everything. I hope George is okay. I pray for you both. The text reads, holy crap. They purchased it. I enter back into the security system and turn to the living room camera. I didn't see anything. Yet 3 minutes passed, then the door slowly opened. 2 officers in bulletproof jackets and weapons drawn entered, signaled, and 4 others followed. I switched to the bedroom camera where commotion ensued. Cops stormed in saying, armed police, get down. James and Paul were promptly handcuffed. What the hell is this? James shouted, that's the last girl you'll see for a time, and cop yelled what? Paul continued. She certainly didn't mind. They hauled the guys outside. A police officer wrapped a blanket around Lisa to comfort her. It's okay, Lisa, you're safe now. She told me that the sergeant would contact your fiancé and arranged for him to meet us at the hospital. At the hospital, Lisa inquired, perplexed. Yes, we will inspect you. Would you like to have your mother there? The hospital has an excellent team for survivors. The policewoman made an offer. Lisa appeared surprised. Survivors. She stammered, it's okay, honey, they can't hurt you anymore. Take your time. The paramedics will be here shortly. The policewoman reassured her. This will be intriguing. Will she lie or acknowledge it was consensual, revealing her real colors? Everyone here knows she is engaged. I switched cameras to check on James and Paul. They sat in their underwear like a cop. I questioned them about the drugs, but they remained silent. I believe you've entered into dealer territory, risking at least 3 years in prison. Help us now, so we can all go to bed early. They remained mute. All right, have it your way. Take them to the station. The cop ordered that the cops lead the youngsters out. Another officer motioned for the woman to get out, and they spoke discreetly. After a minute, the man took out his cell phone and dialed. My phone began ringing. Hello. I tried to seem worried as possible. Mr. Spencer. This is Staff Sergeant Potts. He said, what happened? Did you find Lisa? Is she okay? I bombarded him with questions. Calm down, Mr. Spencer. We found your fiancée. She'll be transferred to the hospital shortly. Sergeant Potts responded. Is she okay? I asked frantically. Yes, this is only a precaution. We'll arrive at St. Vincent in about 10 minutes. Call me when you arrive and I'll give you further information. He informed me, then hung up before I could respond. I got a cab and left Nick's house, not knowing how the police would handle the issue. Will they believe Lisa or James and Paul? To manage this, I needed to be vigilant. At the hospital, a constable greeted me and brought me to a separate room. A tall, slim man with a hook nose was on the phone. The constable informed him that I was present. The man terminated his phone call and approached me with an outstretched hand. Staff Sergeant Potts. He stated this while shaking my hand. Adam Spencer, where's my fiancée? I asked. She is with the doctor. You will see her soon, but I need to say something. First. We sat down after he pointed to a chair. 5 armed officers invaded your apartment and arrested 2 individuals. They are being questioned now. He said your fiancée, Lisa. I interrupted. Lisa is being scrutinized. Check be done shortly. Meanwhile, I have a few questions for you. He proceeded. Is it necessary? I asked, angry. Yes, he made it clear that her well-being is our top priority. I want to see her. I mumbled, and you will, but first, where were you tonight? He asked. Why does this matter? I replied, if you were home, Lisa would not be here. He pointed out I was at a friend's home. We arrived late from Brisbane and one of my buddies urged I stay overnight. I explained where was that. He inquired, Renwick or a nearby suburb. I responded. When did your neighbor notify you about the noise? He proceeded. I will check my phone. 11:45 p.m. I responded, gazing at my phone. I'd like to show you some photos. Let me know if you recognize these men. He explained, showing me several images. Is this the typical procedure? I asked with skepticism. It is only a hun. He pointed out that these 2 appear to be office workers rather than criminals. He showed me photos and I was astonished and enraged. Why do you have photos of James and Paul? I demanded. Who are they? He asked. James is my best man. Paul was one of my groomsmen. Why were they in my apartment? I inquired, bewildered. They were the 2 naked men we discovered. He said, why didn't they attend your party? He asked. They left Brisbane early, claiming they had work. I responded, that is what they stated. I slumped in my chair, attempting to appear despondent. A voice from behind interrupted. "Excuse me, Mick. Emily, I have a word." It was the policewoman from my flat. "Could you take a walk outdoors, Mr. Spencer?" she asked. I left my phone recording the conversation. They spoke gently before leaving. "I will be right back with your fiancé," Sergeant Potts reassured me. "I'm sorry, Lisa," I muttered as I listened to the recording. "We've completed all of the checks. I prepared a statement, but she has not signed it." The policewoman said, "How are you feeling about that?" Potts asked. "It appears weird that she had an affair, but consent does not appear to be an issue. Her story reads like a television script. Emily, we caught her having one last fling before the wedding. She said, 'I agree, the guys do not fit the crime.' Her boyfriend seemed shocked. HDS mentioned. 'How do we proceed?' She asked, 'Let us your gorgeous statement.' Emily, you'll remember something I forgot to ask before she signs. She is reminded about the penalties for perjury." He advised, "Okay, so how far can I push her?" She inquired, "Just enough to terrify her and obtain the facts." Potts said he stood up and said, "Let us go see her." They left the room. I paused the tape wondering what Lisa might do. It was time to take my revenge. I called the contact. "Eric Town is speaking." Eric answered. Eric contributed to the business section and a gossip piece called CBD. I met him at a fundraiser and we hit it off. "Hey, Eric, this is Adam." I greeted him. "Adam, what is happening at this hour?" He expressed amazement. "I've got a story for you." "Is your column for tomorrow done?" I asked. "Just finished, it has been quiet." "Do you have any juicy gossip?" he inquired. "Is it too late to inform you?" I asked. "If you hurry," and he responded. I revealed that two young executives were in an interrogation room. "Seriously, can I use names?" he inquired. "Curiously, only if you wish to file a lawsuit," I warned. "I'll put it in the Guess Who section." He said Eric's column featured a Guess Who section for juicy, unnamed gossip. It was popular with city office workers. James and Paul. I spoke evenly. "Your best man and groomsmen. Who are they attacking?" Eric asked. "My fiancé, or should I say ex-fiancé?" I couldn't keep my bitterness hidden. "Oh," Eric paused. "I'm not particularly surprised. What does this mean?" I raised my voice, prompting a sharp glance from a passing nurse. There were whispers surrounding Lisa and her boss. Eric speculated that she may have been given as a client incentive. "Damn that, how did I become so blind?" I mumbled. "Adam. It's called love. Would you like me to run this story?" He asked. "Yes, burn them." I answered, "Consider it finished." He reassured me. We hung up. A policewoman approached. "I am Constable Haven. Can we speak? Lisa will be here soon and I want to help you both," she explained. I smiled and allowed her to counsel me, even if it was tedious. Lisa arrived with Sergeant Potts. I pretended to be a concerned fiancé, reassuring her while strategizing my next move. 3 of my wedding party members were in danger, but there was still 2 to go. The cops handed me their business cards and we left on the way home. Lisa thanked me and expressed her love for me at our apartment. Began cleaning. Lisa wanted me in bed, but I needed to check with my doctor beforehand. "Come on honey, hold me." Lisa said. "I will be there soon, simply cleaning up." She finally went to bed. I retrieved and viewed the video from my hard drive. It was apparent that no abuse had occurred. Lisa and the men talked about medications and business transactions. It was sufficient for possession with the intent to distribute. I intended to give the film to the police at noon, but I decided to call her immediately to demonstrate that I wasn't hiding anything. I dialed Sergeant Potts and was shocked when he answered. "Welcome, Staff Sergeant Potts." He sounded annoyed. I prayed I hadn't awakened him. It's Adam Spencer. I met you at the hospital when picking up my fiancée. Did I awaken you? I asked. No, I work the night shift. I don't go to bed till 8. His mood remained nasty. I don't want to take up your time, but I paused for impact. My apartment has 3 security cameras that are connected to a hard disk. I snorted and cleared my throat. Why didn't you mention it earlier? Did you watch the footage? His interest peaked with everything going on. I had forgotten when I viewed the footage. I stopped pretending to be strong and cried. What did you see, Adam? Are you there? He pressed. I don't believe it was maltreatment. They entered laughing and kissing. I let out a choked shriek. What about the pills? He asked. I observed them. Put the pills on the coffee table. I admitted I need that tape. 2 lawyers here have threatened to file lawsuits. Could you mail it? He requested I'll email it to you. Give me the address. I said. He gave me the address and then hung up. I sent all of the footage from the 3 cameras. Then I tried but couldn't sleep. Around 5 the phone rang. Sorry for waking you. Sergeant Potts sounded considerably more cheerful. I was in bed but couldn't fall asleep. Understandable, I said sternly. Can we meet for coffee at 00? I'd like to discuss a few topics. He asked. Sure, I have no plans. I said coldly. There's a coffee shop in Surhills near the Oxford Tavern. Do you know it? He inquired. Yeah, I verified that. I will see you at 8. I tried to sleep but ended up lying awake around 7:00 a.m. so I washed. Lisa was still sleeping or pretending to be. I watched the morning news in an attempt to divert myself. A tale grabbed my interest. Police carried out a pre-dawn raid in Bronte. 2 guys involved in a pill trafficking organization have been apprehended. Neighbors described the resident as a polite young man who worked in a bank. Police have not given any information yet. Screw you idiots. Sergeant Potts would be satisfied. I dressed to meet the sergeant but then remembered my conversation with the gossip columnist. I looked at the online supplement to the CBI column. Guess who won't? Sue. It stated that a high-profile publicist and girl about town is postponing her wedding after being caught with 2 newlyweds. Her former fiancé, a rising star in private banking, was not one of them. Perfect. The city would be bustling. I suddenly remembered George's parents. They deserved to hear the news firsthand. I called them immediately. Jack, George's father, answered. Hey, Adam, how is your weekend going? Jack inquired. It ended prematurely after a fight in Brisbane. Emily, I meet you in Janice this morning. I asked what had happened to Adam. His voice quivered. I don't want to discuss it over the phone, Jack. It has nothing to do with this morning's paper. Jack, a retired city worker, read the business section every day. I will explain everything in person. Can you come to town? I asked. Okay, we'll arrive around 11. Where would you like to meet? He asked. The bakery shop near your old office. I commented that they still have the best goodies. Okay, see you there. Just one thing, Adam. Please avoid making rash conclusions until you have all of the facts. Jack pleaded. Jack. I already know too much. I apologize. My eyes filled with real tears after saying goodbye. I went outdoors. It was a wonderful sunny day in Sydney. Late autumn is always the best. The sun is not too severe and the humidity is modest. I chose to walk to my meeting. I arrived a little late. Sergeant Potts was ready to leave as I entered the cafe. I assumed bankers were prompt. He said I am still on vacation. I responded grumpily as I sat down. He smiled. Good news. The CCTV footage was really informative. It provided us much to work with. We separated them, and when we asked about the pills, they each assumed the other sold them. The waitress delivered my orange juice and his warm milk. Police work has evolved. He spoke while sipping his milk. We got Nick's name and searched his home, discovering more. The drug vision is ecstatic. Nick is attempting to strike a bargain by giving up his supplier. What happened to them now? I asked. They have a bail hearing tomorrow morning. Nick may also be involved. If he receives a bargain, he will respond in a public hearing. I inquired. Yes, he grinned. Their lawyers secured a secret hearing, but the prosecutor wants it made public. It appears that you do too. He unfolded the Morning Herald and revealed the CBI column. I don't understand what you mean. I attempted to appear innocent. Your surveillance system can include remote access and a time map. He suggested that I acquire a warrant and see for myself. Perhaps by then the hard disk will be corrupted. I responded, and he chuckled. Keep your shirt on, Adam. I am not after you. I want to know what you want to happen to Lisa. He asked, what do you mean? I asked. She could face perjury charges, but they may be dismissed as a first offense alternative lie. We may forget about it unless you seek retaliation, which appears likely. He waved the paper. I'm not sure what you mean. I play dumb. If you want me to press charges, call me after 6 tonight, otherwise I'll bury it. He got up and departed. I finished my juice and strolled into the brilliant sunlight, going for the metropolis. The next stage of my vengeance was to arrive at work, appearing untidy and miserable. This would spark talk and upset James and Paul. As I entered the bank foyer, I saw guards elbowing each other and pointing at me. This continued as I moved towards the elevators. I climbed on the first one and was joined by a number of others. The mailman raced in as the doors closed. Adam, how was your weekend? The secretary pretended to lose her balance before kicking the cart into the mailman's shins. Oh, be careful, miss. He left on the next floor, still scratching his shins. The others in the elevator remained mute. Staring at the floor, I wrote to the top level requesting the CEO's office. Only the receptionist remained. Having subdued the mailman, she placed her hand on my shoulder. I am sorry for what happened. If you need to speak, here's my number. She handed me a piece of paper and walked away. I tossed the message in the garbage. I am guessing she had a stack of them. I approached the CEO's office. His secretary, a tough woman, regarded me over her glasses. Adam, dear, what are you doing here? You have 2 days off. I had never seen her so conciliatory. I wondered if I could see Mr. Turnbull for a moment. I blushed under her empathetic stare. He is taking a break between calls. I will check to see if he can see you. She slid out of her chair, knocked on the door and glanced inside to ask. She reappeared smiling. Mr. Turnbull will be right with you, have a seat. She climbed back into her chair. I sat down. She seemed to pause before speaking. I was abandoned on the altar. At least you found out at times. She soon returned to her job, perhaps regretting her remark. Mr. Turnbull shortly emerged and invited me inside. He was a big man with graying curly hair who enjoyed going for jogs at lunchtime. He motioned for me to sit. Adam, I was not expecting you. Given the circumstances, it's better to hear your narrative now. He spoke with nervousness, which was unusual for him. I came to request time off due to personal concerns with other employees and the PR firm. I began by saying that you should be aware of what was going on. Yes, please explain. He urged. I got back early from a retreat at a friend's place. My neighbor sent me a text about sounds in my flat and I assumed it was a break-in. I phoned the cops. They discovered pills and my fiancé with James and Paul. I paused to settle myself using a handkerchief. Oh dear, Mr. Turnbull muttered as he leaned forward. James, Paul and Nick are in custody. I continued, oh dear, this is negative for the company. What exactly did Lisa say? He asked. I haven't spoken to her since I spoke with the cops. I admitted, oh dear, this is a horrible situation. Those two will not return here. Take all the time you need. Call me on Monday to discuss further. He leaned back with relief as I departed. I inquired what about the public relations firm. He was nervous again. Since James and Paul handled the tender process, an internal investigation will be conducted. I will speak with Jeremy. He said they the CEO. His reaction raised my suspicions. Mr. Turnbull could be involved. Based on Eric's explanation of George's function and James and Paul's statements, I needed a greater plot to exact full vengeance. I got a cab to the bakery to meet George's parents. I arrived early and ordered a coffee, checking my security system. I noticed Lisa in the kitchen frantically texting. Soon she allowed someone in. It was Mark. She attempted to kiss him, but he dodged her. They walked into the living room where Lisa aggressively chased him while Mark kept his distance. She eventually relaxed on a chaise lounge, while Mark sat opposite. Due to the public environment, I was unable to hear their talk. She threw herself at him and wrapped her arms around his neck. I looked around to be sure her folks had not arrived. Yet when I looked back, the scene had abruptly shifted. There was a knock on the window and George's father waved. I'm heading toward the door. Jack approached the table alone. I stood up to shake his hand. Then we sat down. Isn't your wife coming? I asked. No. After reading the CBD editorial, I decided it was best to arrive alone. Janice had high blood pressure, so I left her at home. Jack said, motioning for coffee. You're probably correct. However, that slanderous column was correct. You should sue him. Jack suing would be expensive and unlikely to succeed. Jack responded. The waitress delivered coffee and Jack waited for her to depart. What do you mean by it's true? He asked. The police entered my apartment last night after receiving a noise complaint and discovered James and Paul with Lisa in our bed. I suggested that they must have forced her, but Jack insisted. They first believed the same thing, but it turned out they were mistaken. I answered that is ridiculous. My daughter would never do that. Jack was losing his composure. I apologize, Jack, but the photographs do not lie. The wedding is off. I stated strongly. People are always creating false photos. Jack, seeing is believing type, was in denial. I didn't want to insult him and I also didn't want to be the bad person. I opened the live security stream on my phone. It means nothing. It's probably staged with an actress, he said, setting my phone face down. This is a live feed. It's occurring now. I asked, what kind of sick freak are you? I'm delighted Janice isn't here for your insane delusions. When I informed Lisa she won't approach you. Jack began to climb. Sit down. Jack. I shouted to attract attention. He sat shocked. Give me your phone. He reluctantly gave it over. I called George's number. My phone screen displayed her reaching for her phone. Jack slumped, looking elderly and frail. I am sorry, Jack. You should have known the wedding is off. You and Janice do not deserve this, but I cannot go through with it. I said. Jack nodded and wiped away tears. Did you tell her yet? No, I replied that she was asleep when I departed to meet with the cops. Good God, she doesn't know. You know, and now she's back with that guy. Jack exclaimed, horrified. This is not the same guy. Let us get some fresh air. I suggested we leave the coffee shop and walk in the park talking about anything except Lisa. Jack eventually decided to return home, so we walked to the taxi stop. When are you going to tell her? Jack inquired. When she has a free minute. I spoke, bitterness slipping into my voice. Jack turned away. A part of me still loves her. Jack, part of me believes this is a nightmare, but the rest of me wishes to destroy her and the men who touched her. I confessed. Please let me know before you proceed. I will come together. A parent cannot stop loving his daughter. Jack spoke softly. Sure, Jack, I will let you know. We shook hands uncomfortably before he got into a taxi. I sought a quiet location in the park and reviewed the CCTV tape again. Lisa was wearing her robe and Mark was lacing his shoes. Mark is engaged to one of Australia's richest women. Was being foolish. Penny Rehill, Jackie Rehill's daughter, belonged to a rich family. Regardless of her appearance, she was a wonderful girl who adored Mark. My father used to say that you can marry more in 5 minutes than you can make in a lifetime. Mark worked for Penny's family business, thus his employment might be jeopardized if Penny saw the camera footage. Except for my employer. I had a plan for retaliation, but I had a plan for him too. All that remained was to get George's cooperation, and I had something to assure she met my requirements. I was curious about how Lisa would approach our issue. When I got home she was gone, delaying the confrontation and allowing me time to prepare. Mark's interview with Lisa showed that he had been sent by Paul and James's lawyers to investigate what she had told the police. I considered charging Penny with witness tampering, but she was likely to impose a heavier punishment around 5 p.m. I was preparing dinner. When Lisa and her bridesmaid Shelley entered. They saw me in the kitchen and approached Lisa, who opened her arms and hugged me. Adam, honey, how are you doing? We were very worried. She sniffled as if holding back tears. I did not reply to the hug. I've been speaking with the police, my supervisor and your father. I said. Lisa stiffened but attempted to remain calm. Shelley began to describe how they drugged my drinks during the bachelorette party, got me tossed out of the bar and took advantage of Lisa. She attempted to hug me again, but I backed away. Really, is this what occurred, Shelley? I replied sarcastically, yes, just like Lisa said, it was simply a little fun that became out of control. Shell was astonished by my comments. Lisa appeared to be panicked. You're on your own now. Shelley growled and turned to leave. Lisa attempted to stop her, but Shelley shoved her away. I knew you were a party girl, but I had no idea you were this promiscuous. She snapped and slammed the door. Lisa turned to me and sobbed. She whispered apologies, saying that if I had stayed with her, it would not have occurred. Why is it always somebody else's fault? Will you simply shut up? I shouted. Do you honestly believe I care about your justifications and lies? But this morning I was drunk and are upset. It's only twice. I'll be okay, please. Just twice, I imitated Tom's voice. God, I've missed you back so much. Lisa was astonished. Do you remember? When you moved in, I told you about the security system and cameras. Yes, but you claimed you didn't utilize them. I replied no, yet they still work. They confirmed that you are a lying cheat. I replied. She cried harder, leaning against the wall. She appeared sad. I opted not to inform the sergeant about her perjury until I knew why she did it. I assisted her to the kitchen table, retrieved 2 beers and sat across from her. We're finished, I said. She nodded. The police want to know whether I intend to charge you with perjury. I have till 6:00 p.m. to decide. You have half an hour to honestly answer my questions, after which I will tell them to forget it. Thank you, Adam, don't, she pleaded. Respond to my questions or wait for the police. I replied strongly. She nodded and took a sip of beer. Have you slept with your boss? I asked. She nodded and wiped her eyes. For how long? I continued. She sniffled and said it had been around 9 months. You only stayed 15 minutes. What the hell? I exclaimed. I was chosen for a new striking team. My supervisor, Jeremy, was not pleased with my efforts. He told me I needed to highlight my skills. She explained. Why did you put up with this? You are the miracle child, the youngest to get a 1 million bonus. I was on my third job in 2 years, attempting to establish a name for myself. I remarked, my wrath rising. Entertaining. Your employer may get you noticed, but not in a positive way. I brought them for large accounts. She responded defensively. I cannot believe you are bragging about being a corporate strumpet. They'll now abandon you and you'll have to start performing tricks for real. I shot back. Jeremy requested backup, so I secretly filmed a few encounters. I kept copies to cover myself. She admitted, interesting. If I could get a copy of one with you and Mr. Turnbull, I might be able to get him removed. Where are the copies? I inquired, hoping they weren't working on my desk at work. She admitted, crap. I exclaimed, slamming the beer bottle down. What's the matter? Lisa appeared astonished. I need a copy for both you and Mr. Turnbull. I remarked, coming up to the window. I never, she began. I turned to give her a harsh glare. Well, she stammered. How did you figure this out? She asked. It's evident that you use your assets to get new customers. I pointed out that our bank was a new customer. If you really desired it, I will go to work and make a copy. Lisa exclaimed, standing abruptly and knocking over her chair. She grabbed her keys. You aren't going through the front door. I called after her. She paused and turned. What do you mean? She asked. Your employer will hide his tracks. You'll be greeted by a guard holding a box of your belongings. They refuse to let you near the computer. I explained, Lisa biting her lip and tossing her keys onto the desk. She walked back and went into the office. I peered inside. Lisa was seated in my chair, turning on my computer. I can access my PC remotely, Lisa stated triumphantly. I watched as she repeatedly entered the access code. Her shoulders dropped as she learned she was shut out. Damn idiots. She slumped back and sat up with newfound enthusiasm. There's a back door into Jeremy's computer. Yes, indeed, I'm in. I moved behind her chair. Copy everything, I said. You need leverage to negotiate a severance payout. More significantly, I wanted to disrupt my boss's life. I stepped out and Lisa emerged approximately 20 minutes later. Happy and holding a portable hard drive. She claimed to have all of the exciting stuff. Did you receive copies of his emails? I asked. Yeah, but I thought I had raised my hand. Stop, I've seen enough of you in action to last a lifetime. I just want a backup plan in case the bank comes after me too. But I wondered if we could try again, sell everything, move overseas and make a new beginning. She pleaded. There's nothing new about you, Lisa. Seeing you alongside James and Paul was one thing. But today, Mark, you require assistance. I said I'm not sticking around. She cried again. I took the hard disk and entered the office. Lisa dashed into the bedroom, slamming the door. The hard disk performed better than I had imagined. Jeremy and Mr. Turnbull were longtime pals who had colluded to scam the bank. Turnbull wanted to increase his pension, so he had Jeremy inflate the PR contract proposal. They shared the difference 50. 50 THS. I called Sergeant Potts and he answered on the second ring. Sergeant Potts remarked, I thought you had forgotten. I checked my watch. 6:05 p.m. No, I just needed to make sure. So what's up? He asked, yawning. Do not confront her. She'll feel uncomfortable without it. Do you know someone from the fraud squad? I asked. Perhaps, he responded cautiously. Why? I'll explain later, I said, hesitant to reveal too much. Oh dear, he grinned. Who is the target this time? Wait and see. I hung up and asked George's father to fetch her up. I like to sleep in my own bed. Then I downloaded the session with Mark and Lisa and forwarded it to Penny, his fiancée. It was difficult to press send, but it was necessary. Jack came approximately 40 minutes later. Lisa finally emerged. Alb. It took some time. I gathered her clothing and they left. My telephone rang. It was Eric from the newspaper. "Did you enjoy my column today?" he inquired with enthusiasm. "Yes," I responded bluntly. "Come on, we didn't back out, did we?" he pressed. I wanted to hit back at them. But I heard others as well. I said, thinking of Jack and Janice, there is always collateral harm in battle. "Who would you like me to target next?" Eric asked. I thought for a moment. "Are you still there?" Eric asked. "Yeah, just thinking 3 bankers caught with a marijuana isn't much," he lamented. Irritated, not possession, importance and delivery. I concluded that's better high-flying bankers. Eric laughed. "Have you got anything more for me?" he inquired. "I will let you know." I was finished for the day. I turned off the phone, unplugged the landline, closed the blinds and attempted to fall asleep. At 9:30 a.m. the following day, someone knocked on the door. It was Greg and Adam, the building's caretaker. "What exactly is wrong with your phone?" "I've been trying to call you," Greg explained. I switched them off so I could get some sleep. "What is the matter?" I asked, agitated. "The DNA guys had been waiting for you downstairs for an hour." He took a step back, displaying a security guard carrying a package and a man in a suit clutching a paper. "Mr. Adam Spencer?" "Yes," I responded. "I'm from the bank's legal department. Your contract has been terminated under Section 112B for tarnishing the bank's image. This is a severance check for 2 weeks' wages and James has your personal belongings." He handed me the check and the guard placed a box on the floor. I was stunned. They were almost to the elevator when I regained consciousness. "Wait. 3 weeks ago I signed a new contract that guaranteed me 9 months' income plus 50 of my previous bonus." I shouted. "I don't know about that. If you wish to fight it, should you consult a lawyer?" He replied by following the guard to the elevator. The building's management shrugged and followed them. "Sorry friend," I picked up the box, which included my desk stuff and a few photos. I wasn't letting them get away with it. I called the lawyer who had recently examined my contract. "Your new contract should be effective of immediately. Have you gotten paid yet?" He asked. "No," I replied. "The money is due in my account on Thursday. That's why they are working so hard. They want you to fight. How would you like to proceed?" "I can start a trial and we might have a preliminary hearing before the end of the month. Is there any way I can speak with my employer before then? I have something that might influence his mind." "It is not illegal, is it?" he asked. "Not what I did." I responded. "Is something missing from your office box?" He inquired. "No, but I keep a set of golf clubs in the storage area near the executive dining room." I explained. "How much are they worth?" He asked. "Approximately $2,000. I said. "Nonsense. Are they gold-plated?" He responded incredulously. "Not quite, although they do have gold inlays. An excellent set of Honda clubs. Half a set costs around $5,000. I clarified. The lawyer whistled. "I'll create an order for access. Can you get ready by 1:00 p.m.? "I don't know. I have other things to do." I said. I interrupted, saying, "Meet me out front with the order and I'll give you the golf clubs. Okay, see you there." He agreed. I ate breakfast before heading to the office for the afternoon encounter. Mr. Turnbull was always in the executive dining room between 12:30 and 1:30 p.m., so any commotion outside would draw his attention. I checked the Herald's website to see what Eric had written. He laughed about high-fly bankers and the cancelled engagement of a $1 billion, but he made no mention of Penny or Mark. I wondered where he got that. 1:00 arrived soon and I waited in the square in front of the bank building. The lawyer arrived 5 minutes late and approached me, grabbing a document from his pocket and waving it like a trophy. I had to wait for the magistrate to complete his morning session before signing this, but here it is, he said. "And what does it authorize me to do?" I inquired as we approached the front door. I was hoping for general access, but he played hardball and only allowed you to go inside and retrieve your golf clubs and walk right out. He explained. I hope that is all I need. We were already at the main door inside. The guard who had previously returned my office stuff attempted to stop me. Excuse me, sir, I've been asked to keep you out of the building. He explained, standing in front of me and beckoning for the other two guards to assist him. I held the legal document in front of his face. This is a court order that grants me access to the building. Please get out of the way. I said firmly, attempting to pass past, but he blocked my route anyway. I need to check this first. He accepted the command and spoke into a microphone affixed to his shoulder. A few minutes later the elevator doors opened and the same little fool who had spoken to me this morning stepped out. He accepted the court order from the guard, wore his reading glasses and swiftly examined it. Someone had a busy morning, he added, glancing up from his paper. ERS. This merely allows you to go to the storeroom and return no detours of any type. He returned the order to me, then turned to the guard and led him to the executive storage room, then return here and fling his back outside. After that he simply returned to the elevator. I proceeded toward the elevators on the left, grabbing the guard's shoulder. I got my clubs from the storeroom and headed out into the corridor, prepared to cause a disturbance. Some took my putter. I dropped my clubs and walked downfield to the executive dining room. You cannot go in there, sir, shouted the guard, seizing my arm but missing. I hurried inside the dining room, but the guard was quicker than I anticipated. He grabbed me immediately as I entered the doorway. I strained to break free, but he was stronger than he appeared. After hearing the ruckus, Mr. Turnbull appeared in the doorway. What the hell is that noise? He exclaimed, then understood who it was. What the hell is he doing here? Excuse me, sir. He has a court order, said the guard, yanking me off the ground by my collar. I stopped resisting, since my target was directly in front of me. It's good to see you, Mr. Turnbull, I replied sarcastically. I thought you would like to rethink my severance package. No way, he pointed to the guard. Get that lowlife out of here. I took a flash drive out of my pocket and tossed it to him. You should watch this when you get the chance, but not when your wife is around. Mr. Turnbull's eyes narrowed. What exactly are you talking about? Call Jeremy and he will tell you that I spat. What happens if he departs here? The mention of Jeremy's name did not bother him. Apparently he assumed the matter was resolved. He returned to the dining room, pocketing the flash drive. The guard started hauling me down the hall. You have 24 hours. I think you have my cell phone number, I shouted as the door closed. I picked up the batons on my way out. The guard did not release grip of my arm until I was in the front yard, my parasite. I mumbled beneath my breath. Excuse me, the guard said, but my lawyer was already waiting and had returned my clubs to me. I was really pleased if I received the deal I signed up 3 weeks ago. I could purchase another set. I was a little concerned when I didn't hear anything before retiring to bed at 11:30. My phone beeped with a text message: meet at the Centennial Park coffee shop at 6:45 a.m. Gotcha. I arrived at the park about 6:30 a.m. the following day. I'm hoping to get there first. Mr. Turnbull may have had the same notion because he walked on the opposite side as I did. We crowded awkwardly close, staying roughly 3 m apart. What do you want with the tape? He asked fiercely. I responded aggressively. What am I owed under the new contract? That contract does not start until Thursday. He replied, that is a disputed fact and I do not have time to deal with our court system. I replied strongly. I never considered you a blackmailer. He yelled, his face turning red. I never thought you were a weirdo who entertained his employees' fiancées. I responded. We stood there scowling at one another until Mr. Turnbull moved away. Okay, but I'll need the images and any duplicates you have, he conceded. Easy. I promised to send you the images as soon as I had a signed document from the bank confirming my eligibility. You will receive them today. He said, turning to leave. One more thing. I'd like the little legal eagle you sent yesterday to deliver the documents. This was going to be great. I said, anything else? He asked sarcastically. No, it is all I want. I replied smiling, yeah. He took a step back and then moved closer. You know you will never work in this town. No, make it this country never again. You little crap. He snarled. That's a risk I am willing to accept. I replied quietly while watching him walk away. Nice doing business with you. I remarked laughing as he walked away. I still had the emails between Turnbull and Jeremy and planned to send them over to the fraud squad as soon as the money arrived in my bank account. The following several days went rather easily for me. The following morning, a snippy little legal eagle from the bank arrived on my doorstep with some documents for me to sign. He left me a copy and informed me that the money will be paid. On Thursday, I gave him an envelope containing a flash drive and a small portable hard drive, and he left with his tail between his legs. Thursday morning, Jack and Doris arrived and collected the last of George's belongings. They had an issue with Lisa. She got intoxicated and went to her boss's house, causing a scene in front of his wife. The police were summoned and they told her to go home before arresting her for DUI. She tested the system and promptly lost her license. James, Paul and Nick were released on bond, but the prosecution was strict. He appeared on corporate morning television. He avoided mentioning specifics to avoid endangering the cases, but the conclusion was evident, especially after the hourly news showed the three men exiting the courtroom and attempting to disguise their faces. Mark seems to have vanished from the face of the world. I spoke with Eric, who said there was a story that he had been taken to some South American hole by Penny's mother. The corporation was prospecting for minerals there and the people were not pleased. Thursday afternoon at 4:55 p.m. My bank account was 72,000 richer, and at 4:59 p.m. I was on the phone with Sergeant Potts. The next morning, 2 fraud squad investigators and a representative from the Investment and Securities Division arrived to visit me. I showed them the emails. They concluded that it appeared to be a fraud scheme. Then came the all-important question: how did you receive these emails? I had to admit they weren't gotten legally. The investigators were becoming irritated, believing they had wasted their time. We know all these huge guys are operating frauds, but they are surrounded by strong legal barriers. We can't bring them in here and force them to tell their narrative. The securities representative appeared more calm. Guys, calm down. We're using these letters as clues for where to look. It will take some time, but there will be a written record. It's best to forget we've ever seen this email. I do not want to compromise any convictions. They went, leaving me alone. Mr. Turnbull seems to have started a rumor about me. I approached competitive banks with job offers, but HR representatives did not return my calls. I was strolling down the street outside my building, unsure what to do when a black sedan drew up to the curb beside me. The window rolled down and Penny Rehill was sitting in the back seat. You look as lost as I do. She spoke seriously. She then smiled widely. I refueled the company jet and am waiting for you on the tarmac. Would you like to get some rest, sit around feeling sorry for yourself, or take a vacation? I paused, stroking my chin. Give me 5 minutes and I will pack a suitcase. Screw it. Just get inside. You won't need much clothing. Where are we headed and where will we go? I asked, taking a risk in opening the car door to a family compound in Mauritius. It features its own beach pool, golf course and chef. Let's go. I exclaimed as she tapped the glass between the front and rear seats, signaling the driver to drive to the airport. After 25 minutes, we were seated in the Rainhill family's Gulf Stream and on our way. 3 weeks had grown into 5 months. A lovely holiday. Did I hook up with Penny? Sure, together with the hostess, maid and half a dozen local girls. Penny was just a crazy girl who chose to have fun. It was an incredible sight, but it is another story. Why did I return? It's simple. I wanted a front row seat to Mr. Turnbull's fraud and racketeering hearings. He stepped in at the start of the hearing, calmly speaking with his team of lawyers. The bank backed him. He had a lead, an assistant barrister, 2 assistants and a solicitor. By the conclusion of the first day, his tie had loosened and beads of sweat formed on his face as he spoke urgently to his solicitor. The case was not progressing well. The prosecution was rigorous, demonstrating a lengthy and intricate paper trail connecting Mr. Turnbull to Jeremy in the PR arrangement. At the end of the day, it was revealed that Jeremy had turned himself in the day before he admitted culpability and had agreed to plead guilty to a little lighter penalty in exchange for testifying against his co-conspirators. Recognizing the inevitable, the bank has withdrawn its funding. On the second day, Mr. Turnbull arrived at the hearing in a depressed state, accompanied only by a briefing lawyer. One of the bank's legal department representatives informed the court that the bank was no longer providing legal assistance to Mr. Turnbull and intended to take civil action against him to recover some funds. There are no serious faces remaining in the room. The prosecution resolved the case quickly when it was the defense's time. They demonstrated their desperation by providing a hard disk with images of Mr. Turnbull, Jeremy and Lisa, claiming that Jeremy blackmailed him into the conspiracy. After Lisa secretly taped him, the reporters hurried to the doors, their smartphones ready to deliver the hot scoop. This brought Lisa into the dispute and she was summoned to court. Jeremy had to return to the dock too. The entire sordid drama unfolded in front of the press, and for a week it was the primary topic of newspapers and television shows. Mr. Turnbull's defense was at its peak until the prosecutor summoned James and Paul to the stand. They emphasized that Mr. Turnbull's fondness for his former high school classmates predates the video. The defendants attempted to disparage them since they were serving a 4-year prison sentence. However, the judge seemed to understand what they were saying. He decided the case was worth pursuing and sent Mr. Turnbull to trial. Following the circus of putting the case to trial, Mr. Turnbull eventually lost interest in fighting, changed his plea to guilty and was sentenced to 2 years in prison. I wish I could say he ended up broken alone, but we all know that white-collar workers are too smart for that. Shortly before his indictment, he must have learned that security was looking for something. He transferred the majority of his assets into his wife's name and she initiated divorce proceedings at the time of the trial. He was supposedly living in his son's garage and had been declared bankrupt with no assets. Upon his release, he will undoubtedly reconcile and return to the streets. The chief of the Department of Public Prosecutions must have relished being the center of attention. So after Mr. turned blanched and pleaded guilty, he confronted Jeremy and Lisa. Jeremy was only able to settle on the accusation of conspiracy to commit fraud. However, the prosecution also charged employing a surveillance equipment to record private conduct without consent, filming obscene acts and using a telecommunications network to support the felony extortion using threats. Some of these acts were minor misdemeanors, but when combined together, he ended up serving 3 years in prison. Lisa was sentenced to probation for recording without consent and capturing filthy behavior. However, her face was in the press several times during the trial and her reputation suffered. Despite the fact that I was merely a supporting actor in the play, some of the dirt got on me. There has been some suspicion about my involvement in the case. Apparently, I was labeled as an unstable, deceived man in the banking industry. My work prospects have never improved, so if no one offers you a job, you must make your own. I founded a venture financing firm, particularly for environmental ventures. I haven't made a fortune, but I'm surviving and want to accomplish good things. Penny and I remained friends, but she was a player, whereas I was not. I am still on the hunt, but trust concerns are getting in the way. I recently started a wetland restoration project in the genuine outback, around 700 kilometers west of Sydney. 2 mining corporations and a bank have invested funds to improve their company image. I'll be living at a historic homestead that was formerly the primary residence for a 1,000-acre sheep station on the Darling River. I'm hoping that clean air and big sky country will change my luck. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates.